On October the 16th, 1923, brothers Walt and Roy from Chicago, Illinois, founded their own studio in order to produce a series of movies by the name of the Alice Comedies. It's likely you've never heard of these short films, which centered on a young girl named Alice and her animated cat friend Julius, but they're an important piece of movie history. Why? Because they were the first work by what would ultimately become the Walt Disney Company. In the century since Walt and Roy founded the company, it has grown exponentially and is now one of the biggest and most recognizable brands in the world, having produced some of the greatest films ever made. As you no doubt know, though, the Disney brand hasn't stayed within the confines of the film industry and has branched out into TV, musicals, theme parks, and, of course, video games.
A while ago, we undertook the mammoth task of ranking every Disney movie tie-in video game from worst to best. However, we are nothing if not committed to the bit, and so we reckoned we should probably rank everything else with the Disney brand slapped all over it as well. Before we get into this one, it's probably a good idea to establish some rules. So, here we go. A game can qualify for this list if it's an officially licensed Disney video game and is either based on an existing Disney property or one that was created by Disney for video game making purposes. With that said, that doesn't extend to the properties now owned by Disney, so you'll find no Star Wars, Marvel, The Simpsons or the like here. Otherwise, we'll be celebrating the 200th anniversary of Disney before we're done listing them all. If you do want to know about Star Wars and Simpsons video games though, we have already done a ranked list on both of those properties.
We won't be including any game that was on our every Disney movie tie-in ranked list, purely because we don't see the value in telling you about the same games twice. Additionally, we'll also be excluding games that were only released on mobile or dedicated handheld devices, i.e. those little machines that could literally only play one game, and browser-only titles. We've also decided not to include any edutainment games, activity center type titles, or interactive storybooks, as those games tend to be plops anyway, and this list is nearly 200 entries long. Crikey. Furthermore, we'll be using our judgment to nix anything that carries the Disney name but doesn't really scream Disney at you, otherwise we'll be here all week. Sorry to any fans of Pure or Stunt Island that may be out there.
We'll be including remakes in the rankings, but we will only be including remasters as separate entities if they're different enough from the original to warrant talking about twice. Otherwise, we'll just lump them in with their progenitor. In terms of how we've decided on the final rankings, we're going off average review scores, player reception, impact on the world of gaming, and, where applicable, a bit of our own personal preference. Though it probably won't come as much of a shock to you that we haven't experienced all of these games for ourselves. Again, there are the best part of 200 of them, and we simply do not have enough time for that. Where games have scores that are tied, we factored in the user reception and how many critics reviewed the game, ranking those with more professional reviews and better player approval higher than those without.
Right, better grab some snacks, make sure you've been to the loo, and strap on those Mickey ears because it's going to be a long one. Don't worry, we'll wait while you nip for a wee. Hurry though, go on. You good? Excellent. Then let's rank 'em. I'm Mouseketeer Ben.
And I'm Peter Pan lookalike Peter from TripleJump, and here is every Disney video game ranked from worst to best.
The Unrankables. Whilst going about our research, we found a whole load of games that fit our criteria but that we were unable to rank simply because there isn't enough information out there about them or nobody bothered to review them. So let's talk about those now, shall we? Adventure of Tokyo Disney Sea was released in 2001 to coincide with the opening of, you guessed it, Universal Studios Tokyo. I'm just joking, obviously. It was to tie in with the opening of Disney Sea. Wow! The aim is to adventure through the park's many attractions, playing minigames in order to obtain trading cards. Sadly, we don't know if it was any good, as it was only ever released in Japan, though I think the words minigames and trading cards give us a good idea. Disney Magic Board Online is next up. The game was released in China only in 2010, and aside from the fact that it's a racing game in which Goofy opens up a portal to another dimension, we really don't know all that much about it. Our Chinese is a bit rusty, I'm afraid. Disney Movie is a 2004 minigame collection which relied on the PlayStation 2's iToy and was comprised of 6 different games of the miniature variety. maybe. Alas, no professional outlets bothered to review it, and we couldn't even find any player testimonies, so onto the unrankables heap it goes. Kuma no Pusan Mori no Nakamoto 123 for the PlayStation, a game whose title I am almost certainly butchering, also failed to make our list proper. This minigame collection was developed and published by Atlus, the same studio responsible for the Persona series, so it's likely that it was, at the very least, passable, but once again, our lack of linguistical skills prevents us from knowing for certain. Minion friends, Yume no Kuni o Sagashite is yet another game that I am entirely unable to pronounce properly, so my apologies to the entire nation of Japan, and it's also unrankable due to the fact that we could find no professional reviews for it. Furthermore, the only information we can dig up on this one without taking extensive language lessons is that it was only ever released in Japan and stars Minnie Mouse and pals who get up to things. I honestly have no idea. Rounding off the trifecta of abysmal articulations is Motto Stitch DS Rhythm Dorakugaki Daisakusen, a rhythm game starring Stitch of Lilo and Stitch fame. Again, it was only ever released in Japan, and as such, no one in the West bothered to review it. Phineas and Ferb New Inventions also failed to meet our criteria, with no one willing to review the 2012 PC exclusive. Not to worry though, because there were plenty of Phineas and Ferb titles that did make today's list. I know there's a lot of overlap in the TripleJump community versus Phineas and Ferb fans Venn diagram. YouTube analytics have gotten very comprehensive these days. Next up, we've got another Japan exclusive, Poppin' Music Mickey Tunes, or Poppin' Music GB Disney Tunes if you want to get Game Boy Color version about this. Another rhythm game that no one this side of Okinawa deigned to review. We're headed all the way back to 1988 for our next unrankable, the Pac-Man style Chase on Tom Sawyer's Island, a game which contains an antagonist named Injun Joe and as such is likely rather insensitive, so really the less said about that the better. Tokyo Disneyland Mickey no Cinderella Shiro Mystery Tour and the slightly easier to pronounce Tokyo Disneyland Fantasy Tour released in 1995 and 1998 respectively, and also fell into the Japan exclusive and therefore nobody reviewed it, at least in a language we can understand, category. A complete lack of professional reviews prevented us from putting rhythm action puzzler The Cheetah Girls Pop Star Sensations on the list, but we're sure there was someone out there, probably a small child, that enjoyed it very much. Nearly there now. Disney Sing It Party Hits had the same lack of reviews problem, as did Kim Possible, Legend of the Monkey's Eye, Disney High School Musical Livin' the Dream, and The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody Tipton Caper. Don't worry though, Sing It, Kim Possible, High School Musical, and Sweet Life fans, we've got plenty of games from those franchises that did make the cut. 1998, My Disney Kitchen for PC and PlayStation didn't set the world ablaze either, and as far as we can tell, no critics were interested in what Mickey and Minnie were cooking up. The same goes for 1991's Mickey's Crossword Puzzle Maker, a game in which players, unsurprisingly, make crossword puzzles. Our final unrankable is Virtual Magic Kingdom, an MMO whose servers were open between 2005 and 2008. Despite there being a great deal of information available about the game, we struggled to find any reviews for it. If you are interested though, a fan recreation called MyVMK was launched in 2013, though it is unofficial, so don't tell Walt or he'll send Goofy after you. Right, I think that's all of that taken care of. Let's get to the proper rankings, shall we? Number 186. Oh god, there's so many. Donald the Hero, 1988. PC. We considered being more forgiving to Donald the Hero given that it was released almost 4 decades ago, but then we remembered that 1988 gave us the likes of Super Mario Bros. 2 and 3, Final Fantasy 2 and King's Quest 4, and we felt less inclined to be so generous. Presented almost entirely in German, Donald the Hero is a simple game in every sense of the word. The aim is to guide the eponymous Donald around the screen collecting orbs, whilst simultaneously avoiding the eggs, rocks, maybe, that are being launched at him from all angles. Once Donald's energy depletes, that's the end of the game. Donald the Hero did come free with a magazine, the June 1988 edition of Magic Disc 64, again only published in Germany, but that's really the only positive thing we can find to say about it. The one reviewer that did brave Donald the Hero described it as not as dull as it sounds, which I suppose was a compliment because the game sounds about as exciting as a trip to B&Q to pick out a tube of bath sealant. Repetitive, unimaginative, and entertaining to no one but the smallest of children, it would seem that Donald isn't the hero we need or deserve. Number 185. The Cheetah Girls, 2006. Game Boy Advance. If you'd asked me before I started recording this where the Cheetah Girls' first video game would appear on our list, I'd have probably guessed somewhere around here, so it's safe to say that I am not shocked by its placement in the slightest. The Cheetah Girls is a Game Boy Advance exclusive based on the first 2 Cheetah Girls films, but it didn't qualify for our Disney movie tie-in list due to the fact that said films weren't released in cinemas, so it's stuck here instead. According to the game's blurb, you can be a star like the Cheetah Girls, dance and perform as each of the band members, create your own music tracks, and get an agent and make a press kit. Wow, exciting stuff. The one reviewer that got lumbered with the task of reviewing the Cheetah Girls wasn't best pleased with it, describing the gameplay as overly simplistic and repetitive. They did say that the animations were quite nice, but that was just about the only compliment they could pay to the game. Players' opinions weren't any higher, with one concluding their feedback with the words, "I hate you, Disney." Cheetah Girls? More like cheetah-in players out of their hard-earned dollary dues. Got 'em. Number 184. Cory in the House, 2008, DS. Not going to lie, up until right this second, I'd never heard of Cory in the House, and if the quality of his video game is anything to go by, I'm not sure I want to know any more about him. Cory is a teenager whose dad is employed as a chef at the White House, though the premise of the game has very little to do with this. After winning a contest, Cory begins producing bobbleheads of the President of the United States, but things go south when an evil toy maker gets hold of the bobbleheads and begins using them to possess the people of Washington, D.C. Controlling Cory, players must stealth their way around a variety of locales, including the White House, a school, and a mall, sneaking past the Secret Service as they do so. Cory's one and only video game outing was critically panned, with reviewers slating everything from the clunky controls and wonky stealth gameplay to the subpar graphics and the inclusion of a laugh track. Bizarrely, Cory in the House achieved meme status, and as such the game was reverse review bombed and is one of the highest user-rated DS games on Metacritic. I don't understand the internet sometimes. Number 183. Mickey's Memory Challenge, 1990, PC. You know how in the past we've whinged about studios taking regular tabletop games and turning them into unnecessary video games? Looking at you, Jenga World Tour! Well, get ready for another whinge, courtesy of Mickey's Memory Challenge, a game which is badged as a puzzler, though the only thing puzzling is why anyone thought this was a good idea for a video game. In Mickey's Memory Challenge, players are presented with face-down playing cards and must turn them over 2 at a time in order to find the matching pairs, which might be words, objects, or Disney characters. There are no timers, players get unlimited guesses, and there are seemingly no penalties for getting it wrong. You're just forced to play until all the cards match. Fun. Our research turned up only one review for Mickey's Memory Challenge, and it was not exactly kind, confirming what we'd expected all along. The video game did absolutely nothing that its cardboard counterpart didn't, and was really only appealing to very small children who were obsessed with Disney and had far too much pocket money on their hands. Ironically, Mickey's Memory Challenge is a game we'd all rather forget. Number 182. Disney Sports Skateboarding, 2002, PC and Game Boy Advance. I do the sports time gag here, but I'm not sure if skateboarding actually qualifies as a sport, so we'll err on the side of caution. It is in the Olympics, though. Don't worry, though. I'll yell at you soon. At the turn of the millennium, the youths were all about those kickflips, ollies, and manuels, thanks in large part to the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series of video games. Clearly, the House of Mouse also thought that they could get a slice of the no-comply pie, as evidenced by Disney Sports Skateboarding, though the results were less Tony Hawk and more, Terry Pigeon. There he is. Rad. Players take control of one of 6 Disney characters and wheel around an array of levels performing tricks, and if it sounds a lot to you like a game that rhymes with Schmony Schmorks Schmo Schmater, then you're absolutely right. The only difference is that much of the complexity and, by extension, the fun has been removed. Not only was Disney Sports Skateboarding a pale imitation of other better titles, it was also just a bad game. The controls were wonky, the graphics were choppy, and whilst the music wasn't bad, there were no bangers from the likes of Rage Against the Machine, Papa Roach, or Dead Kennedys. Now, a Disney skateboarding game with Nazi punks off on the soundtrack, that I would play. Number 181. That's So Raven, 2004, Game Boy Advance. If you were a youngster in the early 2000s and were lucky enough to have access to the Disney Channel, it's likely that you caught an episode or two of That's So Raven, a sitcom centering on the aforementioned Raven, a teenager with psychic abilities. The show was really quite good and won a boatload of awards. The video games based on the show, on the other hand, well, That's So Raven the video game has players helping Raven to make it through a series of typical days. She must navigate school and the mall, avoiding garbage and geeks as she goes. Wait, are the enemies in this game just nerdy kids? Jesus, Raven's a bully. Thankfully, it would seem that critics were just as unimpressed by Raven's dork-bashing ways as we are, as they absolutely slated the game. The gameplay wasn't frustrating, but it was repetitive, as were the environments. It was far too easy, even for children, and it was incredibly short with a runtime of just 3 hours. In fact, That's So Raven was so bad that one critic said it made him feel like not playing video games anymore. Poor guy. I hope he's been able to put this horrid experience behind him. Number 180, Doug's Big Game, 2000, Game Boy Color. If, like us here at Team TripleJump, you grew up in the 90s, then there's a very, very good chance that you watched at least an episode or two of Doug, the animated series that charted the escapades of its titular protagonist. The show ultimately wrapped up in 1999, and so obviously the logical time to release a video game tie-in was next year. Doug's Big Game is heavily based on the cartoon, with players joining Doug as he wanders about town in search of his crush, Patty. Whilst stalking the girl, Doug will occasionally imagine he's a superhero named Quail Man, and so players will have to fight a boss or clear a path. On Moby Games, Doug's Big Game is listed as a text adventure and shooter with RPG elements, and honestly, the resulting game was just as confused as it sounds. Unfortunately, its attempt at being a jack of all trades was what let it down, as it didn't nail any part of its overly complex formula. Dull, uninspired, and with a soundtrack that was enough to make players want to hack their own ears off with a spork, the only thing dug here was the game's own grave. That's good. Number 179, Gravity Falls Legend of the Gnome Gemulets, 2015, 3DS. We're sticking with TV show tie-ins for the moment and turning our attention to Gravity Falls Legend of the Gnome Gemulets, a game which isn't a patch on its source material. Developed by Ubisoft Osaka, Gravity Falls Legend of the Gnome Gemulets is a side-scrolling platformer in which players take control of show protagonists Dipper and Mabel, each of whom have different abilities. Furthermore, new items can be purchased from various merchants, which can help the duo to unlock areas that were inaccessible earlier in the game. As such, I suppose you could say that Legend of the Gnome Gemulets is something of a Metroidvania, though that would be an insult to both Metroid and Castlevania, so maybe not. The game's presentation garnered some praise from critics, as did the character's dialogue, but alas, neither of these things was enough to save it from mediocrity. Reviewers complained of tedious and repetitive gameplay and were also upset at the title's minuscule length, though, as we've said before, a bad game not being very long isn't necessarily a bad thing. You might have wasted some time playing it, but at least you didn't waste a lot of time. Basically, Legend of the Gnome Gemulets is a game that falls somewhat short. Like the name of the show. Number 178, Darkwing Duck, 1992, TG16. We come now to the first of two games on this list by the name of Darkwing Duck, though fortunately only this one is complete ploppers. This version, released for the TurboGrafx-16 in 1992, sees crime-fighting canard Darkwing Duck taking on Steelbeak, who has recruited a bunch of dangerous criminals to help him build the ultimate crime weapon. Really deep stuff, this. In order to put a stop to Steelbeak's plans, Darkwing must scour the city to find clues to the villain's location, which, thankfully, take the form of rather easy-to-find puzzle pieces. How thoughtful. Throughout the game, players must battle enemies by jumping on their heads and firing Darkwing's gas gun at them, alongside looking for the puzzle pieces which will help Darkwing to find Steelbeak. It's fair to say that no one was particularly impressed by the TurboGrafx-16 Darkwing Duck offering. Critics were quick to point out the game's many flaws, which included an uninspiring soundtrack, lackluster graphics, and multiple problems with the actual gameplay, such as useless weapons, Darkwing's inability to jump very high, and poor level design. Plus, the game was marred by bugs and glitches, so there was also that. Darkwing Duck, more like Darkwing Sucks, Gotham. Number 177, Donald Duck, 1988, Famicom. We come now to the first of several games on this list that's actually a reskin of another, so if Donald Duck for the Famicom isn't familiar to you, then maybe you'd have more luck recognizing Snoopy's Silly Sports Spectacular? No? Me neither. Based on alternative world games, which I admit I am also not familiar with, Donald Duck is comprised of a selection of sporting events including Olympic mainstays such as boot throwing, pizza balancing, and sack racing, with players controlling Donald as he competes in each. Now, full transparency, the only reviews we could find of this game were for the Snoopy version. However, since Donald Duck is just a reskin of Snoopy's Silly Sports Spectacular, we've assumed that the same criticism applies, and that criticism is thus. Reviewers were unimpressed by the events themselves, with the most praise that anyone could muster up being that they were inoffensive. Sadly, once one short playthrough was complete, the game really didn't have anything to offer players. Boring for anyone over the age of about 4 and severely lacking in content, Donald Duck was a complete waste of a good license, so it's probably for the best if it does an impression of a sack race and hurls itself into a bag and hops off into the distance. Number 176. Disney High School Musical 2 Work This Out, 2008, DS. I'm going to upset a few viewers now, so my apologies, but it's probably best to kick this entry off by saying that the High School Musical movies are not very good. So, our expectations weren't super duper high for any video game tie-ins, and yet we are still somehow disappointed by Disney High School Musical 2 Work This Out. According to Work This Out Wikipedia entry, the game is much different yet identical to High School Musical Making the Cut, and by that the author means... well, I have no idea, but in essence, Work This Out is a music and rhythm game where the aim is to win the Lava Springs Star Dazzle talent show, like what happens in the movie. Players get to control all 6 members of the movie's main cast, don't pretend you don't know their names, as they undertake a number of tasks from making sandwiches to picking up basketballs. What a talent! Garnering no review scores over 50 out of 100, it's fair to say that Work This Out was received rather poorly, with one critic even going as far as to say that at one point during the game's runtime it made them want to cry. The graphics and sound were top-notch, but the gameplay was dull and repetitive, and there was absolutely no plot to speak of. The only thing players were left to work out was how to get a refund. Number 175. Disney's Hide and Sneak, 2003, GameCube. Now, I can't speak for the entirety of gaming, but I don't think I've personally come across a game whose title has so little to do with its actual content as Disney's Hide and Sneak. Yes, it does indeed feature Disney characters, but based on our research, there seems to be a distinct lack of hiding and/or sneaking, so if you're expecting Mickey Gear Solid here, then you're about to be disappointed. Well, you're going to be disappointed anyway, but more so. Developed and published by Capcom, yes, that one, Disney's Hide and Sneak begins with Mickey and Minnie heading on a romantic picnic, only for it to be ruined when they discover an alien and it kidnaps one of them. Honestly, if I had a quid for every time that's happened to me. Badged as an action-adventure, but playing out more like a puzzle game, Disney's Hide and Sneak went down rather poorly with critics. The level design was derided for being bland, the lack of character dialogue was criticised, and players weren't best pleased by the fact that most of the puzzles were completely nonsensical. Perhaps for the best if you stick to the Resident Evils and Street Fighters in the future. Hey, Capcom? Number 174. Party Time with Winnie the Pooh, 2001. PlayStation and PC. Have you ever wanted to play Mario Party and asked your mum if you can swing by the game shop and get Mario Party and she tells you there's Mario Party at home? This is the Mario Party at home. In Party Time with Winnie the Pooh, or Pooh's Party Game in Search of the Treasure if you want to get North American about this, Tigger gets his head stuck in Pooh's honeypot, stop giggling in the back there, and upon being freed, discovers a treasure map has got stuck to his head. Then, because of some bull honky or other, Gopher ends up with the map stuck to him and he runs off, prompting Pooh and Co to go after him. The gameplay is very similar to that found in Mario Party. There's a board, players take turns trying to navigate said board, and after everyone's had a turn, there's a mini-game. And also they're bored. Deemed to be fine for kids who like Winnie the Pooh, but a dismal experience for anyone with a fully developed brain. Party Time with Winnie the Pooh did not do well in the review score department, basically because everything it attempted had been done better elsewhere. I suppose if you didn't have an N64 and desperately wanted to play a party game, it was fine, but that's about the biggest compliment we can pay it. Number 173. Jonas, 2009. DS. It would seem that everyone was getting their own game in the mid to late 2000s, as evidenced by Jonas, the Nintendo DS exclusive starring no one's favourite boy band. In Jonas, which is based on the Disney Channel original series of the same name, players take control of Joe, Nick, and the other one to help them navigate the trials and tribulations of everyday life. In the game's story mode, you must help the lads evade crazy fans. In minigame mode, you'll complete household tasks, and in performance mode, it's time to take to the stage and jam with the Jonas Brothers. The game's cel-shaded graphics were praised by one reviewer, but that was the only nice thing anyone had to say about Jonas. Unchallenging minigames, monotonous level design, and weak rhythm mechanics all made the game a hard sell even to the biggest of Jonas Brothers fans. It didn't even include very many of their songs, which I suppose could be a good or bad thing depending on who you ask, but to those who did like the band, it was a massive negative. One critic did give Jonas 75 out of 100, however, which leads us to question exactly who hurt them. Number 172, Hannah Montana, Rock Out the Show, 2009, PSP. In our Every Disney Movie Tie-In Ranked video, poor Miss Montana found herself occupying the very worst spot on our list. She may have avoided last place this time, but it's fair to say she's not exactly redeemed herself. In 2009, Sony released a special edition PSP especially for fans of Hannah Montana, and not only did they get an aesthetically pleasing sparkly lilac console, which I own, seriously, you're looking at my one right now, but it came with a free game. Bargain! Sadly, said game wasn't very good. Hannah Montana Rock Out the Show is a music and rhythm game in which players get to assume the role of Hannah and design dance routines and stage sets, as well as customizing her outfits before taking to the stage and rocking out the show. Critics struggled to praise the game, citing its short length and insulting lack of challenge as reasons they were unable to recommend it to the general public. Die-hard Hannah Montana fans would undoubtedly have enjoyed the selection of songs included with the game and would have probably just gotten a kick out of being in the digital presence of their idol, but once the novelty of that had worn off, it's unlikely they'd have gone back to it. Number 171, Disney Princess Enchanted Journey, 2007. Wii, PC, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3. Grab your ball gowns and tiaras because we're off to see the princesses! What do you mean you've left your tiara at home? What is this, amateur hour? Get it together, Matthews. Even if you're not big on Disney, we'd venture that you're likely familiar with the Disney Princesses, a group of 13 female characters, as their faces have been splashed on all manner of merchandise over the years, and they've been featured in films, comics, theme parks, and of course, video games. Disney Princess Enchanted Journey is the first to find its way onto today's list, and I'm sure you can guess from its position that it wasn't exactly a crown jewel. In Disney Princess Enchanted Journey, players create their very own character and then travel to the castles of Ariel, Jasmine, Cinderella, and Snow White in order to defeat bog monsters unleashed by evil ex-Princess Zara. The words cash grab were bandied around a lot in regards to Enchanted Journey, with critics admonishing the game's overly simple gameplay mechanics, which boiled down to a few insultingly easy mini-games, and the unsightly graphics and lazy animations. I suppose it's fair to say that Enchanted Journey was less a princess and more an ugly stepsister then. Number 170, Disney's Party, 2002, GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Well, if it isn't another Mario Party clone without shame. Hell, this one was even published by Hudson Soft, the very same studio that developed Mario Party between 1998 and 2007. Talk about copying your own homework. Admittedly, Disney's Party is slightly better than the Winnie the Pooh offering that we just looked at, though that's like saying that having one tooth pulled out without anesthetic is better than having 5 teeth pulled out without anesthetic. Yes, it's preferable, but you still probably wouldn't choose to do it. Or maybe you would. I'm not here to kink shame. The premise is a familiar one. Pick a fan favorite character, traverse a game board, and play mini-games, tale as old as time. Some reviewers did enjoy the mini-games and admitted that young Disney fans would probably have a good time with Disney's Party. Still, most came to the same conclusion. Disney's Party was nothing more than a low-quality Mario Party rip-off that failed to retain the magic of its license. Perhaps it would have been more fun if they'd remembered to slip some vodka into the punch, though I'm not sure if Mickey Mouse would be on board with such tomfoolery. Number 169, Turbo Nice, Disney Sing It, 2008, Wii, PC, PS2, PS3, and Xbox 360. There were some concerns when we began researching this list that roughly half of the entries would consist of Sing It titles, but thankfully, that particular market is less saturated than we'd feared. Disney Sing It, which released in 2008 for a variety of platforms, is a karaoke game that can be played with a group of friends or alone, though if you're playing Disney Sing It by yourself, we might suggest some sort of therapy. The game features songs from a plethora of Disney-adjacent artists like Miley Cyrus and the Jonas Brothers, as well as tracks from Disney Channel shows and movies including High School Musical, Camp Rock, and Hannah Montana. Additionally, the game comes with a singing lessons mode where less musically inclined players can hone their craft with High School Musical actress Alicia Rulin. Wow. Whether or not critics were impressed by the song choices on offer really depended on their musical taste, with some enjoying the track list while others bemoaned it. Alas, whether the songs were to your taste or not, Disney Sing It had some fundamental gameplay flaws, namely that the pitch sung by the player often didn't match up with what was on screen, even if they were note perfect. Though, let's face it, most players wouldn't have been anyway. Number 168, Mickey Mousecapade, 1987, NES. We're not sure how, but 1987's Mickey Mousecapade ended up making IGN's list of the 100 greatest NES games of all time, placing at number 86, so we can assume one of two things. One, the other 1,300-odd games that didn't make the list or were placed below Mickey Mousecapade were utter tosh, or two, the person in charge of the list had an aneurysm the day they compiled it. Either way, Mickey Mousecapade isn't very good. Released in Japan as Mickey Mouse Adventures in Wonderland, Mickey Mousecapade is a 2D platformer in which the titular mouse and his lady love Minnie travel through an array of different environments with the end goal of rescuing Alice of Alice in Wonderland fame, though in the North American version, she's vaguely referred to as a friend, despite actually appearing in the final cutscene. Weird. Most critics were fairly aligned in their judgment of Mickey Mousecapade. They thought of it as a fine but short platformer with okay visuals that really couldn't measure up to the other, far superior platformers available at the time. It did mark the beginning of Capcom's relationship with Disney though, so I suppose that's something, at least. Number 167, Mickey's Safari in Letterland, 1993, NES. We almost ended up excluding Mickey's Safari in Letterland, as our writer mistakenly assumed that it was solely an edutainment title based on its name. Thankfully, we forced her to go over the list with a fine-tooth comb, and while she might have lost some of her sanity in the process, it's ensured that we've not missed gems like this one off our list. Don't worry, Kat, the men in white coats will be here any minute now to take you away. Mickey's Safari in Letterland is sort of educational, but it is primarily a platformer, with players expected to traverse each level as Mickey, avoiding enemies and collecting gems as they go. Each gem contains a letter, and collecting 3 spells a simple word. At the end of the level, you'll collect a stone tablet onto which Goofy prints a letter, and the overall aim is to collect all 26 to complete the alphabet. Regrettably, the good folks responsible for this one put too much energy into the educational part of the game and not enough into the platforming, and so although platforming was at the forefront, it wasn't exactly fun. Far too simplistic and offering little in the way of challenge, Mickey's Safari in Letterland might have entertained the toddler in your life, but that is about all it was capable of. Number 166, Phineas and Ferb Quest for Cool Stuff, 2013, Wii, Wii U, DS, 3DS, and Xbox 360. I'll be honest, I didn't think that by number 166 on this list we'd have already had 2 Metroidvanias amongst our entries, but I suppose these lists are nothing if not surprising. In Phineas and Ferb Quest for Cool Stuff, the aim is to seek out a load of treasure by completing platforming levels as the show's various characters. Should an area be inaccessible at first, players can upgrade their equipment further down the line and come back to it later on. We'll start with the positives, or rather, positive singular. The show's humour was present throughout the game, so if you were a Phineas and Ferb fan and had never played a video game before, you might have enjoyed Quest for Cool Stuff. However, if you had played a video game before, you probably wouldn't have gotten much out of it. The gameplay was considered far too simplistic and the puzzles too straightforward, plus the controls were janky as heck. To add insult to injury, Quest for Cool Stuff cost a whopping $40 upon release, which was a decent chunk of change at the time for a game that was, at best, a mediocre platformer and at worst, an insult to the good name of Metroidvania. Number 165, Lizzie McGuire On The Go, 2003, Game Boy Advance. You'd think that making your skill set nice and varied would be a good thing, and under normal circumstances, you'd be right. Sadly though, when video games try to be multiple things, it doesn't always pay off, and Lizzie McGuire On The Go is a great example of this. Lizzie's first foray into the world of video games was Lizzie McGuire On The Go, a title that was part game, part PDA, which for reference young folk were sort of the precursors to smartphones and allowed users to keep track of their schedule, send emails, and other super important things that adults needed to do. There were a number of minigames included, as well as platforming sections, plus features such as a class scheduler, address book, and an application that told players their horoscopes. We were only able to find 2 professional reviews for this title, and neither were particularly detailed, but from what we were able to glean, Lizzie McGuire on the Go was a bit of a jack of all trades but a master of none. The minigames were varied but lackluster and lacking challenge, the platforming was tedious and didn't have a save function, and the PDA was fine but probably not the sort of thing that would be top of any child's Christmas list. Number 164, That's So Raven 2 Supernatural Style, 2005. Game Boy Advance. Hang on, I think I'm getting a premonition. 1 second. The spirits are telling me that That's So Raven 2 Supernatural Style is not very good. Wow. I amaze even myself sometimes. Indeed, although it got a marginally better average review score from critics than its predecessor, That's So Raven 2 Supernatural Style wasn't exactly an Ocarina of Time caliber gaming experience. Across 20 levels, players must collect accessories to ensure that Raven can complete her clothing collection in time to show it on the runway at an upcoming fashion show. Additionally, Raven's visions provide clues to the locations of disguises which can then be used to access secret areas. Bit of Metroidvania in my Raven, I see. The game's story was thought to be semi-interesting by critics, and they didn't hate the number of collectibles that were on offer, but on the whole, Supernatural Style was something of a fashion faux pas. The puzzles were pants, the level design passé, and to top it all off, it was buggy and glitchy as all heck. It's probably safe to say that Anna Wintour wouldn't have been impressed. In fairness though, I don't think she's impressed by all that much. Number 163, Arachnophobia, 1991. PC. Hang on. Arachnophobia? That doesn't sound very Disney. Hold on, let me just... Yeah. Hello, writer. Yes, you put Arachnophobia on this list of Disney games. The film was produced by a subsidiary of Walt Disney Studios, you say? Game published by Disney Software, you say? And the critics said what? To shreds, you say. Indeed, despite not being anything like the games we've seen so far on this list, Arachnophobia is a Disney game. Like the film, the game's plot revolves around a vicious breed of venomous spiders that is inadvertently introduced to California and the resulting deadly fallout. Players assume the role of an exterminator tasked with ridding a number of towns of their 8-legged problems by way of bug spray, bug bombs, and flamethrower, as well as destroying egg sacs and rescuing civilians. Some dark humour saved Arachnophobia from being a complete waste of time, but on the whole it wasn't particularly well received. Most reviewers agreed that setting fire to hostile arachnids was fun to begin with, but it soon became tedious, especially considering that the game didn't have much else to offer. Clearly, Arachnophobia is Latin for fear of creating an exciting video game. Number 162, Disney's Magical Mirror, starring Mickey Mouse, 2002, GameCube. Right, if your skin's finished crawling, we'll move on to the next entry, and thankfully, there's nary a spider in sight. Disney's Magical Mirror starring Mickey Mouse is another Capcom-developed offering, only this one's a point-and-click adventure for the GameCube. Plot-wise, the game sees everyone's favourite red-trousered mouse getting trapped in a mirror world thanks to the actions of a mischievous ghost, and he must explore a spooky mansion in order to try and escape, and as I'm reading this, I'm realising that the whole exploring a big creepy house thing was probably inspired by Resident Evil. Don't quote me on that, though. The gameplay simply involves guiding Mickey around the mansion, collecting stars, no, not those ones, in order to activate certain objects and locating all of the pieces of the magic mirror to allow the hapless rodent to escape. Critics' main issue with Magic Mirror was the fact that it was sort of half game, half cartoon, but never succeeded at being either. The cutscenes were far too long, meaning that players were forced to sit for ages before getting the opportunity to interact with the game, and the actual gameplay was mind-numbingly simple. Admittedly, you might have scarred them for life, but if your kiddos were after a mansion-exploring title with puzzles, you'd have been much better off plopping them down in front of Resident Evil. Therapy's not all that expensive, right? Number 161, Disney Sports Basketball, 2002, GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! I've played a basketball game before, but I've never played a Disney basketball game before, so I'm going to give this everything I've got. In Disney Sports Basketball, players take part in 3-on-3 basketball matches controlling teams of fan-favourite Disney characters. pass, dribble, shoot. There really isn't all that much to it. It is basketball, but if you're expecting NBA Jam, you're going to be sorely disappointed. And sorely disappointed, most players were, with critics calling Disney Sports Basketball slow, uneventful, uninspired, repetitive, and downright boring. Furthermore, they found the controls, particularly the passing and player switching schemes, to be unnecessarily complex for what really was quite a simple game, making it inaccessible for younger players and yawn-worthy for older ones. The Game Boy Advance version of Disney Sports Basketball actually did okay with reviewers who praised it as a decent rendition of 2-on-2 basketball, but since this list is already going to be several hours long and the Game Boy Advance version wasn't all that different from the GameCube version, the two are getting lumped together, okay? If you're mad about it, go ahead and click that subscribe button. That'll really show us. Number 160, The Rocketeer, 1991, SNES and PC. Released in 1991, The Rocketeer is an okay superhero movie set in 1938 about a stunt pilot who finds a rocket pack and uses it to carry out an array of good deeds, all whilst hunted by Nazis who stole the jetpack initially. The Rocketeer for the SNES and PC is an action video game with a very similar premise in which players control Cliff the stunt pilot across levels that mimic sequences from the film. Race a plane, participate in a shootout in a warehouse, and do a bit of hand-to-hand combat on top of a blimp. The Rocketeer sounds very exciting, however those who have had the misfortune of playing it will be quick to clarify that it is not. Review scores for this one varied wildly from a soaring 84% to an abysmal 8%, though most floated around the halfway mark. The majority of critics much preferred the film and the comics it was based on to the video game, citing a failure on the part of the developers to capture the excitement of the movie, the irritating soundtrack, and monotonous levels as reasons not to play. With that said, most did comment on how nice the graphics were though, so it wasn't all bad. You know what else looked nice but wasn't a complete snooze fest though? The Rocketeer comics. Go and read those instead. Number 159, Gargoyles Remastered, 2023, Switch, PC, PS4, Xbox One, and Xbox Series. We come now to one of the most recent games on today's list, Gargoyles Remastered, which released in 2023. As the continued existence of our worst games of X year lists continue to prove, however, just because a game is modern doesn't mean it's good. In fact, it turns out that just because the original version of a game was good, it doesn't follow that the remake will be, as is evidenced by Gargoyles Remastered, because, not to spoil anything, but we won't be seeing gargoyles for a very, very long time. Based on the TV show of the same name, Gargoyles Remastered is a slightly shinied up version of the 1995 Sega Mega Drive original, also of the same name, and focuses on protagonist Goliath as he tries to put an end to the Eye of Odin, a magical talisman with the ability to transform whoever possesses it. There were myriad issues with the remaster. Despite being almost 30 years newer, the game somehow looked worse than the original. The collision detection was hit and miss, and difficulty spikes and dull combat just added to the frustration. Yes, the latter problems were present in the original, but Remastered had the opportunity to correct its predecessor's shortfalls but failed to do so, making it just an uglier and less competent version of a retro classic. Number 158, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Tipton Trouble, 2006. DS. No, we didn't mess up. There are indeed two Sweet Life video games with nearly identical titles. The first being The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody Tipton Caper, which was one of our unrankables, and the second being The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody Tipton Trouble. See the distinction? Tipton Trouble is a 3D action platformer in which twins Zack and Cody must get rid of aliens and ghosts that have taken up residence in the hotel in which they live, because they certainly are qualified. Each of the twins is controlled separately by the player, with Cody able to shoot projectiles from a vacuum cleaner, whilst Zack makes use of the most essential of ghost hunting tools, a skateboard. Once again, we find ourselves with few reviews to draw from, as only 2 publications reviewed Tipton Trouble and neither were overly impressed. It was noted that young players would probably enjoy the tie-in purely by virtue of it having Zack and Cody in it, but issues with collision detection, unresponsive controls, and generic sound effects and music severely held the game back. I think the trouble in question might have been whatever silliness the devs were pulling when they created this game. Number 157, American Dragon Jake Long, Rise of the Hunts Clan, 2006. Game Boy Advance. If I told you that there's a game out there that stars a child who's able to turn into a dragon at will and uses said power to protect mythical creatures such as mermaids and leprechauns from hunters, you'd probably be quite excited. Such a game does exist. However, it's American Dragon Jake Long Rise of the Hunts Clan, and it's really not very good, so sorry about that. In this side-scrolling beat-em-up, players control Jake Long as he battles trolls, imps, harpies and the like and attempts to put a stop to the evil Hunts clan, an organisation hell-bent on eradicating magical creatures. Along the way, Jake can collect orbs which power up his focus meter, and once it's full, he's able to transform into the American Dragon, not that one, and take out his foes with a powerful breath weapon and fire attacks. The biggest issue with Rise of the Hunts clan was that it was just so basic, which really is an achievement when you consider how exciting the premise sounds. From a technical perspective, it was functional, but its linearity and the cruddy enemy AI didn't sit well with critics. There probably was a good game in there somewhere, but unfortunately, players were left Jake longing for a better title. Number 156, Cars Toon Mater's Tall Tales, 2010. Wii and PC. This one almost ended up on the unrankables pile, but after days and days of arduous research, also known as a cursory Google, we were able to find a couple of folks who had cast their critical eye. Though some would argue based on the quality of Cars Toon Mater's Tall Tales that effort was wasted all around. Suitable for up to 4 players, as long as those players don't have a collective IQ of more than about 12, Cars Toon Mater's Tall Tales is a minigame collection based not upon the movie Cars, but Cars Toons, a collection of animated shorts. I bring this up because it's probably the most interesting thing about the title, considering that the minigames themselves are about as pedestrian as it gets, which is, I suppose, a little ironic for a game about cars. Critics did note that the minigames, of which there were about 30, were nice and diverse, but were sadly all variations on things players would have seen before. Plus, they were all insultingly easy. Fine for the little uns, not so fine for everyone else. The Wii version of Mater's Tall Tales also caught flack due to its slightly wonky implementation of its motion controls, though in fairness, saying Wii controls were dodgy is like saying water is wet, so can we really hold that against it? Yes. Number 155, Goofy's Hysterical History Tour, 1993, Mega Drive. Mickey Mouse's dog pal Goofy might just be the best example of nominative determinism because oh boy does that guy get up to some shenanigans. In Goofy's Hysterical History Tour, our friend has gotten himself a job as a janitor at the Ludwig von Drake History Museum. Being Goofy though, things soon go awry and his arch nemesis Pete begins causing problems by sabotaging the museum's exhibits, leaving poor old Goof to sort out this sorry mess. Platforming is the order of the day here, and so players need to guide Goofy through a range of historical levels, from prehistoric times to the Wild West, collecting pieces of the exhibits as they go and defeating Pete's henchmen through the strategic use of the extendo hand before ultimately facing off against Pete himself. The premise had potential, but alas, the execution was way off. Critics complained of the bland graphics, wonky controls, and a dull storyline, all of which came to make a game that wasn't worthy of its license. You might well experience the titular hysteria playing this one, but I can almost guarantee it won't be of a type that you'd enjoy. Number 154, Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, 1990, NES. If you've been to a Disney theme park, you'll know that the House of Mouse put a great deal of effort into making sure that all guests' experiences are magical. No matter which park you're in, you know that everyone from the Imagineers to the cast members will all be striving to ensure that you have the best possible time. It's a shame then that the same amount of love wasn't put into Adventures in the Magic Kingdom for the NES. After Goofy misplaces the golden key to Cinderella's castle, Mickey asks for the help of the nameless protagonist, whom he tasks with locating 6 silver keys that will open the gate in the gold one's stead. Players must complete 5 different stages modelled after rides in Disney parks, 2 of which are top-down vehicle-based affairs, 2 of which are side-scrollers, and 1 that's a first-person space-themed level, plus a bonus trivia stage. Adventures in Magic Kingdom's main issue was the fact that it felt like several short games slapped together rather than one coherent package. There was some good in there, absolutely, and with a bit more TLC it could have been a decent game, but alas, it wound up being just another unoriginal, slightly buggy adventure title. Number 153, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, 2000, Game Boy Color, PC, PlayStation, and Dreamcast. When you think of British studio Traveller's Tales, your mind will likely go to the slew of brilliant LEGO games they've developed since 2005. It's probably for the best, because Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, which was based on the animated TV show of the same name, was not their finest hour. As one would likely assume, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command has players control everyone's favourite space ranger who embarks on a series of platforming missions in order to take down villains on various planets. In each level, he must race a wrong-un and then do battle, and throughout each stage, coins can be collected which can then be spent on numerous upgrades. Sounds good in theory, not so great in practice. The sound, music and voice acting did garner some praise from critics, however these things weren't enough to save Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, as it had myriad problems in other areas. A camera that players constantly felt they were battling against, none of Buzz's iconic wit, and a serious lack of genre cohesion meant that journalists were reluctant to recommend the game to anyone but the most die-hard of Toy Story fans. Still, at least it didn't star alleged racist Tim Allen, so that's a point in its favour. Number 152, Disney Princess Magic Jewels, 2007. DS. We've got another visit from the Disney princesses now, and this time they want to show you their magic jewels. Stop laughing. Like in Disney Princess Enchanted Journey, Disney Princess Magical Jewels players sadly don't get to control one of their favourite princesses and are instead thrown into the shoes of Sprite, a guardian of the Golden Castle in the enchanted Kingdom of Kindness. I might vomit. It's up to Sprite to gather magical jewel fragments from the worlds of Cinderella, Belle, Snow White and Aurora in order to restore the kingdom's magical power before the evil Ice Queen can steal the shards for herself. The side-scroller has gamers fly through levels and knock shards to the ground, then guide the princess to their location. Seems like Sprite could cut out the middleman by just fetching them herself, but hey, what do I know? The game looked very nice, and if you were a child who loved princesses, it would have likely been entertaining, but unfortunately, repetitive gameplay with little in the way of variety meant that it really wasn't worth the cost of admission for the vast majority of players. Number 151, Hannah Montana, 2006, DS. If I'd been asked to guess the premise of Hannah Montana the video game, I'd have taken several stabs, for example, venue problems, too many sequins, or some sort of wig emergency before I'd reached literal blackmail in my list of potential plot lines. This is exactly what happens in Hannah's 2006 DS title, however. Someone finds out that Miley is Hannah and threatens to tell the world, leaving Miley and her best friend Lily to undertake an investigation and prevent her true identity from being exposed. Controlling Miley, players need to investigate different locations, such as the school, boardwalk, and stadium, in order to collect clues and work out who is blackmailing Miley, how they found out who she is, and why they're doing this. From a presentation perspective, the devs nailed Hannah Montana. The graphics were cute and colourful, and the soundtrack, which featured a number of Hannah's songs, was perfectly in keeping. What let the game down, though, was a serious lack of content. Considering that the game's blurb boasted that players could engage in gadgetry, you'd expect there to be a veritable Batcave of the things, but the title featured just 2. Plus, with only 3 episodes, it was incredibly short. If only real blackmail was so quick to resolve. Peter?
Number 150, Disney Camp Rock The Final Jam, 2010, DS. Hang on a minute, there's a second Camp Rock movie? Why didn't anyone tell me this? I've been missing out all these years. Camp Rock 2, The Final Jam, is the sequel to 2008's Camp Rock, and sees Mitchie and pals returning to camp only to find a rival camp has opened across the street, threatening the future of their beloved summer getaway. Disney Camp Rock The Final Jam, released exclusively for the DS in 2010, follows a similar premise, and it's down to players to win the ultimate summer camp showdown by using the DS's stylus to play along to songs from both Camp Rock movies. The game's main selling point was the fact that players could rock out to their favourite songs from the Camp Rock films, but for some reason, despite there being the best part of 30 different songs on the film soundtracks, the game only included 7, which was a shame because the game did work as it should have done, but everyone just got sick of hearing the same few songs over and over again. Now, you wouldn't normally catch me asking for a piece of media to feature more Jonas Brothers, but on this occasion, I am willing to make an exception. Number 149, High School Musical Sing It, 2007, Wii, DS, and PS2. Now, I know this list is starting to feel like a bit of a slog, but just remember, we're all in this together, so get your head in the game because you can bet on it that we'll be done soon and we'll be breaking free of this whole mess. Not gonna lie, that did not feel good to say, and I apologize sincerely. High School Musical Sing It is another one of those games that's a bit like Ronseal. It does exactly what it says on the tin. Players pick up the microphone and sing along to tunes from the first 2 High School Musical movies, plus a few additional tracks from various Disney Channel stars. There's also a story mode included, in which players take part in the events of the first film, but from Kelsey's perspective rather than Troy and Gabriella's. Personally, I'd have preferred Ryan's take on things, but hey, that's just me. The critical response to this one was, somewhat unsurprisingly, rather mixed, and whilst those who played it agreed that there was a little fun to be had, even if you weren't a fan of the films, a lack of different modes and the game's short length, plus middling graphics, prevented it from achieving greatness. It seems like the devs might have stuck to the status quo a little too hard. Okay, I'm done with that now, sorry. Number 148, Disney Sports Motocross, 2003, Game Boy Advance. We've got a spot of racing for you now, thanks to Disney Sports Motocross, a game in which Mickey and pals take up a hobby that's presumably every parent's worst nightmare: racing dirt bikes. Ooh. Disney Sports Motocross sees Mickey and the gang taking up the noble sport of motorcycle racing, and across 6 different courses, fans can get in on all of the action, collecting points, gems, and motorbike parts as they go. With 6 different modes, a wide range of tricks and stunts, and a multiplayer mode, Disney Sports Motocross is fun for the whole family, or so the back of the box would have you believe. As a motorbike racing game, Disney Sports Motocross wasn't actually all that bad, but the issue was that it barely felt like a Disney title. The characters were present in image only, as none of their personalities or even voices made it to the final product. Furthermore, the gameplay lacked depth, which might have been forgivable if it had been more Disney, and the player's experience suffered thanks to a wonky camera. Anyone receiving a copy of this would have been cross, alright, but I don't think it would have been of the Moto variety. Number 147, Home Improvement Power Tool Pursuit, 1994, SNES. Oh good, another game associated with potential anti-Semite Tim Allen. We love to see it. To be clear, we do not love to see it. Home Improvement Power Tool Pursuit, a game whose title I am forced to shout thanks to its exclamation mark, is based on the sitcom Home Improvement. As protagonist Tim Taylor goes to unveil his new line of power tools, he finds they've been taken, and across multiple platform levels, you must fight dinosaurs, mummies, and robots in order to... Hang on, have I got 2 pages of the script stuck together, or is it... Oh no, that is actually what happens. You fight monsters in this game to recover power tools. Ha, you couldn't make it up. Well, I suppose you could, because someone did, but, that's not the point. Since its release, Power Tool Pursuit has appeared on a number of weirdest games lists, owing to its incredibly strange premise. Regrettably though, its bizarreness was the only thing about it that stood out, and critics were quick to lambast the awkward controls, lack of humour from the show, and dull gameplay. Thankfully though, this is another one that did not include the voice of convicted drug smuggler Tim Allen, though it did feature his likeness, so no bonus points from us. Number 146, Disney Sports Snowboarding, 2003, Game Boy Advance. I've just had a DM from Ben that says, "Oh yeah, here we go sports time," so take that as read, please. Did you ever play SSX Tricky and wish that it starred all of your favourite Disney characters but wasn't as good? Well, you're in luck, because in 2003, Konami released Disney Sports Snowboarding, which was just like the SSX series, but kind of naff. In Disney Sports Snowboarding, players choose from one of 6 characters, either Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy, Pete, or Chip and Dale, who, for those wondering, both operate one snowboard, before hitting the slopes and doing some cool tricks. Emphasis on the word cool, because, snow. Most reviewers gave Disney Sports Snowboarding a somewhat tepid response. Some critics enjoyed the graphics and the gameplay, at least initially, but soon got bored with the game as it didn't really have all that much to offer, especially compared to other extreme sports titles on the market at the time. This could have been partially down to the processing power of the Game Boy Advance, but when one brings to mind Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2's offering, one is suddenly a bit less willing to blame the handheld for Disney Sports Snowboarding's transgressions. One reviewer from Nintendo World Report did say that Disney Sports Snowboarding isn't a great game, but at least it's an improvement on Konami's predecessors in the series, which is not exactly a glowing review, but improvement is a good word in and of itself, I suppose. Number 145, PK Out of the Shadows, 2002, GameCube and PS2. Donald Duck is back again, but sadly this offering isn't a great deal better than those we've already looked at. PK Out of the Shadows, or Donald Duck PK if you want to get European about this, sees angry quacker Donald dreaming about becoming a superhero called PK, only for his training to be cut short when Evronians attack Earth and he's somewhat thrown in at the deep end. Although being in the deep end probably isn't too much of an issue for him, to be honest. He's a duck after all, so he can float. A 3D action platformer, PK Out of the Shadows has players navigating levels to reach checkpoints, blasting enemies with PK's X-Transformer weapon as they go. Additionally, they must find and rescue a whopping 40 captured scientists in order to access the final mothership levels, and if they don't find each one within the time limit, they'll be forced to try again. The cel-shaded graphics were appreciated by some players, but repetitive gameplay, buggy enemy AI, and a serious lack of challenge really let the game down. If the market hadn't already been so saturated with 3D platformers by 2002, with the likes of Super Mario Sunshine, Ratchet & Clank, and Jak and Daxter having stolen the gaming public's hearts, then PK Out of the Shadows might have been better received. As it stands though, this one is better off staying in the shadows, we think. Maybe it can hang out with the Rasmus or something. Number 144, Winnie the Pooh in the 100-Acre Wood, 1984, PC. We do always feel a bit bad about dunking on older games. After all, the technology was extremely limiting back in the 80s, so there was only so much that developers could do to make their offerings great. Still, even with the caveat that it's 40 years old by this point, Winnie the Pooh in the 100-Acre Wood is not a great game regardless. That classic video game enemy, wind, has reared its ugly head in the 100-Acre Wood and swept off a load of the Pooh Gang's most treasured belongings, and it's up to us to help retrieve the items. To make things harder, you can only carry one thing at a time, and every so often, more wind and/or Tigger will show up to scatter the things you haven't collected. The gameplay is simple. Players select commands from a load of options using north, south, east, and west buttons to navigate the woods, and then choosing more specific options when prompted. Too slow for young children, and too easy for older ones and adults, Winnie the Pooh in the 100-Acre Wood wasn't exactly a hit with critics. If you were below the age of 3 and really enjoyed a good Winnie the Pooh reference and bright, colourful graphics, then you'd probably have some fun here, but for everyone else, the game was simply a bit rubbish. Number 143, Lizzie McGuire 2, Lizzie Diaries, 2004, Game Boy Advance. Okay, dear diary, it's been 84 years since we started work on this video and the end is still not in sight. I'm beginning to think we might not survive this one. Sorry, the title of this entry reminded me I needed to update my journal. I'm sure you'll be delighted to hear that, according to critics at least, Lizzie McGuire's second attempt at making a video game was slightly better than the first, though it still wasn't what you'd call good. In Lizzie McGuire 2 Lizzie Diaries, the aim is to help Lizzie navigate platforming levels in order to collect diaries that are scattered about the place whilst avoiding the cheerleaders out to ruin her day. Lizzie Diaries did do slightly better with critics than its predecessor, but not by very much. There was some variation in the levels, which at least kept things vaguely exciting, and the graphics and sound were fitting, but sluggish controls made the whole thing a slog to get through. That said, there was only roughly an hour of gameplay on offer, so even though it was a slog, at least it wasn't a particularly long one. And that's the best bad thing I can say about this title. Number 142, Wizards of Waverly Place, 2009, DS. Fun fact, despite our youthful good looks, we were a little too old to enjoy Wizards of Waverly Place, which debuted in 2007. Yes, we know we look so young, but it's true. Plenty of kiddos weren't too old to enjoy the Selena Gomez-fronted show, however, Ashton Matthews probably being one of them, and its popularity meant one thing and one thing only: a bad video game for the DS. Unlike many other Plops licensed DS games though, Wizards of Waverly Place is an adventure title rather than a platformer, so it gets a few points from us just for that. The story sees Alex, Max, and Justin, the siblings from the show, trying to put things right after Alex buys a magical bracelet that ends up freezing people. Players traverse a number of locations they'll recognize from the show and can cast spells by drawing shapes on the DS's touchpad. The game's graphics and overall atmosphere captured the spirit of the sitcom, but regrettably, the gameplay was too simplistic and not all that engaging, especially for older players. Critics thought there was potential for a good game in there somewhere, but in the end, Wizards of Waverly Place ended up being nothing more than a whole bunch of missed opportunities. Definitely more of a Job Bluth than a Harry Houdini. Number 141, Disney Sports Football, 2002, GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Now, before you start doing your best impression of a Millwall fan, i.e. finding the nearest person not wearing a Millwall shirt and headbutting them, this is American football. Disney Sports Football, which was released exclusively on Nintendo systems in 2002, gives House of Mouse fans the opportunity they've been waiting their whole lives for, to see beloved mascots potentially brain themselves and others, all in the name of sports. This isn't your dad's American football though, no siree. This is Disney American football, and that means that your holders, tight ends, and wide receivers, can you stop giggling back there, can benefit from a little bit of magic. Run faster, generate a shield, knock an opponent out of the way, it's all possible with steroids. Magic, it's all possible with magic is what I meant to say. The main issue critics had with Disney Sports Football was that it didn't really know what it wanted to be. It was aimed at small children, but still retained many of the mechanics found in American football games aimed at adults, though not enough of them to make it worth recommending to adults over, say, Madden NFL 2003. In trying to be a jack of all trades, Disney Sports Football wound up being a master of none. Number 140, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers: The Adventures in Nimnall's Castle, 1990, PC. If you can't tell the difference between Chip and Dale, then you're not alone, and sadly, this next entry on our list is going to be of very little help resolving that problem. One wears a t-shirt, one wears a hat and jacket, and neither would be welcome in civilized society due to their lack of trousers, but that's all I can tell you. I still don't know which is which. 1990's Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers: The Adventures in Nimnall's Castle is badged as a platformer, but is really more of a puzzler. In the game, the eponymous chipmunks must infiltrate Nimnall's castle to save their friend, Monterey Jack, who's caught in a mousetrap. Reviews for this one were incredibly hard to come by, and what we did find was somewhat middling. The game's puzzle elements were criticized for being far too simplistic, meaning no one except the youngest of kiddos would have gotten anything out of the experience. It controlled fine, but was on the slow side, and whilst most of the graphics were okay for the time, Chip 'n Dale themselves often got lost in the sea of reds and browns that made up much of the game's colour palette. So now, not only can you not tell the two from each other, you can't even differentiate them from a pile of dirt. Number 139, Mickey's Ultimate Challenge, 1994, SNES, Game Boy, Master System, Mega Drive, and Game Gear. We're staying in Platform Puzzler Town for a bit and turning our attention to Mickey's Ultimate Challenge, the first game on our list that can be played on that Sega Game Gear that you definitely own. Right? The premise of this one is thus. Your boy Mickey Mouse is sat reading fairy tales in bed one evening when he starts daydreaming about how fun it would be to live in a fantasy world. Bless that little naive mouse. Watch Game of Thrones, pal, and you'll soon change your mind. Anyway, Mickey soon falls asleep and dreams of trouble in Beanswick, where there's a strange, unidentified rumbling above the castle. And who is more qualified to diagnose inexplicable rumbling than Michael Theodore Mouse? Throughout the game, players must navigate Mickey from room to room in a castle, completing puzzles in order to collect magic beans and various other items. Honestly, what with all these beans and rumblings, I'm starting to think that whoever wrote this game did so with a tummy ache. Mickey's Ultimate Challenge got something of a mixed response from professional reviews, who were quick to point out, well, its lack of ultimate challenge, which is somewhat ironic. Entertaining enough for very small children, but offering very little for older players, the ultimate challenge here is actually just trying to stay awake long enough to complete the darn thing. If you do drop off, just try not to dream of magic beans, yeah? Number 138, Cars Race-O-Rama, 2009, Wii, DS, PS2, PS3, PSP, and Xbox 360. Vroom vroom, mother flippers! Rev those engines and put the pedal to the metal, which doesn't really work in a British accent, because it's time for a bit of racing fun, courtesy of most people's least favourite Pixar franchise. Never mind. Hitting shelves in 2009, Cars Race-O-Rama puts you behind the wheel of Lightning McQueen and asks you to explore 5 non-linear open worlds in which you can participate in a number of race types, such as circuit, 1v1 or point-to-point, and even enter a Mario Kart-like event called Guido Kart. Hang on a minute, isn't Guido a derogatory term? Right, that's it, Cars is cancelled. Along the way, players can upgrade McQueen, giving him shiny new bumpers, bonnets, and spoilers, and even change his paintwork and wheels. Exciting stuff, I'm sure you'll agree. Another offering with mixed reception, Cars Race-O-Rama was thought to be an okay-ish racing title for the Wii ones, but didn't have much else going on under the bonnet. The game was praised for its characters and the level of customization on offer, but was chastised for its dull mini-games, lackluster level design, and hefty price tag that led some to feel it was nothing more than a soulless cash grab. I'm not sure how that can be true though, because cars don't have any hands, so how are they going to grab your cash? Think it through. Number 137, Winnie the Pooh's Rumbly Tumbly Adventure, 2005, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, and PS2. Time for more Pooh now, and no, I'm not just talking about the quality of this game. Winnie the Pooh's Rumbly Tumbly Adventure sees Winnie the Pooh doing what he does best, complaining about being hungry. Sick of his crap, Christopher Robin tells him to think about something else to take his mind off his crippling honey addiction, and so Pooh looks through old scrapbooks to relive a few old memories. Much of the gameplay consists of running around each level collecting honeypots whilst trying to scare off the heffalumps and woozles. Several of Pooh's friends also make an appearance, with some levels having you take control of Tigger, Piglet, and Eeyore. The home console versions of the game got the best response, though they still received a relatively tepid reception from critics. Reviewers noted the nice presentation of the GameCube and PS2 versions, remarking that they might be a nice introduction to video games for small tots, but the Game Boy Advance version, on the other hand, didn't go down so well, as it was thought to be too complex for younger children, but too stale for older ones with some video game experience. Number 136, Lizzie McGuire 3, Homecoming Havoc, 2005, Game Boy Advance. In the world of video gaming, it's something of a rarity for every game in a series to get successively better, so in a way, the Lizzie McGuire gaming franchise is quite special, or at least it would be if it had started out good and became great, but alas, it started out awful and just became slightly less awful. Lizzie McGuire 3 Homecoming Havoc is the third and final title to feature the good name of Lizzie McGuire, and is a collection of micro games somewhat akin to titles in the WarioWare series. The plot kicks off when Kate, Lizzie's rival, tells Lizzie that she has no hope of becoming the homecoming queen. Lizzie previously had no interest in such a position, but Kate's mocking pisses her off so much that she decides to go for the crown anyway. Now that is a level of pettiness I can relate to. Small children or those with short attention spans would likely have enjoyed the rapid-fire minigames, of which there are 100, but everyone else likely noticed the low production values and sloppily thrown together gameplay. There certainly was Havoc on offer, but not really an enjoyable kind. Number 135, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Circle of Spies, 2007, DS. Another series that seemed to get better and better with every entry was the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody franchise, though once again, they did only go from complete plops to only slightly plops. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody Circle of Spies, a title which is apparently a play on Circle of Life from The Lion King, albeit a horrible one, has players controlling the titular twins once again as they explore the St. Mark Hotel in order to uncover the mystery that lies within. This on-rails platformer was a vast improvement over its predecessor. For one thing, both twins were useful this time, with abilities split evenly between the two rather than all of them being given to Cody. Furthermore, the level design meant that players used the twins together, rather than as separate entities as was the case in the previous game. It wasn't all good news though. Circle of Spies gameplay was fine, but nothing groundbreaking. The mini-games that broke up the platforming were tedious, and despite having a multiplayer mode, there was no co-op, which felt like a massive missed opportunity. If you're a Sweet Life fan looking for a video game, it doesn't get much better than this, although I mean that in a literal sense rather than the turn of phrase that means this is almost perfect. Number 134, Donald Duck no Maho no Boshi, 1995, SNES. Oh, Donald, are you completely incapable of appearing in a decent video game? We're genuinely starting to wonder. Released exclusively in Japan, Donald Duck no Maho no Boshi, which translates roughly to Donald Duck and the Magical Hat, is mostly a side-scrolling platformer with a few mini-games thrown in for good measure. Donald is out shopping with his lady friend, Daisy, when she sees a hat that she'd really like. Unfortunately, the hat is Gucci or something, and costs $300, which she can't afford. Donald is a good boyfriend though, and he decides to save up for the hat and surprise her. To his shock though, when he returns with the cash, the hat has been sold. It's alright though, because he's then lured to a mysterious castle and is promised the hat in return for his services defeating a dark king. We didn't really see this one coming. We thought it was just going to be a game about collecting dollars to buy the hat at the end. There really aren't all that many reviews in English for Donald Duck Mo Money Mo Problems, but those we did find agreed that it was kind of meh. Everything about it, from the graphics to the gameplay, were fine but not groundbreaking. And unless you were Donald Duck's biggest fan, then Donald Duck no Maho no Boshi wasn't worth the price of admission. Number 133, Disney Channel All-Star Party, 2010, Wii. If you've been watching this video and wondering exactly when all of your favourite Disney Channel stars are going to come together in one place, then you can wonder no more, because here is Disney Channel All-Star Party for the Nintendo Wii. Lucky you. Indeed, if you liked Mario Party but thought it could have just used a bit more Jonas Brothers, and let's face it, who wouldn't think that, then it's likely that you were this game's target audience. As the title would suggest, Disney Channel All-Star Party is a party game featuring the likes of Hannah Montana, those wizards from Waverly Place, Phineas and Ferb, and Mitchie Torres, who we're sure you're already aware is the protagonist from the Camp Rock series. Who are we kidding? Of course you knew that! Players start by choosing a character and then get to pick a location based on various Disney Channel properties, and from there, it's all about the mini-games. The biggest problem with Disney Channel All-Star Party was the fact that it was, well, yet another party game in what was at the time an oversaturated market. The number of familiar faces featured in the game did work in its favour, but aside from that, it was a distinctly average offering. Definitely a party that we wouldn't want to be invited to. Number 132, Phineas and Ferb Day of Doofenshmirtz, 2015, Vita. The one and only PS Vita exclusive on today's list is Phineas and Ferb Day of Doofenshmirtz, and if you're sad that you didn't get to play it because you didn't have a PS Vita, don't be, because, spoilers, it wasn't very good. In Day of Doofenshmirtz, the titular doctor has created a laser beam that turns household appliances into minions for his personal army through clever use of making stuff up, I suppose, and it's left to our heroes, Phineas, Ferb, and Perry, to put a stop to the feckless Frankenstein. Players are expected to platform their way around 3D environments, collect tokens, and fight an array of enemies, bosses, and ultimately, Doofenshmirtz himself. Not the worst game ever made, but certainly not the best by a very, very, very long stretch, Phineas and Ferb Day of Doofenshmirtz was thought by critics to be an okay platformer with a questionable camera and repetitive missions, which, especially by 2015, had been done bigger and better by other games. Still, if you liked Phineas and Ferb, it was entertaining enough. And hey, fun fact, the Spanish title for this one is Phineas e Ferb O Dia de Doofenshmirtz, and personally, I think oh dear is a fairly apt sentiment. Number 131, American Dragon Jake Long Attack of the Dark Dragon, 2006, DS. They say adding dragons to any story makes it instantly more exciting, but we can't help but feel that having the word dragon twice in your game's title is a bit overkill. American Dragon Jake Long Attack of the Dark Dragon was one of 2 American Dragon games to be released on the same day, the other being Rise of the Hunts Clan, which you'll probably remember us looking at a few entries ago. Across 20 levels and 5 different worlds, protagonist Jake must battle an onslaught of enemies in order to save his girlfriend, who's been kidnapped by the eponymous Dark Dragon. Each of the levels is split into 3 different sections: a platforming part in which Jake must collect gems, a flying part where he soars through the sky setting fire to his foes, and a boss battle. Critics were quite pleased with the number of different gameplay styles on offer, with one commenting that the flying sections and varied boss battles helped to keep things fresh and interesting. Unfortunately, the platforming sections were really rather monotonous and let the game down somewhat. There is some fun to be had here though, and as we said at the start of the entry, the whole thing is undoubtedly spiced up by the presence of a dragon. Number 130, Disney's Bonkers, 1994, Mega Drive. When we first came up with the idea of doing this list, several people told us we were bonkers. But you know what's really bonkers? Disney's Bonkers, released in 1994 for the Mega Drive. Disney's Bonkers sees its protagonist, a bobcat called Bonkers, attempting to win first place in a Best Policeman contest by solving a number of crimes. I would have thought that was the bare minimum for an officer of the law, but hey, what do I know? This side-scroller features 4 distinct minigames, one one in which Bonkers throws donuts at suspects, one where he tries to trap criminals by hastily constructing a brick wall around them, one that sees him looking for clothes in crates before a bomb explodes, and another in which he chases a criminal in a car. The minigames were a bit hit and miss, so while many enjoyed the clothing caper, they found the others quite tedious. Critics did comment positively on Bonkers' presentation, and admittedly it did look quite fun and colourful, but on the whole, the game was considered a bit of a letdown when compared to other side-scrollers available on Sega systems. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold at the moment that makes me cough the words Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 129, Hannah Montana Music Jam, 2007, DS. Oh, happy days, it's yet another lackluster handheld offering from the daughter of everyone's favourite Lil Nas X collaborator. Hooray! It would seem there's trouble afoot for both Hannah and Miley in Hannah Montana Music Jam. A new pop star is on the rise and is out to challenge Hannah, and meanwhile a cool transfer student seems to be stealing all of Miley's friends. Nightmare! In order to prevent both of these Shakespearean tragedies, players must learn to play the guitar and drums, produce music videos, and dress Hannah in the coolest fashions, all of which will help her to win her friends back because that's what friends like, I guess. Not reliability and trustworthiness, cool clothes. It's fair to say that Guitar Hero this was not. Yeah, the graphics were fairly decent, the use of characters and locations from the show was appreciated by fans, and the show's daft humour was also present, but the minigames were sorely lacking, and the puzzles could have done with a little more oomph. One critic also complained that the music wasn't very good, though to me that feels like more of a read of Hannah Montana herself than of the game. I don't care what anyone says though, Best of Both Worlds is still a bop. Number 128, Kim Possible, Revenge of Monkey Fist, 2002, Game Boy Advance. The first of 6 appearances of flame-haired crime fighter Kim Possible on today's list is Kim Possible Revenge of Monkey Fist. In this GBA platformer, Kim's pal Ron Stoppable has been kidnapped by the evil ninja master Monkey Fist, the very same one from the game's title of course, and it's up to Kim to secure her buddy's safe return. It's somewhat standard platformer fare here. Kim can run and jump through the various levels using her combat prowess to take down enemies. She's also got a variety of gadgets at her disposal, and every so often her mate Wade will get in touch to offer useful advice. Critics felt it was a fantastic game for its target audience, that being very young Kim Possible fans, but the problem was that the game suffered from a bit of tunnel vision in this regard, and although juvenile Kim Possible fans would have had a blast, the simplistic gameplay and over-reliance on the IP were off-putting to others. Revenge of Monkey Fist was also a bit on the short side and had issues with the controls, so whilst it wasn't Kim Possible to love, it's certainly Kim Probable that you wouldn't have been into it. Number 127, Mickey Mouse, 1989, Game Boy. The second entry on this list that's a reskinned version of another game is 1989's Mickey Mouse for the Game Boy, a title that actually started out life as the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. Clearly Mr. Mouse has been hitting the protein, as in this 2D scrolling caper, he's pushing 10-ton weights around like they're not even there. The aim is to navigate each level to collect all of the hearts therein, whilst avoiding and/or crushing any enemies that might pop up. It's really rather clear that this was once a Looney Tunes title, as foes are thwarted through the clever use of boxing gloves and anvils, which seems a bit violent for our wholesome pal Mickey. Most of the reviews we found were about the Bugs Bunny version of the game, which is what North American and European audiences ended up with, but since the two titles are only aesthetically different, we will assume that any points stand. I suppose Looney Tunes just isn't all that big in Japan. Critics generally enjoyed the animation and sound, but the gameplay got a more mixed response, with some praising the myriad ways levels could be completed, whilst others felt the whole thing was a touch repetitive. That's what you get for copying others' homework, I suppose. Number 126, Tailspin, 1991, Mega Drive, Game Gear, and TurboGrafx 16. In the early days of video games, there was this awful phenomenon where separate studios would release different games, but at the same time and under the same name. Not useful for research purposes. This is important to note because it's exactly the situation with Tailspin. The game was originally released for the TurboGrafx-16 in 1991 and later the Mega Drive and Game Gear, but there was also another entirely different game called Tailspin, released in 1991, but for the NES and later Game Boy, and this has confused our writer to no end. We think we've got things straight now, though. This particular Tailspin charts the adventures of Baloo and Kit Cloudkicker, a duo of bears charged with delivering cargo for a third bear, Rebecca Cunningham, whose job becomes a great deal harder when evil tiger tycoon Shere Khan hires pirates to disrupt their deliveries. The game is subtly different on each platform, but in all three, players control Baloo and/or Kit and collect cargo boxes. Alas, as exciting as that premise might sound, Tailspin wasn't really a hit with critics or players, who saw it as yet another middle-of-the-road platformer with Disney branding. The actual gameplay was enjoyable for a short time, but a severe lack of polish meant that Tailspin didn't come close to measuring up to the likes of Mario or Sonic. Number 125, Spectrobes, 2007, Game Boy Advance. I'm not gonna lie, Spectrobes sounds like something your doctor might prescribe you a cream for. Sorry Adam, I can't come to work today, I've got a nasty case of the Spectrobes. Anyway, I digress. You'll be pleased to know that thanks to Spectrobes, or Fossil Super Evolution Spectrobes if you want to get Japanese title about this, we've finally left Platformer Town. Huzzah! Spectrobes also has the honour of being Disney Interactive Studios' first original IP, meaning it's not based on either a Disney movie or TV show. Unfortunately though, it isn't very good. Spectrobe's protagonists are Nanero Planetary Patrol officers Rallan and Gina, who discover a man in cryosleep. After awakening, he tells them of a race of aliens known as the Crawl, who go around eating planets, which is honestly just me whenever I have a hangover on a Sunday morning, to be honest. From there, the whole thing gets a bit Pokemon, as Rallan and Gina travel to various worlds to find and train Spectrobes, creatures which are key to defeating the Crawl. Regrettably, critics didn't fail to notice these similarities to Pokemon, and virtually all of them felt that Spectrobes was an inferior offering. It wasn't awful by any means, but everything it tried felt like crisp rice to Pokemon's Rice Krispies. That is to say, cheaper, less satisfying, and without the snap, crackle and pop. Number 124, Dance Dance Revolution Disney Channel Edition, 2008, PS2. This one is a late edition that our writer was delighted to find while researching another entry. God, at this rate, we'll never get out of here! Dance Dance Revolution Disney Channel Edition was regrettably only ever released in the United States, meaning we Brits, chin chin, apples and pears, governor, didn't get to experience all it had to offer. Oh, bollocks. That's what we say. Bollocks. If you don't know what Dance Dance Revolution is, then first of all, welcome to Earth, extraterrestrial, and second, allow me to explain. First becoming popular in Japanese arcades, the game is a rhythm title where you have to stomp on arrows in time to music. As the difficulty cranks up, the moves become more complex, with the hardest levels completable only by players with the fastest of feet. There are some Konami originals on offer in DDR Disney Channel Edition, but most of the tracks come from Disney Channel properties such as Hannah Montana, High School Musical, and Cheetah Girls. Professional reviewers weren't overly kind to DDR DCE, slating its tiny track list and admonishing Konami for failing to add anything to the DDR formula. It functioned fine, but it was a little on the easy side, so for all but the biggest Disney Channel fans, the game was, frankly, a waste of time. Someone needs to tell DDR Disney Channel Edition to get your head in the game. Number 123, Wizards of Waverly Place Spellbound, 2010, DS. Hold on to your rabbit-filled hats, because the Wizards of Waverly Place have returned with a game that's ever so slightly better than their first. Again though, we must give props to the WizKids for serving up something that isn't a platformer, instead offering Wizards of Waverly Place Spellbound players an episodic point-and-click experience, with a bit of action-adventure sprinkled in for funsies. In each episode, the Wizards solve puzzles to unlock new spells, with the whole thing tied together by an overarching plot that sees Selena Gomez's character, Alex, making a dress for a wizarding fashion show. Because it wouldn't be a game aimed at little girls without a fashion show, now would it? Critics felt that Wizards of Waverly Place Spellbound was one of the better Disney games for the Nintendo DS, but I suppose that's a bit like saying gonorrhea is one of the better STIs you can catch. The puzzles weren't bad though, and for once weren't insultingly easy either. Plus, the game did capture the spirit of the show. There just wasn't enough to inflame the imagination of non-fans, but then I don't imagine that's what the devs were going for anyway. In short, this is great for Wizards fans, but lacking in magic for everyone else. Number 122, Connect Rush, a Disney Pixar adventure, 2012, PC, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. Oh goody, a game from everyone's favourite video game peripheral, the Kinect. I bet this is gonna be great. Taking place in an array of Pixar-themed settings, including the worlds of Up, Ratatouille, and Cars, Connect Rush, a Disney Pixar adventure, has you flailing your extremities around in order to collect coins and complete various missions. In 2017, the game received a remaster for Xbox One and PC, which removed the Kinect requirement. However, in doing so, more or less the only thing that made the title interesting in the first place was removed as well. As I'm sure you can imagine, many a reviewer's experience of Connect Rush, a Disney Pixar adventure, was marred by control issues. But then again, this was a problem with most games released for the Kinect. Several critics did comment that the game did a good job of capturing the world of Pixar, but were aggrieved that the game was rather short. With that said though, after the initial novelty wore off, most found it a lackluster experience, so it was clearly far too long for some. All I'll say is that you shouldn't be in a Connect rush to find a copy of this for yourself. Number 121, DuckTales: The Quest for Gold, 1990, PC. Capcom's DuckTales, released for the NES in 1989 and for the Game Boy in 1990, is considered by some to be one of the greatest video games ever made. This, though, is not Capcom's DuckTales. Admittedly, DuckTales: The Quest for Gold bears some similarities to Capcom's masterpiece. It too is a platformer starring Scrooge McDuck, Huey, Dewey and Louie, and Launchpad McQuack, but sadly it differs in that it's kind of plops. The game begins with Flintheart Glomgold walking into Scrooge McDuck's office and challenging him to a rich-off. Sounds like something Elon Musk would do. From there, Scrooge, his nephews, and Launchpad travel the world seeking out treasure. There are two different types of level in the Quest for Gold, flying and platforming. To reach each destination, players must successfully travel there, all whilst avoiding the Beagle Boys' attempts to stop them, and once safely landed, or not, depending on how successful you were at the aviation bits, there are platforming levels to traverse. The critical response was somewhat mixed. Multiple outlets praised the graphics and the variety in the gameplay, but some were upset by the ratio of static cutscenes to actual gameplay, and the fact that it required so many floppy disks to function. Now that's a complaint you don't hear so often from critics these days. Number 120, Kim Possible, Communicator, 2005, DS. Old Kimberly Possible is back now with a game for the DS that's ever so slightly better than her 2002 offering for the Game Boy Advance, though admittedly not by much. Communicator, like Revenge of Monkey Fist, tells the story of a kidnapping, only this time it's poor old Wade who's been taken, and the insane Dr. Draken who's done the taking, leaving Kim to fill the role of Liam Neeson in this Taken analogy and come to the rescue with her very particular set of skills. Yet another side-scrolling platformer, Kim Possible Communicator is firmly of the fixed perspective 3D genre. Players guide Kim through each level and collect collect coins, which can be used to buy upgrades that allow her to access secret areas and weaponry to assist in defeating the veritable parade of enemies that come her way. Presentation-wise, Communicator was a hit with reviewers, who gave compliments to the graphics and level design. Several even commented that the actual platforming wasn't bad either. Unfortunately, shallow combat, a short runtime, and the fact that the game barely made use of the DS's features all went against it. Whoever was in charge of integrating the DS touchpad must have had some sort of breakdown in communication with the rest of the team. Number 119, Donald Duck's Playground, 1984, PC. We were going to exclude Donald Duck's Playground from our list on account of the fact that it's badged as educational, though after looking into it, we're not sure what educational value there is in sorting toys or directing a train. Well, unless you intend to become a toy shop owner or a train conductor in later life. So onto the list it goes. In Donald Duck's Playground, our feathery friend wants to build a playground for his nephews, but he's got a slight problem when it comes to money. Not to worry though, because plenty of folks around the town are hiring, so with the help of the player, Donald undertakes a number of tasks in order to earn some much-needed dough. Now, by today's standards, Donald Duck's Playground doesn't exactly look like much, but at the time of its release, okay, fine, it wasn't that impressive 40 years ago either, but critics weren't super mad at it. They quite liked the graphics, actually, and the fact that it taught children how to use money. Oh, that's how it's educational. Oh, okay. But they weren't overly enamored with the fact that the only currency on offer was US dollars, and that it didn't have any sort of save functionality, which is sort of ironic for a game where saving is the whole point. Number 118, Disney's Extremely Goofy Skateboarding, 2001, PC. You know, this one reminds me of a joke. Mickey Mouse goes to see a lawyer because he wants to divorce Minnie. The lawyer, who's been briefed by an assistant, says, "So, Mr. Mouse, you're divorcing Minnie because she's, extremely silly?" To which Mickey replies, "No, I'm divorcing her because she's
No, this is a family channel."
Alright, okay, fine. Well, hopefully you all got the idea there. It turns out that Disney Sports Skateboarding wasn't the House of Mouse's first stab at imitating the Tony Hawk series, as in 2001 they released Disney's Extremely Goofy Skateboarding. The game stars Goofy and his son Max, and like in the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series, players must steer them around different courses and get them to pull off tricks and combos in order to achieve a set goal. A number of critics remarked that Disney's Extremely Goofy Skateboarding was a perfectly adequate game for small children who would probably struggle to get to grips with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but felt that the difficulty, or lack thereof, would mean that older and more experienced gamers would soon get bored. I'd say no pun intended, but that was very much intended. Furthermore, the game just didn't look that great, and though some of the animations were fun, on the whole, the presentation was sorely lacking. Number 117, Mickey Mouse 2, 1991, Game Boy. If you guessed that Mickey Mouse 2, the follow-up to 1989's Mickey Mouse, was also a reskin of a Bugs Bunny game, then congratulations, you win the prize. What's the prize? Stick around to the end of the list to find out. Ho-ho. Released in North America as The Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle 2, Mickey Mouse 2 is a Japan-exclusive title for the Game Boy in which Mickey traverses the many rooms of a castle so he can defeat an evil witch who's kidnapped Minnie. Throughout the game, which, surprise surprise, is a 2D platformer, Mickey collects keys in order to advance and ultimately face the witch and rescue his beloved. The sequel got a slightly warmer reception from critics than the original, though not by much. Generally, the gameplay was quite well liked, and although it didn't exactly push the envelope, most critics at least found the game quite addictive. The graphics and sound were on the simple side, however. One or two found the game to be a little too short, and it didn't offer anything that other platformers on the market at the time weren't also offering. Inoffensive is perhaps the best word to describe Mickey Mouse 2, though I'm not sure how much of a compliment that word really is. Number 116, Tron 2.0 Killer App, 2004, Game Boy Advance. If you watched our every Disney movie tie-in ranked from worst to best video, you might remember that Tron 2.0 snagged the number 2 spot, owing to the fact that it was an absolutely fantastic game. The Game Boy Advance version, on the other hand, not so much. To be honest, there are very few similarities between the two games. For one thing, Tron 2.0 is a first-person shooter, whereas Tron 2.0 Killer App is an isometric action title with mini-games and puzzle elements. Taking on the role of the eponymous Tron, the players must navigate the computer world, battling corrupted programs and collecting chips to enhance their abilities, all in an effort to save the Encom Corporation from a mysterious hacker. The main issue critics had with Tron 2.0 Killer App was the fact that it felt less like one cohesive game and more like several mini-games in a trench coat. It did earn some brownie points for its graphics and voice acting, plus the fact that it came with Tron and discs of Tron as extra minigames, but repetitive gameplay and problematic controls ultimately let it down. Suffice it to say, the only thing that Tron 2.0 Killer App was killing was the mood. Number 115, The Nightmare Before Christmas, Oogie's Revenge, 2004, PS2 and Xbox. In case you're unfamiliar, The Nightmare Before Christmas is a 1993 stop-motion animation movie directed by Henry Selick and conceived and produced by Tim Burton, and is generally considered to be one of Burton's finest endeavors. The Nightmare Before Christmas, Oogie's Revenge, though, sadly does not live up to its inspiration's legacy. Taking place 1 year after the events of the film, Oogie's Revenge sees that no-account Oogie Boogie being resurrected by his henchmen and taking over Halloween Town, and it's left to Jack to sort out the whole sorry mess. Developed by Capcom, Oogie's Revenge bears a number of similarities to Devil May Cry in the gameplay stakes. Hack and slash is the combat style du jour, although it's much simpler than that found in the DMC series, owing to the fact that, well, Oogie's Revenge is for the kiddos. The game's atmosphere, which was in keeping with the films, was applauded by critics, as was the well-realized cast of characters. Unfortunately, Oogie's Revenge was lambasted for its lack of polish, frustrating camera, and the fact that it drew too heavily from its source material, though critics did admit that it was one of the better games out there based on a film, so at least that's something. I suppose Oogie's true revenge, though, came in the form of middling review scores. Ooh. Number 114, Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two, 2012. Wii U, PS3, PC, and Xbox 360. Right, that's enough hacking and slashing. Who wants another platformer? Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two is the sequel to 2010's Epic Mickey, and is set in the Wasteland, which is now threatened by a series of earthquakes. Controlling Mickey and Oswald the Lucky Rabbit in the multiplayer mode, you interact with the environment using paint and thinner. The former restores pieces of the scenery, while the latter gets rid of them. Despite adding in co-op and being available on more platforms than just the Wii, Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two got worse review scores than its predecessor. Critics weren't fans of the game's design, which several called confusing, Oswald's wonky AI, the often vague gameplay objectives, or the slapdash implementation of the co-op mode. It wasn't all bad news though. Compliments were paid to the game's presentation, the use of the original voice actors, and the fact that, on the whole, The Power of Two was a technically sound experience. It could have been a great game, in fact, but unfortunately, some strange choices on the part of the studio left players feeling less than epic. It would seem that 2 can be just as bad as 1, if not worse. Number 113, Disney Princess, 2003, Game Boy Advance. I'm gonna be real with you here for a moment. I feel like there are only so many tiaras of trust, crowns of companionship, and scepters of solicitude that we can talk about before we long for death and destruction. Honestly, what I wouldn't give for a bit of Mortal Kombat right now. Okay, come on, Peter, get it together. Disney Princess, the 2003 platformer for the Game Boy Advance, stars Snow White, Cinderella, Ariel, Sleeping Beauty, Belle, and Jasmine, who embark on a quest to find the magical Tiara of Friendship. Oh, give me strength. The gameplay here is very standard platforming fare. Each princess gets a level themed to their own property, and their primary goals are wandering about, collecting items, and defeating enemies. Ariel's level does differ from the rest slightly, but as it's essentially a water level, it goes immediately on our plops list. The game's storybook-style graphics commanded some praise from critics, and they also liked the music and sound effects. Beyond its decent presentation, however, Disney Princess was a distinctly average platformer whose awkward controls frequently resulted in lost health points, and whose password save system would have had even Alan Turing scratching his head in confusion. Number 112, Hannah Montana Spotlight World Tour, 2007, Wii and PS2. Surprise! I bet you thought you'd seen the last of Hannah. The good news is, though, that after this entry, you will have. Indeed, the absolute pinnacle of the Hannah Montana video gaming franchise is 2007's Hannah Montana Spotlight World Tour, a game which is, well, to call it average would be a huge compliment. According to the game's blurb, Hannah is about to face her biggest challenge yet, embarking on a world tour. Thankfully, she's not alone, and it's up to players to make sure that things go off without a hitch by helping Hannah with her dance moves. Wii players waggle the Wiimote and nunchuck in the directions signposted on screen, whilst PS2 players have the very difficult task of pointing their analog sticks the right way, and all of it in time to Hannah's greatest hits. Unsurprisingly, the Wii version of the game went down better with critics than the PS2 one, and honestly, whoever thought that moving analog sticks in time to music would make for an entertaining experience needs shaking until they stop being such a silly goose. The Wii version was at least a bit of goofy fun, but it was marred by less than excellent controls. Put it like this, if we'd paid for tickets for this world tour, we'd have been contacting the promoter to get our money back. Number 111, Matterhorn Screamer! 1998, PC. You know, I can't help but feel like Disney are setting up poor Goofy to fail at every juncture. Here we have one of the clumsiest characters in the history of animation, and the sadistic bastards force him to climb a mountain. It's just cruel, really. In 1988 side-scroller Matterhorn Screamer, players are charged with helping the hapless hound scale the eponymous peak. It would seem that he's picked an advanced route, however, because rather than a gentle mosey up a path, Goofy must climb ropes, jump between ledges, and avoid the goats and snowmen hell-bent on pushing him off. On the harder difficulties, falling icicles also become a hazard, and Goofy can fall off ledges by himself just as easily as if he were pushed. There weren't a ton of reviews available for this one, as is often the case for games released before we here at Team TripleJump were even born. Coincidence? I think not. Those we did find, though, said that Matterhorn Screamer was an okay game, but not a great one. The graphics, gameplay, and sound were all fine for the time it was released, but even in 1988, it wasn't exactly pushing the envelope. If only they'd spent less time pushing Goofy off the ledge and more time pushing the envelope, as I just said. Ben?
Number 110, The Rocketeer, 1991, NES. No, you've not got deja vu. This is indeed the second game on this list, called The Rocketeer, that was released in the early 90s and is another example of the phenomenon we were talking about earlier, where studios made entirely different games around the same time and gave them the same name. Love that, really do. The Rocketeer for the NES is, like The Rocketeer for the SNES and PC, a game based on a Disney superhero movie also called The Rocketeer. In The Rocketeer for the NES, Nazis are attempting to steal a jetpack, and it's left to stunt pilot Cliff to don said jetpack and save the day. A side-scrolling platformer, Quelle Surprise, The Rocketeer has players running, jumping, and jetpacking their way through levels, utilizing a variety of weapons from bare fists and pistols to hand grenades and bazookas to put a stop to those Nazi flipheads. The Rocketeer for the NES did a far better job than the SNES and PC version of capturing the excitement of the films and comics, plus it looked nice and was quite fun to play. Sadly, it was almost identical to a lot of other games on the market at the time, and it did nothing to stand out from the crowd. God, imagine having a jetpack and people still not noticing you. Number 109, Bonkers Wax Up, 1995. Master System, and Game Gear. I'll be honest, when I first read the premise of Bonkers Wax Up, I thought I'd accidentally opened a synopsis for 2005 horror movie House of Wax. Just listen to this quote from Moby Games and tell me it's not the same. Madam Who Said has been coating famous toons in wax to make statues for her wax museum, and the next victim will be Bonkers. Now he needs to stop her, free his pal Lucky, and find the Toon toaster to unwax the toons. Switch the word toons for Paris Hilton and I'm telling you. It won't shock you in the slightest to learn we've got ourselves yet another 2D side-scrolling platformer here, with Officer Bonkers progressing through each level in order to find the pickle clues, yes really, in each one. He can find items along the way to restore his health, bonus levels where he must search for pieces of the Toon toaster, and every so often he'll get to fight a boss. Though the game was absolutely all over the place, despite extensive research we still don't know what a pickle clue is, Wax Up was marginally better received than the original. Critics liked the presentation and enjoyed the gameplay, but once again felt that it lacked originality. Number 108. Bonkers, 1994. SNES. Oh, for God's sake, can we pack this in? It's getting really silly now. Yet another example of separate games being released with the same name or very similar names in a short space of time is Bonkers for the SNES, not to be confused with Disney's Bonkers for the Mega Drive. Our boy Bonkers is back once again, and this time he's taking on thieves who have stolen some of Hollywood's most valuable treasures. We have a 2D side-scrolling platformer on our hands again. Come on, Disney, there are other sorts of games out there with the odd deck builder or roguelike have killed you. So by this point, you know the drill. Bonkers for the SNES did a little better than Disney's Bonkers for the Mega Drive in the review stakes, with critics applauding its presentation and sound as well as its controls, but lamenting the fact that it posed little in the way of challenge for more experienced gamers. Bonkers was by no means a bad game, and probably wasn't a bad offering for young Bonkers fans with little experience of platformers, but it was a bit of a waste of time for everyone else. Number 107. Disney Universe, 2011. Wii, PlayStation 3, PC, and Xbox 360. Great news, everyone! This one's neither a 2D side-scrolling platformer, nor does it share a name with another title released at the same time. Get in! Released in 2011, Disney Universe is a 3D platformer, oh for crying out loud, in which players and up to 3 of their friends must make their way through 6 worlds based on various Disney and Pixar properties and put a stop to the computer virus Hex, which infects the Disney Universe, a virtual amusement park, and causes chaos. Along the way, Mickey heads are collected, which can later be traded in for cosmetics, allowing the character to wear the skins of an array of familiar faces, and I swear this whole thing is actually a lot less Silence of the Lambs than we've made it sound. Disney Universe got a somewhat average response from critics who didn't hate the game, but largely felt it was a bit of a rip-off of Traveller's Tales' Lego titles, and would be a rather forgettable one if it weren't for its clever use of Disney properties. Definitely not as clever as many of the Lego games, but a reasonably exciting time for a handful of 6-year-olds, as long as said 6-year-olds don't mind a whole load of repetitive gameplay. Number 106. Winnie the Pooh Adventures in the 100-Acre Wood, 2000. Game Boy Color. We're back in the 100-Acre Wood now to visit Pooh and friends yet again, and this time they've got a board game for us. Winnie the Pooh Adventures in the 100-Acre Wood is a vaguely Mario Party-esque title for the Game Boy Color in which players roll dice and play minigames as they explore the forest Pooh Bear calls home. Dice not rolling in your favour? Fret not, because Adventures in the 100-Acre Wood is aimed at only the youngest of gamers, and as such failure is an impossibility, which is great if, like me, you don't like losing. If you were above the age of 5 in the year 2000, then it's unlikely that Winnie the Pooh Adventures in the 100-Acre Wood would have appealed to you, but then again, it wasn't trying to. Those that reviewed it commented that the game was severely lacking in the difficulty department, but acknowledged it wasn't trying to be particularly challenging. The next Dark Souls, it was not, though I suppose at that time it would have been the first Dark Souls, maybe? Regardless, it's colourful and charming, but offers nothing for the veteran gamer. It would have certainly kept small kiddos quiet on long car rides, though. Number 105. Coaster, 1993. PC. Before you ask, no, this isn't a game about protecting your mum's coffee table from those little rings you get when you set down a hot mug. 1993's Coaster is basically what you'd get if you ordered Roller Coaster Tycoon off Wish. The simulation title, Coaster tasks players with building roller coasters, which are then judged based on an evaluator's specific requirements. Fun. Once you're done designing and being judged by strangers, you can even ride your own creations, though admittedly some of the thrill of riding a real roller coaster is somewhat lost. Despite being a Disney game though, there is a distinct lack of Disney to be found, save for the small Mickey Mouse model on the designer's desk. Critics reacted to the premise of the game quite positively, welcoming the new roller coaster simulator genre with open arms. They also quite liked the designing aspect of the game, though conceded that it soon got old. However, they weren't impressed with the graphics or sound, calling them just fine, but nothing to shout about. Alas, thanks to the likes of the Roller Coaster Tycoon series, which do the whole roller coaster sim thing a whole lot better, there's really no reason to go back to Coaster these days. Not unless you're after that sick Mickey Mouse mat, at least. Number 104. Mickey Mouse 3 Yume Fusen, 1992. NES. It's times like these that we lament living in the West, because just look at the nightmare fuel version of this game that our North American cousins had to put up with. Haunting! Our chums over in Japan got a far less chilling version of this game, the follow-up to Mickey Mouse and Mickey Mouse 2. The difference here is that Mickey Mouse 3 Yume Fusen was the original and Kid Clown in Night Mayor World was the horrifying reskin. In Mickey Mouse 3, our red shorts loving rodent friend gets a job as a balloon seller in order to earn a little extra cash so that he can buy a birthday present for his lady love. How cute. Alas, things soon go south as Minnie falls asleep and gets trapped in a nightmare, so it's left to Mickey to enter her dreams and free her. We've got yet another platformer here, folks, and in this one, Mickey makes use of the balloons he's selling to fight enemies, I imagine by smothering them with the rubber in some way, jump higher, and float. Every level is differently themed, and at the end of each is a bonus stage in which players collect additional lives and energy. Reviewers described this one as a fine but forgettable platformer with competent gameplay and graphics that didn't exactly stick in the mind, unlike this terrifying mug. Number 103. Disney Golf, 2002. PlayStation 2. They say that golf is a good walk ruined, but what if it's Disney Golf? Well, then it's probably a good walk ruined by the sounds of that was goofy. Disney Golf for the PlayStation 2 is not a part of the Disney Sports saga, but is instead a standalone title developed by T&E Soft and published by either Capcom, EA, or Disney Interactive depending on where in the world you're from, and is somewhat akin to Mario Golf. Players can choose from one of 9 characters to hit the links as, 4 who are available from the beginning of the game and 5 which must be unlocked, and there are 6 different courses to play through. Throughout the game, you're able to earn tokens for a selection of things like long putts, perfect swings, and chip-ins, and these can be spent on in-game items. Disney Golf got a fairly average response from the professionals, reviewers that is, not pro golfers. The game's graphics, sound, and arcadey gameplay were gently applauded like what they do in real golf. But Mickey Mouse's absence as a playable character was noted, and a serious failure to innovate on previous Disney sporting titles was also lamented. Not exactly a hole-in-one. Number 102. Epic Mickey Power of Illusion, 2012, 3DS. It's not often that handheld releases are better than their home console counterparts, but just as James proved me wrong when I believed he could disappoint me no further, here's Epic Mickey Power of Illusion to dispel my theory. Don't put away those Platformer Town guidebooks just yet, because this one is indeed a running around and jumping on things game. Inspired by Sega's Illusion titles, Epic Mickey Power of Illusion blends the side-scrolling platformer gameplay of the likes of Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse with the paint and thinner mechanics introduced in the original Epic Mickey. The game utilizes the DS touchscreen by having players trace certain objects. Do well at this and they'll be rewarded, but do a bad job and they're likely to do more harm than good. The plot sees Mickey facing off against the evil witch Mizrabal, who looks suspiciously like Maleficent, and attempting to stop her before she can drain the paint from the popular characters and use its power to escape the wasteland. Slow gameplay and copious amounts of backtracking prevented critics from scoring Power of Illusion too highly, but they did at least appreciate the innovative ideas on show and the game's overall presentation, so, that's something. Number 101. Dance Dance Revolution Disney Grooves, 2009. Wii. I hope you've not put away those dancing shoes yet, because we've got another round of dance mat fun for you. Don't forget to put it away when you're done though, otherwise someone will trip over it and brain themselves. The fourth and final Disney-themed DDR title was 2009's Dance Dance Revolution Disney Grooves, a game which, like its brethren, asks very nicely if you wouldn't mind stomping on arrows printed on a plastic mat in time to music with a Disney flavour. This particular edition features more than 40 different tracks, including absolute bangers like A Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes from Cinderella, It's a Small World from the Disney Parks ride of the same name, and an absolutely banging pop-punk version of Can You Feel the Love Tonight from The Lion King. We can't play any, of course, but feel the implied beat. The two critics who reviewed DDR Disney Grooves were somewhat divided on its quality. One thought it was a nice and accessible rhythm game that was great fun for Disney fans, whilst the other, who admitted to being a Disney fan themselves, described the experience as painful. The title was colourful and easy to get to grips with, but remixes of beloved songs were, well, not great. Except that Lion King cover. That slaps Richard. I think this is one revolution we'll sit out of. Thank you very much. Number 100. Disney's Magical Quest 3 starring Mickey and Donald, 1995, SNES and Game Boy Advance. Another entry, another platformer. God, when will this torment end? How I yearn for a nice RPG. Hell, even a MOBA would do the job. Only 99 left to go. Originally released in Japan for the SNES in 1995 before receiving a GBA re-release in 2003, 2004 or 2005 depending on where in the world you live, Disney's Magical Quest 3 starring Mickey and Donald stars, somewhat unsurprisingly, Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Whilst hiding in an attic, Huey, Dewey and Louie uncover a magical tome which transports them to Storybook Land, where they are immediately captured by King Pete, leaving Mickey and Donald to save the day. In addition to your standard platforming mainstays, Disney's Magical Quest 3 came with some fun new features, including the ability to save on the cartridge and outfits that gave Mickey and Donald special powers. Another game that critics neither loved nor hated, Disney's Magical Quest 3 was praised for its attractive presentation, solid platforming gameplay, and innovative outfit mechanics, but slated for its lack of difficulty and short runtime. It was aimed at kids, in fairness, but I'm of the opinion that we should be challenging the youth. I didn't have it easy, so why should they? Number 99. Cars Mater National Championship, 2007. Wii, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, PC, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360. The final nail in the Cars coffin, the final Cars title to appear on today's ranking is Cars Mater National Championship. Who'd have thought the worst film series in Pixar's back catalogue would spawn such terrible video games? Me. I thought that. Released in 2007 for more or less everything but the kitchen sink, and these days there are probably some smart sinks that can play it, Cars Mater National Championship is not a platformer, but is instead a racing title. The follow-up to Cars, which we covered in our Every Disney Movie Tie-In Ranked list, Cars Mater National Championship focuses on the eponymous Mater National Championship in which Lightning McQueen is competing. Players control McQueen as he enters races all across the globe, meeting competitors from a number of different countries. In some ways, okay fine, only the sound, Cars Mater National Championship was thought to be an improvement over its predecessor, though generally it was considered a downgrade. Admittedly, it was like downgrading a 10-year-old Vauxhall Corsa to a 15-year-old Fiat Punto, and by that I mean that the graphics and gameplay were originally not great, and here they were even more not great, but it was a downgrade nonetheless. Number 98. Disney Sports Soccer, 2002, GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Something, sports time! The good news is that we're finally leaving poor to mediocre game territory and have found a game that some players deemed actually alright. Well, the GameCube version was, at least. Disney Sports Soccer, or Disney Sports Football if you want to get European title about this, is yet another entry into Konami's Disney Sports franchise, and has the claim to fame of being the best of the bunch. The aim of the game is, of course, football, and Disney Sports Soccer provides plenty of options for how to go about that. There are an assortment of different teams to choose from depending on which Disney character you'd like your squad to be captained by, and 3 different game modes: Exhibition, Dream Cup, and Challenge Cup. Critics appreciated the balance of arcade-like and sim-style football gameplay and commended the devs for creating a football title that both played well and incorporated Disney characters. It certainly wasn't a game for seasoned veterans of the genre, being somewhat on the simplistic side, but as an introduction to the sports sim for the kiddos, it wasn't a bad offering. And as one critic pointed out, what's more fun than seeing Mickey slide tackling Minnie? Not an awful lot. That's the answer. Number 97. Kingdom Hearts Recoded, 2010. DS. Bet you didn't think you'd be seeing a Kingdom Hearts game so far down this list, did you? It turns out that even the most competent of franchises have their missteps, though in fairness to call Kingdom Hearts Recoded a misstep is probably a bit unfair. It's a slight stumble in an otherwise flawless gymnastic routine that includes at least 3 somersaults and a few backflips. There, much better. Kingdom Hearts Recoded is a remake of Kingdom Hearts Coded, a Japan-exclusive episodic ARPG for mobile phones. Set after the events of Kingdom Hearts 2, Recoded reveals that Jiminy Cricket's journal, which chronicles Sora's fight against the Heartless, actually contains 2 secret messages. However, when the journal is digitized, it becomes corrupted, so King Mickey decides to create a digital version of Sora who can go in and decode the messages. The main bulk of the gameplay is puzzles, though there are also some ARPG elements, minigames, and platforming sections for players to enjoy. Because surely you're not sick of platforming by now, are you? The platforming was actually the target of most reviewers' criticism, as many found it to be frustrating. The narrative didn't go over all that well either, with critics complaining that it felt too safe for Kingdom Hearts. Still, the graphics and the rest of the gameplay were nice and tight, so the whole thing wasn't a total washout. Number 96. Tailspin. 1991, NES and Game Boy. Once again, we need to let you know that no, you do not have deja vu, it's simply that awful similar naming phenomenon again. Kindly stop it. Tailspin for the NES and Game Boy was developed by Capcom and is, like its Mega Drive TurboGrafx and Game Gear counterpart, based upon the children's cartoon series Tailspin. The NES and Game Boy version also tells of Baloo and Kit's misadventures delivering cargo for Rebecca Cunningham, but rather than being a platformer, this one's a scrolling shooter. Players maneuver Baloo's plane through each level, fighting off the dastardly air pirates as they go and picking up items that can either give them extra lives or add to their total cash. At the end of each level, there's a boss to fight, and once that's dealt with, you may purchase upgrades for your plane. Several critics were rather appreciative of Capcom's efforts on Tailspin, applauding the visuals and competent shoot-'em-up gameplay. The thing that let the game down in reviewers' eyes at least was the fact that it was so gosh darned difficult, especially when you consider that it would have been very much aimed at children. God, half these games are too easy, now this one's too hard. What do you want, critics? Number 95. Tigger's Honey Hunt. 2000, Nintendo 64, PC, and PlayStation. You know what's annoying? When you're having people over and they're about to turn up, but you look in your fridge and find you've forgotten to get the one thing you promised everyone you'd have: nightmare. No one knows how vexatious this can be, quite like Winnie the Pooh, who in Tigger's Honey Hunt is planning a party but realizes he's not got enough honey for everyone. What a dolt. Thankfully, his good pal Tigger is on hand to sort out this sticky mess, and off he bounces into the 100-acre wood to fetch more, only for Pooh to eat it. For God's sake, Pooh! Despite being badged as an adventure title, it's actually a platformer, just of the 2.5D variety. In each level, players must collect a whopping 100 pots of honey, and it's at this point I must ask if anyone's ever had Pooh checked for diabetes? Anyone? The game's presentation earned it a lot of brownie points from critics, who were delighted with the graphics, animations, and cutscenes, though the animated cutscenes were missing from the N64 version, which was called out. Tigger's Honey Hunt might have looked good, but the gameplay did get old fast, and the lack of spoken dialogue also counted against it. Perhaps Tigger should have gone hunting for some decent gameplay instead. Number 94. Pirates of the Caribbean. 2003, PC and Xbox. In Jamaica, a Cornish pasty costs £1. In Haiti, they're £1.20, and in Barbados, they're £1.50. These are the Pirates of the Caribbean. I'll get my coat. You might be wondering what Pirates of the Caribbean is doing on this list. After all, its name would suggest that it's a tie-in for the Johnny Depp movie of the same name. Turns out, though, that titles can be deceiving, and despite sharing a moniker, Pirates of the Caribbean the game has very little to do with Pirates of the Caribbean the movie. Set in the 17th century, this ARPG sees protagonist Captain Nathaniel Hawke embarking on a series of quests on behalf of any one of the countries that colonized the Caribbean. When they're not helping out those darned European colonizers, players can buy new ships, recruit salty sea dogs to their crew, and upgrade Nathaniel through the clever use of skill points. Pirates of the Caribbean got a generally okay response from reviewers. They really rather liked the visuals and RPG gameplay mechanics, but lamented the lackluster naval battles and myriad bugs. Owing to the fact that it was published by Bethesda, Pirates of the Caribbean was also compared somewhat unfavorably to Morrowind, which really must have been hard for the developers to hear, as I imagine that was for you. Number 93. Tron Runner 2016. PC, PS4, and Xbox One. Do you like running? No, me neither. At least I don't like running in real life. Not since I injured my leg and had to have acupuncture as part of the physiotherapy. And that's not even a joke. Never again. In video games, though, hey, sign me the hell up. Tron Runner, which I think I'm pronouncing correctly, or I could say Tron Run/R, is an endless runner title in a similar vein to the likes of Temple Run. The game comes with 3 different modes: disc, cycle, and stream. In disc mode, you traverse obstacles at high speed and throw discs at the viruses and programs trying to get in your way. In cycle mode, the rules are quite similar, but a time limit is imposed and players must find a way to exit the level. The final mode, stream, combines the mechanics of the previous 2, and it's simply a test of how long you can last. Critics did not hate Tron Runner. In fact, several highlighted its fantastic visuals and highly addictive gameplay in their reviews. So, why is it so far down our list? The main thing that critics disliked about Tron Runner was its deep price tag upon launch. $20 might not seem like a lot for a video game, especially these days, but when you consider that you could get similar games on mobile devices for free, it suddenly seems somewhat expensive. Oh, and it was riddled with microtransactions, so, that's nice. Number 92. Just Dance Disney Party. 2012. Wii and Xbox 360. Right, we've all been sat on our bottoms doing nothing for quite long enough, I think. It's time to get up and shake off those cobwebs with a bit more dancing. I promise it'll be lots of fun. Just Dance Disney Party does more or less what it says on the tin. Released shortly after Just Dance 4, Just Dance Disney Party is a rhythm title that aims to get the party started, as long as that party is full of 6-year-olds and or Disney adults. Like in Ubisoft's previous Just Dance offerings, the aim of Disney Party is to perform dance moves in time to the music, led by on-screen dancers. Perform well and you'll earn nice shiny gold stars, but perform badly and it's off to the gulag with you. That's actually not true. I've played Just Dance before, and there's video evidence of it. Most critics had a similar sort of response to Just Dance Disney Party, and that response was, I had a better time than I expected to. The track list was a bit on the short side, but the presentation and gameplay were both solid. The controls were actually functional, which is genuinely surprising for the Wii and the Kinect, and if nothing else, it would tire out the kids fairly quickly. Number 91. Mickey's Dangerous Chase. 1991. Game Boy. Right, that's quite enough exercise for now. I think we've all earned ourselves a nice relaxing platformer. Hooray. In Mickey's Dangerous Chase, our pal Michael Rodentus is out one day trying to deliver a present when suddenly he's mugged by Pete. Rather than calling the police, as I would if some scumbag came along and nicked my stuff, Mickey sets out on a one-mouse crusade to get back the stolen gift. In order to catch up to that no-good Pete, players traverse a series of levels, each of which has a different theme, thwart enemies by throwing things at them, and pick up items that offer boosts. Although critics weren't exactly blown away by Mickey's Dangerous Chase, they did have a few positive things to say. The graphics and sound were generally well received, and the gameplay, though on the more challenging side, was thought to be agreeable. Alas, several other more innovative Mickey Mouse games had already been released by 1991, so although Mickey's Dangerous Chase wasn't bad, it was somewhat uninspired and compared to the likes of Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, a game that we won't be seeing on this list for quite some time. Number 90. Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour. 2000. Game Boy Color, PC, PlayStation, and Dreamcast. Have you ever been to Disney World and thought to yourself, well, this is fine, but it would be a lot more fun if I could race around the Magic Kingdom in a go-kart? Well, then this next entry is going to be right up your alley. Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour is a kart racer with not enough ideas and entirely too many worlds in its title. Against either your friends or the computer, you compete in races on tracks inspired by iconic Disney World rides such as Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Jungle Cruise, and Rock and Roller Coaster. Some tracks are available right off the bat, whereas others must be unlocked by playing the game and meeting certain criteria. There are also 13 playable races to choose from, but sadly only 3 of them are recognizable Disney folks, Chip, Dale, and Jiminy Cricket. All the rest are new characters dreamed up for the game. Unsurprisingly, Magical Racing Tour drew comparisons to Mario Kart, though not in as uncomplimentary manner as you'd assume. It didn't exactly add anything to the formula, but the tracks were detailed and the gameplay wasn't half bad. The loop sounds did get annoying quite quickly, however, and the game was lacking in content. Not as fun as riding Test Track, but more fun than waiting in the queue. Number 89. Disney Speedstorm 2023. Switch, PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series. Hope you're not sick of kart races because we've got a second one for you now. Another Disney-branded game that copied Mario Kart's homework, Disney Speedstorm is a free-to-play title from Gameloft, the studio that brought you Desperate Housewives the game and Paris Hilton's Diamond Quest. Featuring races from Pirates of the Caribbean, Monsters Inc., Toy Story, and more, Disney Speedstorm sees you whiz around tracks picking up power-ups as you go, with the ultimate goal being to beat everyone else to the finish line. The actual game was fairly well received, and though the Switch version had some performance issues on all other platforms, Disney Speedstorm was a solid kart racer. What let the game down, however, was its monetization scheme. Naturally, you'd expect a free-to-play title to have microtransactions, but Disney Speedstorm had so many different currencies and season passes on offer that frankly it was taking the mickey, pun very much intended. The studio also got into hot water in 2024 for making changes to the season pass that players viewed as predatory, and as a result the game was review bombed on Steam. Disney Speedstorm, more like Disney shit. Number 88, Just Dance Disney Party 2, 2015. Wii, Wii U, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. I'll be quite honest, I'm not sure that I'm the target audience for this one, and whilst I have heard of Zendaya, I cannot say I am familiar with shows like Austin and Ally, Liv and Maddie, and Girl Meets World. Still, if you are familiar with these shows, I'm sure you'd have had a blast with Just Dance Disney Party 2. The sequel to Just Dance Disney Party, Just Dance Disney Party 2 has a similar premise to its predecessor. Players stand before their televisions and, using either a Wiimote or the Kinect, copy the dance moves that appear on screen. When we looked at average review scores for Just Dance Disney Party 2, we were surprised to find that it actually did quite a lot better than the original. With that said, we've bumped it down the list considerably due to the fact that 2/3 of the reviews came from parenting sites who were judging it solely on its appropriateness for children and or how much it would make the baby Jesus cry. The one outlet that judged it on the same sort of criteria we would, however, wasn't super impressed. They conceded it was a good workout, but felt that the soundtrack could have done with a bit more variety. You know, perhaps at least one song anybody had actually heard of? No? Never mind. Number 87. Pooh and Tigger's Honey Safari, 2001. Game Boy Color. Well, if it isn't the pantsless idiot who ate all of the food at his own party. I wonder what he's up to this time. Oh, what's that? Pooh and Tigger's Honey Safari is a spiritual successor to Tigger's Honey Hunt with a very similar story, just different mini-games. Well, I suppose Pooh's up to his old tricks again then, isn't he? Across 18 levels, spanning 5 locations throughout the 100-acre wood, Pooh and Tigger are in need of assistance to collect honey for the party they plan to throw. Players must be careful to avoid the angry bees from whom they're stealing said golden sticky treat though. Along the way, you'll meet the pair's many friends and can unlock a whopping 3 mini-games. I know, big numbers. Nicely presented, with a mixture of different locales to explore, from autumnal groves to the darkest, spookiest parts of the forest, Pooh and Tigger's Honey Safari was bright and colourful and would certainly have been engaging enough to keep young, inexperienced players occupied. However, the simplistic and repetitive gameplay would have quickly gotten dull for older kids. Now I think about it, I'm not 100% sure where the safari part of the title comes in. The 100-acre wood isn't exactly brimming with exotic wildlife after all. Well, there is a tiger, I suppose. Anyway, number 86. Pirates of the Caribbean Online, 2007, PC. On www.pastrytreats.jm, a Cornish pasty costs £1. On pastrytreats.ht, they're £1.20, and on pastrytreats.bb, they're £1.50. These are the Pirates of the Caribbean Online. Horrible jokes for which we will surely fire our writer aside. Pirates of the Caribbean Online was a relatively alright MMORPG that launched in 2007 and was eventually taken offline in 2013. Like many an MMORPG, Pirates of the Caribbean Online began with the player creating their very own character, a pirate, before being funneled into a tutorial in which they received a sword from Will Turner and then headed out into the world to complete quests, advance the story, and of course, sail their own pirate ship. Those expecting a World of Warcraft-style experience from Pirates of the Caribbean Online would have been sorely disappointed, as the game lacked the depth of many other MMORPGs of the time. With that said though, it wasn't aiming to be like other MMOs of the time and was instead supposed to be more of an MMO-light experience aimed at families, and in that regard, it was rather successful. Critics did not appreciate the shallowness of the gameplay, but admitted that some good piratey fun was to be had as long as you didn't mind the odd bit of lag here and there. Number 85. Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, 2013. PC, PlayStation 3, Vita, and Xbox 360. I know I said a couple of entries ago that we wouldn't be seeing Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse for a long time, but it turns out that I was wrong. This is, of course, not the version I was referring to, however, as it is instead its 2013 remake, and as you can perhaps glean from its position on our list, it wasn't nearly as good as the original. Putting players into the big yellow shoes of Mickey Mouse, the 2013 version of Castle of Illusion follows the same narrative arc as the original. Minnie is taken by the evil witch Miserabelle, who wishes to steal her youth and beauty, and it's left up to Mickey Mouse to fight his way through the titular castle in order to rescue her. A 2.5D platformer, the remake's gameplay bears many similarities to the originals, only with fancy 3D graphics. However, the levels in the game have been reimagined, boasting new layouts, boss fights, puzzles, and enemies, and the castle can also be fully explored where it couldn't be in the original. Despite all of these enhancements, the Castle of Illusion remake didn't go down as well with critics. The visuals were commended, and generally the updates were well received, but slippery controls, a short runtime, and unskippable cutscenes all dragged down the game's average review score. Best to stick with the original in our humble opinion. Number 84. Donald Duck Going Quackers, 2000, Nintendo 64, GameCube, PC, PlayStation 2, and Dreamcast. Say, do you want to play Crash Bandicoot but are a bit put off because you haven't got the faintest idea of what a Bandicoot actually is? Well, the good news is Disney has you covered with Donald Duck going quackers. Whilst watching the news one day, Donald, Gladstone Gander, and Gyro Gearloose witness reporter Daisy Duck get kidnapped by Murloc, an evil magician, so both Donald and Gladstone set out to find her, facing off against one another to see who can rescue her first. Developed by Ubisoft using the Rayman 2 engine, Donald Duck Going Quackers is, as previously stated, a platformer in the style of Crash Bandicoot. In each level, players must avoid obstacles and dodge enemies, collect items to give boosts, and at the end of each, they'll go head-to-head with a boss. Going Quackers didn't do horrendously with critics. In fact, there were a lot of compliments paid to the game. Reviewers enjoyed the character models, backgrounds, and animations, with one going as far as to call them stunning, and there was a great deal of love for the sound, music, and voice acting too. Being a game aimed at children though, Going Quackers was far too easy, plus it was quite short, so whilst it was alright for kids, it didn't offer much for grown-ups. Stick with Crash, even if you're not sure what he is. Number 83. Mickey Mouse Magic Wands, 1993. Game Boy. We very nearly ended up in an unprecedented situation with the Crazy Castle games, where with each release they got progressively better, but unfortunately the 5th installment was ever so slightly less good than the 4th, so the whole thing's been completely mucked up. Way to go, Mickey Mouse Magic Wands! Unlike its predecessors, Mickey Mouse Magic Wands was a Disney game no matter where you played it, which not only makes finding reviews easier, but also means you don't have to listen to us butchering any Japanese words. Hooray! In Magic Wands, Mickey and his chums find themselves lost in a forest where they come upon a spooky castle. Inside, a massive hole opens up and Mickey's friends are swallowed and kidnapped by an evil witch, leaving Mickey as the only person who can save them. To do this, Mickey will collect puzzle pieces strewn throughout the castle, which have come together to create pictures of his friends. Waving a wand over crystals might reveal a piece, but it also might uncover an enemy. Not ideal. The game was criticised for being too samey throughout, which was probably fine for its young target audience, but not so great for everyone else. It was technically competent and described by one critic as a cute way to pass the time, but it certainly wasn't about to blow anyone's mind. Number 82. Disney's Kim Possible Global Gemini, 2007. DS. We've got another visit from Miss Possible now, and this one's the last ever video game to bear the Teenage Crime Fighters moniker. Well, unless you count the Kim Possible mobile game that also released in 2007, but everyone knows mobile titles aren't real games. In Global Gemini, Kim Possible, Ron Stoppable, and Rufus embark on a quest to put a stop to Gemini, the evil twin brother of Kim's friend, Dr. Director. The mission sees the group visiting a range of locations all over the world as they attempt to locate a secret island in the Pacific Ocean that's home to Gemini's base. Another platformer with puzzle elements, Global Gemini's gameplay is fairly standard for the genre, though snowboarding and bike racing segments are thrown into the mix to A, keep things fresh, and B, make use of the DS's touchscreen. Very important, that last one. Most of the pros who played the game had similar feelings about it. It wasn't the best Kim Possible game ever, but it also wasn't the worst. They enjoyed the simple but fun gameplay, the assortment of gadgets on offer, and the vehicle sections, but lamented the lack of challenge and the fact that the touchscreen wasn't better utilised. In short, Global Gemini wasn't completely Kim Possible to love. And yes, I know we've made that joke twice now. Number 81. Mickey Mouse 4 Maho no Labyrinth, 1993. Game Boy. Oh, bloody hell, here I go making a fool of myself trying to pronounce Japanese words again. The final game on today's list from the Crazy Castle series is Mickey Mouse 4 Maho no Labyrinth, a title that was released in North America as The Real Ghostbusters and in PAL regions as Garfield Labyrinth. I suppose now you have a good answer if anyone asks you what Mickey Mouse, Garfield, and Ghostbusters have in common. Throughout this 2D action platformer, players control Mickey Mouse as he makes his way through a dungeon collecting stars and smashing things with a pneumatic hammer. You know, that thing that Mickey Mouse always canonically carries with him, his pneumatic hammer. Look, here comes Mickey Mouse, and what's he got with him? It's his pneumatic hammer. Of course it is, he's always got it. Most of the reviews we found were regarding the Ghostbusters or Garfield versions of the games, but as in previous cases, since they're just reskins, they all hold true. Critics liked the increasingly difficult levels and found that they actually had to do a bit of thinking in later stages to solve the puzzles, which was appreciated. The visuals were all fairly standard for the time, as was the sound, but although the game didn't exactly push the envelope, it was an enjoyable experience at the very least. Number 80. Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension, 2011. Wii, DS, PS3, and PSP. We've got another visit from those scamps Phineas and Ferb now, and this time they've got a game based on a film, based on a TV show, for us all to enjoy. Nothing confusing there. Now, if you're familiar with Phineas and Ferb, you'll know that Dr. Doofenshmirtz is relatively inept as villains go. In Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension, however, the stepbrothers find themselves going toe-to-toe with an alternate reality Doofenshmirtz, one who is actually somewhat competent. Although there are multiple worlds to traverse, the gameplay throughout Across the Second Dimension remains much the same. Solve some puzzles, kick the stuffing out of enemies, and of course, do our platform. If you're taking a shot every time we talk about platforming, I sincerely apologise to your liver. Visually, Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension was very appealing, and several critics remarked how nice the environments were and how faithful the art style was to the TV show. It wasn't all good news though. The game was far too easy for experienced gamers and was too short to boot. They probably should have added in a third or even a fourth dimension just to pad the runtime. Number 79. Magical Tetris Challenge, 1999. Arcade, Nintendo 64, Game Boy Color, and PlayStation. Tetris is perhaps the most iconic video game of all time, and regardless of whether someone considers themselves a gamer or not, it's likely that they've had a go at Tetris at some point in their lives. It's been ported and adapted more times than I can count, and I can count to at least 10! So it's really not all that surprising that there's a Disney version out there too. Magical Tetris Challenge starts by allowing players to choose which Disney character they'd like to play as, either Mickey, Minnie, Donald, or Goofy, with each having their own story to tie things together. The game then pits you against an opponent, either human or AI, in a selection of different modes, including the eponymous Magical Tetris, as well as Up, Down, and Classic modes. The Game Boy Color version also came with several additional modes, including Quest, Signal, and Target. Critics didn't hate Magical Tetris Challenge, coming to the conclusion that if you liked Tetris and Disney, you'd have probably enjoyed this offering. The downside, though, was the fact that the computer-controlled opponents were merciless, so the small children who were likely the target audience would have had a somewhat frustrating time with the game. They'll just have to get good. Number 78. Disney Infinity, 2013. Wii, Wii U, 3DS, PC, PS3, and Xbox 360. You know what I think we need more of in video games? Little plastic peripherals. Yeah, I really don't think we have enough bits of plastic cluttering up our homes and emptying our wallets, and we definitely need more. Who cares that they'll eventually end up in a landfill or choking a turtle to death? Not this guy. Jokes aside, the main USP of Disney Infinity was indeed the fact that, alongside the game itself, players needed to buy tiny plastic versions of their favourite Disney characters in order to unlock them in the game, which is certainly one of the ways to make money that I've ever seen. The game came with two different modes: Toy Box mode, in which players could create their very own worlds, and the Playset modes, which were basically campaigns that came with the aforementioned plastic figures. On the whole, the response to the game was quite positive. Critics very much enjoyed the Toy Box mode, likening it to Minecraft in terms of the creativity it afforded players. The figures, on the other hand, got a far more mixed response, with some praising the quality of the models themselves, whilst others lambasted them for feeling a bit cash-grabby. Harsh? Maybe, but were they wrong? Number 77. Tron Identity, 2023. Nintendo Switch and PC. From Infinity to Identity now, as we take a look at another recent offering from the Tron series. Tron Identity, which launched on PC and Switch in 2023, is a visual novel, which on this list makes it somewhat novel. Players step into the digitized shoes of Cory, a sentient computer program who must find out exactly what caused an explosion in a secure vault. Over the course of the game, you'll interact with NPCs and engage them in conversation in order to drive the plot forward, with choices determining the path the story takes. Occasionally there are puzzles that must be solved, and these come in the form of matching games which reward players with additional dialogue options once riddled out. Tron Identity had a lot going for it, but there was also a number of issues that held it back from greatness. Whilst the visuals, atmosphere, and story were praised by critics, they felt that it seemed more like the first chapter of a greater narrative rather than a standalone work. The writing and world building were also appreciated, but most weren't keen on the puzzles which interrupted the flow of the game. Tron Identity? More like Tron Identity Crisis. Got 'em. Number 76. Mickey's Jigsaw Puzzles, 1991. PC. Jigsaw puzzles. They're nerve-wracking, stomach-turning, and can often lead to severe injury and/or death. Wait, no, hang on. I'm thinking of the tests set by horror movie icon Jigsaw. Regular jigsaw puzzles are actually a rather nice time, and you know what makes them even nicer? Bringing Mickey Mouse into the equation and not having thousands of pieces that could potentially go missing, rendering your efforts entirely fruitless. I'm not buying another charity shop jigsaw puzzle, you can't make me. Mickey's Jigsaw Puzzles is exactly what you'd expect. A collection of jigsaw puzzles aimed at small children. No bells, no whistles, just a handful of Disney images that have been cut up into pieces for players to put back together again. The images can be printed and coloured in, but that's about the only curveball this one throws. We only found one professional review for Mickey's Jigsaw Puzzles, and it was fairly middling. The game did what was advertised and offered players 15 different puzzles to complete, which did animate when they were done, but that was about all there was to it. The biggest downside, however, was the price tag. Upon its release, Mickey's Jigsaw Puzzles cost £25.99, which might sound cheap, but when adjusted for inflation, that's the best part of 60 quid. I think we'll hold out for the Black Friday sale on this one. Number 75. Disney's Villains Revenge, 1999. PC. If there's one thing Disney does well, it's villains, so a game in which they all band together sounds, on paper at least, like a fantastic idea. Disney's Villains Revenge is a point-and-click title released in 1999 that sees Jiminy Cricket accidentally unleashing havoc when he defaces a storybook. Bored with reading the same endings over and over again, Jiminy tears the final pages from several stories, then requires players to put them back in the right place. Before they can, though, the book is possessed by the spirits of numerous Disney villains who change the stories to their advantage. Each villain has their own world, and players engage in a variety of activities, from finding Alice's head in a maze in Wonderland to sword fighting with Captain Hook in Neverland. Once all 4 villains are defeated, a number of minigames are then unlocked. The game wasn't half bad as point-and-click adventures go, and whilst critics did warn that it was a bit repetitive, had a couple of bugs here and there, and was tremendously difficult even on easy mode, Disney Villains Revenge looked great, had engaging gameplay, and would even appeal to some adults. Number 74. Disney Magical World, 2014, 3DS. Sometimes we think that life would be easier if we lived in the world of Disney. Everyone's friendly, the food always looks great, and the worst you'll ever have to deal with is some idiot with delusions of grandeur, but even then, there's probably a hero around somewhere who's happy to save the day. The closest you can actually get to living in the world of Disney, however, is probably Disney Magical World, a life sim for the 3DS. Players take a Mii or a newly created character and engage in a load of wholesome activities, including fishing, gardening, and making clothes, all whilst surrounded by their favourite Disney characters. Additionally, there are multiple quest lines to complete, all of which revolve around helping a particular friendly face. Disney Magical World was compared favourably to Animal Crossing, and critics very much enjoyed how much there was to do, the vast number of stickers and collectibles on offer, and the addictive gameplay which appealed to both children and adults. They did complain, however, that much of the content was repetitive and that it didn't innovate much on what the likes of Harvest Moon had already done, but generally, it was thought to be a pleasant, inoffensive time for all. Number 73. Disney Sing It Pop Hits, 2009. Wii, PS2, and PS3. Warm up those vocal cords, gang, we've got some more Sing It for you now. Pop Hits is the 4th game in the Disney Sing It series and is yet another party title where you grab the mic and try to stay in tune with popular tracks. The song list for this one is quite extensive. Naturally, the likes of Miley Cyrus, the Jonas Brothers, and Vanessa Hudgens make appearances, but the game also includes a handful of songs from non-Disney artists including Taylor Swift, Coldplay, and One Republic. Someone down at Sing It HQ clearly realised that they should probably include the odd track for the parents who would undoubtedly be forced to hear their sprogs murdering The Climb over and over again. Much of whether Disney Sing It Pop Hits appealed to players was down to its soundtrack, so if your music tastes were more in the sort of Anthrax Slayer region, there wasn't much here for you. Critics did like the gameplay mechanics and lengthy track list, but yearned for more modes that would have aided replayability. Regardless, it had the potential to get certain parties going, as long as those parties were attended exclusively by Demi Lovato fans. Number 72. Disney's Magical Quest 2 The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie, 1994. SNES, Game Boy Advance, and Mega Drive. And the award for the most unnecessarily long video game title of all time goes to... Disney's Magical Quest 2 The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie is the follow-up to the slightly less wordy The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, a game that will be coming to much later. This platformer, tells the story of Mickey and Minnie's trip to the circus, which is ruined somewhat by the fact that all of the performers have gone missing. The duo must make their way through each of the game's 6 levels in order to find out just what the dickens has happened to the circus folks, collecting outfits along the way that bestow upon them special abilities, such as the one that allows them to suck up enemies with a vacuum cleaner. Fashion and function, excellent. Despite its title containing more words than the Oxford English Dictionary, Disney's Magical Quest II Electric Boogaloo proved to be a moderate hit with critics. As is the case with many early Disney titles, the game was criticised for its short length and lack of challenge. However, its colourful graphics, outfit system, and music all earned it tons of praise. Plus, reviewers really liked the new cooperative gameplay feature. Oh, that title's really taken the wind out of me. I think I need to lie down. Number 71. That's So Raven, Psychic on the Scene, 2006. DS. If you cast your mind back the best part of 100 entries, I know it seems like an eternity ago, how do you think we feel? You'll remember a pair of That's So Raven games for the Game Boy Advance that were, well, crap. It would seem, however, that the Game Boy Advance was holding Miss Simone back, as her 2006 Nintendo DS offering was actually alright. That's So Raven, Psychic on the Scene is the final game to be based on the hit sitcom and revolves around Raven and her friends trying to prevent the closure of a theatre after Raven has a vision of it shutting down. Players make their way through numerous locations from the show, collecting items, speaking to NPCs, and disguising Raven so that she can enter restricted areas undetected. Though definitely one for younger fans, Psychic on the Scene didn't do too badly in the average review score stakes. Reviewers applauded the slick presentation and the solid gameplay mechanics, but chastised the title for its lack of challenge. Turns out that Raven did have a reasonable game in her after all. Who could have seen that coming? Probably Raven herself, to be honest. Peter?
Number 70. Disney Sing It Family Hits, 2010, PS3. I'm beginning to think we made something of an error not lumping all of the Disney Sing It titles together, but thankfully this is the last one, which is lucky really because we're running out of things to say about them. You know the drill by now. Take hold of a microphone, pick a familiar tune, and then proceed to make your family and friends' ears bleed as you absolutely butcher it. Unlike the rest of the Disney Sing It titles, however, which were populated by more Jonas Brothers than anyone needs in their life, Family Hits tracklist consisted of songs from a whole load of Disney and Pixar animated movies, including Toy Story, Beauty and the Beast, and The Lion King. You know, the things that tend to spring to mind when someone says Disney, as opposed to all of these teenage stars who were all doing drugs by the time they were 20. It was for this reason that critics felt Family Hits should have been what the Disney Sing It series began with, as the vast majority of kiddos and their parents would have had far more fun singing along to the bare necessities together than they would have whatever this is. And no, I still don't know what the third Jonas brother is called. Reginald, maybe? Anyway, the opportunity to download more tracks would have helped this game's longevity, but it was still an amount of fun for anyone who picked up the mic, if not for those who had to listen. Number 69.
Nice.
Disney's Kim Possible, What's the Switch? 2006, PS2 and PS3. You know, if they remastered this one for Nintendo's current system, I'm fairly certain they would make a killing. Or at least they would if anyone was still interested in Kim Possible anymore. Are you? Let us know down below. Kim Possible What's the Switch, which was actually released on the PS2 and later the PS3, but only in the UK, sees our flame-haired heroine trying to sort out a sorry situation, or sitch, in which her bud, Ron Stoppable, has gotten his mind swapped with Dr. Draken. Nightmare. Once again, we have a 2D side-scrolling platformer on our hands, and players control either Kim or Shigo, her arch-rival, as they kung fu, flip, and 2/3 of a triple jump through the game's levels. Kim's first and only foray onto Sony machines was reasonably successful, at least from a critical perspective. Considered to be a solid platforming experience that fans of the show would enjoy, What's the Switch was only let down by the fact that it didn't really push the envelope. Still, considering it was quite a bit cheaper than most other game releases at the time, you probably can't be all that mad at it for its lack of innovation. We certainly aren't going to be, anyway. Number 68. Disney Think Fast, 2008, Wii and PS2. How's your Disney trivia? Reckon you could easily name every member of the family Madrigal? Think you'd have no problem matching each of the Incredibles to their superpowers? Well then you'd probably have aced Disney Think Fast, a game that touted itself as the ultimate trivia showdown. In each 30 to 40 minute game, you'll pick a beloved Disney character and then get down to that good old-fashioned British pastime, quizzing. There are over 5,000 questions included, along with 16 minigames sprinkled in to keep things hot and fresh. Imagine doing your local pub quiz, but after every round they made you get up and play darts or bridge or something. Those who reviewed Disney Think Fast liked the overall presentation of the game, and enjoyed the fact that it combined so many popular Disney franchises into one title. They noted that it wasn't exactly an original concept, sharing many similarities with the Buzz games from the 2000s, but they weren't too mad about it on account of the fact that it was a solid and fun premise. The questions were a bit on the easy side though, and would repeat after a while, but it was enjoyable as long as you didn't play it too much and, in true pub quiz style, had a few drinks to make you that much more stupid. Number 67. Spectrobe's Origins, 2009. Wii. Uh-oh, it looks like my Spectrobes are back. Better get back down to the doctor for some more of that cream. The third and to date final entry in the Spectrobes video game franchise is 2009's Spectrobes Origins, a Nintendo Wii exclusive. This ARPG once more charts the adventures of Rallen and Gina, who are sent through a portal to another star system, which is being invaded by the Crawl. Using a device known as the Cosmo Link, they must summon the Spectrobes, defeat the Crawl's leader, and bring peace to the galaxy once and for all. So, nothing too strenuous. As before, the aim of the game is to explore the universe, unearth fossils, and do battle alongside the Spectrobes. While Spectrobes from the previous games return, Origins also adds new creatures into the mix, and both the familiar faces and new kids on the block have been assigned new properties. Spectrobes Origins did get accused by some of being a Pokemon clone, but it was generally thought to be an alright Pokemon clone. The graphics were also highly praised, and critics were especially impressed since the game was on the Wii, which wasn't a console noted for its graphical capabilities. In fact, the only thing that let it down was that lack of originality, which is a bit ironic really, it being called Spectrobes Origins. It's a good job they didn't call it Spectrobes Original. Number 66. Kingdom Hearts Re-Chain of Memories, 2007, PS2. Knock knock, it's Remake O'Clock, boys and girls, and we've got another from the Kingdom Hearts series for you. This one isn't a remake of a mobile game though, which should tell you that, sadly, it isn't as good as the original. Being a remake, Kingdom Hearts Re-Chain of Memories follows the same plot as Chain of Memories. The game is a direct sequel to the original Kingdom Hearts, and stars Sora as its main protagonist who, alongside several Disney pals, must explore the mysterious Castle Oblivion, not an ominous name in the slightest, all whilst battling Organization 13, an antagonist introduced to the series in Chain of Memories. For the remake, developer Square Enix overhauled the visuals, aligning it with the original Kingdom Hearts. Much of the gameplay, including the divisive card-based battle system, remained, but new additions like the reaction command function from Kingdom Hearts 2 were introduced. Alas, despite these changes, critics didn't like Re-Chain as much as the original version, though that's not to say they didn't like it at all. Described by one reviewer as a serviceable RPG, its updated graphics were applauded, but generally critics felt that if you'd already played Chain, there wasn't a lot of point investing any time in Re-Chain. In that case then, I suppose I'll go and get myself a refund. Number 65. The Haunted Mansion, 2003, GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. You'd be forgiven for thinking that a 2003 game called The Haunted Mansion was a tie-in to the 2003 movie of the same name, but if you did think that, you'd be wrong. as both are actually individually based on the Haunted Mansion ride at Disneyland, Disney World, and Tokyo Disney. Set in the 1870s, the story of the Haunted Mansion video game follows Zeke, an author who, whilst desperately looking for a job, journeys to the titular mansion after a help wanted advertisement misleads him into thinking it needs a caretaker. He soon finds that all is not as it seems, however, and that Rongan, Atticus Thorne, has trapped hundreds of souls within the mansion. The friendly ghosts that inhabit it need his help to put a stop to Atticus before he can assume control of the afterlife. Over the course of the game, players control Zeke as he explores the mansion, fights malevolent spirits, and collects soul gems, which unlock stronger attacks and power up his magic lantern. Though a little repetitive and plagued by a wonky camera, on the whole, the Haunted Mansion wasn't a bad light spooking. Critics very much enjoyed the puzzles, nicely designed levels, and the overall look and feel of the game, which they said matched the tone of the ride perfectly. Number 64, Disney Magical World 2, 2016, 3DS and Switch. One magical Disney World not good enough for you? Well, then here's a second. Disney Magical World 2, it will shock you to discover, is the follow-up to Disney Magical World, the life sim we spoke about a few entries ago. The gameplay in 2 is very similar to its predecessor, i.e. you move to a Disney-fied town, get up to a load of wholesome activities, and hang out with fan-favourite characters. Disney Magical World 2 also adds in boating, as well as a ton of new characters from a mixture of Disney properties, including Frozen, Tangled, and The Little Mermaid. A few technical hiccups, a lack of depth, and a slow start to the game all held this title back from the review score big leagues, but it wasn't completely hopeless. For one, it had lots of content, meaning there was always something to do, it inundated players with beloved characters, and unlike titles such as Animal Crossing, it had specific goals to achieve. It was even well liked enough to get a remake for the Switch, which was released in 2021 to almost as good of a reception as the original. In fact, we almost gave that game its own entry, but the differences between the two were mostly negligible, which frankly begs the question, why did they bother remaking it at all? Number 63, Lilo & Stitch 2, Hamsterville Havoc, 2004, Game Boy Advance. I'll be honest, I had no idea what a Hamsterville was prior to right this second. If I'd had to have guessed, I'd have assumed it was some sort of meaty German treat, but I'd have been way off the mark, because it turns out that Hamsterville is actually a sort of mouse-type rabbit alien thing who's the main antagonist in the Lilo & Stitch series. Huh, the more you know. Lilo & Stitch 2 Hamsterville Havoc was released as a tie-in for Lilo & Stitch the Series, a TV show based on Lilo & Stitch the movie that aired between 2003 and 2006. Part run and gun, part puzzler, Hamsterville Havoc stars, unsurprisingly, Lilo and Stitch, with Lilo taking on the brain teasers and Stitch gunning down enemies like there's no tomorrow, as they attempt to rescue Jumba's experiments from the eponymous Jacques von Hamsterville. Oh, it's like hamster wheel. Oh, I get it now. The puzzle segments got the thumbs down from critics, who felt that they were the only thing that made Hamsterville Havoc feel like a kid's game. The shooter segments, on the other hand, were well received, with even the adults reviewing the game finding themselves having fun with it. Let's face it though, Stitch is everyone's favourite part of Lilo & Stitch, so it's hardly surprising that his bits were the best. Number 62, Epic Mickey, 2010, Wii. Here we have the Epic Mickey title that started it all, 2010's Epic Mickey for the Nintendo Wii. The events of the game are kicked off by Mickey himself, who accidentally turns the Wasteland, a place where forgotten Disney characters go to live out their days, into a post-apocalyptic hellscape and unleashes a monstrous being known as the Blot.
You idiot, Mickey!
Epic Mickey is primarily another platformer, but I'm not going to get too mad at it because it does put something of a unique twist on the formula, which comes in the form of the magic paintbrush mechanic. Players can use this to both create and erase things, so they might get rid of an obstacle in their way with the thinner, or restore an enemy to goodness using paint. Don't try this in real life though. Throwing paint at people who don't like you will just make them more cross. On the whole, the game got a reasonable reception from professional critics, who very much liked the innovative magic paintbrush mechanic, but did call out the camera and controls for being on the frustrating side. I suppose you could say that this one ended up being less epic Mickey and more adequate Mickey. Number 61, High School Musical Makin' the Cut, 2007, DS. The final appearance on today's list from Troy, Gabriella, Chad, and all the rest, yes, I can name all of them, but I don't want to embarrass myself, comes courtesy of 2007's High School Musical Makin' the Cut for the Nintendo DS, a game which is, shockingly, not that bad. Set after the events of the first film, which our writer says she's voluntarily seen more times than she cares to admit, Makin' the Cut sees the HSM gang being signed up to a singing competition and charts the various hijinks that ensue. Since the films are, surprise, musicals, the clue's in the name, it follows that this game is a rhythm offering, and it's up to you to tap on-screen bubbles in time to the music in order to ensure the teens give the best performance possible. Makin' the Cut did get compared slightly unfavorably to Elite Beat Agents, a really rather brilliant rhythm title released for the DS in 2006, as it was similar but not quite as energetic or engaging. It was by no means awful though. Critics liked the overall presentation, the soundtrack, and the unlockables, which included outfits, venues, and more difficulty settings. So, did this one end up making the cut? Just about, we think. Number 60, Disney Dreamlight Valley, 2022. Switch, PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series. We come now to a game that's unironically a favourite to more than one person at TripleJump, causing great emotional distress right across the workforce that it's been placed so far down this list. Disney Dreamlight Valley is sort of what you'd get if you gave Stardew Valley 3D visuals and then chucked in a bunch of Disney characters and microtransactions, yay. The game transports players to the titular Dreamlight Valley, a place over which they used to rule until the forgetting happened. And yes, before you ask, the whole thing is an allegory for the loss of the innocence of youth and the importance of never forgetting one's inner child. Throughout the game, players must complete various missions in order to bring fan-favourite characters back to the valley, all whilst trying to restore it to its former glory by clearing the night thorns that have overrun the place, growing vegetables, cooking food, and building relationships with the residents. Even when it was in early access, Disney Dreamlight Valley got a fairly warm reception from critics, who commended the world-building and life sim gameplay, comparing it favourably to the likes of Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. It did suffer from a few bugs and crashes, but on the whole, it was a delightfully cozy experience, as long as you paid absolutely no attention to the microtransactions. Number 59, Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, 2009, DS. Right, buckle up, gang, because we're starting to get into the meat of the Kingdom Hearts series with this one, and good golly does it get confusing. And that's just the game titles. Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, yes, that is actually how it's meant to be said, we checked, doesn't feature Sora as its protagonist, but instead follows Roxas, who is sort of Sora, having been born when Sora briefly became a Heartless at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, I would love to say that that's as convoluted as it gets, but that would be a barefaced and massive lie. Gameplay-wise, 358 Days Over 2 is part RPG, part hack and slash, with players controlling Roxas, who is accompanied by various members of Organization 13 as he embarks on a selection of missions. Editor, please insert the "Are we the baddies" meme here. What's he up to? The graphics, gameplay mechanics, and customization options for the characters were all highly praised, but critics weren't sold on the story or the slightly janky controls, with the latter being lambasted for the fact that Roxas often ended up being right in the corner of the screen, and the former receiving flack for being far too confusing for players, especially new ones, to follow. 358 days over 2, more like 7.5 marks out of 10. Got him. Number 58, The Nightmare Before Christmas, The Pumpkin King, 2005, Game Boy Advance. We're back in Halloween Town now, but don't get too comfy because we're afraid this is our last stop here, so get your souvenirs while you can. Metroidvania platformer The Nightmare Before Christmas The Pumpkin King is set before the events of Henry Selick's 1993 stop-motion animated movie, and presents the tale of how Jack Skellington, the Pumpkin King in question, first encountered Oogie Boogie and how he went on to get his royal moniker. The story itself revolves around Oogie's kidnapping of Sally and a bug infestation he unleashes upon Halloween Town. Heavily inspired by the likes of Metroid and Castlevania, players can expect a 2D side-scrolling platforming adventure with upgradable weaponry that allows Jack to open previously inaccessible areas. Presentation-wise, The Nightmare Before Christmas The Pumpkin King was not the best game ever made, but if you could look and hear past that, there was a solid adventure on offer that was accessible enough for children, whilst also providing enough of a challenge for adults who had grown up with the property. It was no Symphony of the Night, that's for sure, but if you'd never played a Metroidvania before, you certainly could have had worse introductions to the genre. Number 57, Kinect Disneyland Adventures, 2011, PC, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. Can someone turn the heating up? I don't know about you guys, but I'm suddenly feeling a cold chill as if hell itself has frozen over. After all, that can be the only possible explanation for us having a Kinect game in the top half of this list. Oh my god, I think a pig just flew past the window as well. It turns out that despite being, on the whole, a bit of a washout, there were a couple of games for the Kinect that were sort of alright, and Kinect Disneyland Adventures is one of them. The game features a recreation of Disneyland California, which plays host to a number of minigames. By using their arms to guide their avatar, players can explore the park, meet a whole host of Disney characters, and take part in quests that generally involve exploration or more minigames. The faithful recreation of the park, ability to meet characters, and the fun minigames were all called out as highlights by critics, but they did concede that whilst the game was enjoyable, it probably wasn't enjoyable for long once the initial novelty had worn off. In 2017, a remastered version of the game was released for Xbox One and PC with updated visuals and controller and mouse and keyboard support, and was roughly of the same quality as the original. Number 56, Dance Dance Revolution Disney Mix, 2000, Game Boy Color, PlayStation, and Arcade. Ho, it's time to strap on those dancing shoes once more because we're about to get funky. Our second entry on the list from the Dance Dance Revolution series is Dance Dance Revolution Disney, a game where you stomp on arrows in time to music, with said arrows coming thicker and faster the more the difficulty is cranked up. Rather than the royalty-free dance tunes featured in previous DDR titles, however, audiences can enjoy a number of Disney bops like It's a Small World, or What a Dance Banger, or popular tunes including Let's Twist Again, with Disney characters such as Chip and Dale and Goofy filling in the role of DJ. On a technical level, Dance Dance Revolution Disney Mix was good. When players plodded on the arrows, the game registered the input. Winner! The one thing about the title that was really divisive, though, was the track list, because whilst some liked the diversity that the covers of non-Disney songs brought, others would have preferred more classic Disney tunes. Still, on the whole, it was considered to be a fun time, as long as you weren't expecting to break it down to a whole new world. It's fine though, we can just do that in our spare time, right? Number 55, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 2, 1993. 53, NES. You've probably guessed that Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2 is a sequel, and since we haven't yet seen Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 1 on this list, you've probably also surmised that it's not as good as its predecessor. Thankfully though, we're well over halfway through now, so whilst it's not as good, it's still alright. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2 opens with a bomb threat. Wait, what? The game opens with domestic terrorism? Alright then, fine. Anyway, Chip 'n Dale locate the guy responsible for trying to bomb a restaurant, and then find out that Fat Cat has been released from prison and ordered the bombing in order to distract people whilst he stole the Urn of the Pharaoh from a docked ship, forcing our heroes to give chase. The game is, say it with me kids, a 2D side-scrolling platformer, and as platformers go, it's pretty standard fare. The fun twist though is that whilst in 2-player mode, one player is able to pick up the other player and throw them at enemies, which is novel if nothing else. Funky music, cute sound effects, and appealing visuals all earned praise for Rescue Rangers 2, but its lack of challenge is what stopped it from leaving average Game Town. Still, at least it didn't completely bomb. Number 54, Toy Story Racer, 2001, Game Boy Color and PlayStation. Before Traveller's Tales made a big name for themselves adapting popular franchises into Lego form, they had a somewhat lucrative partnership with Disney, though as we know from looking at Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, the results were not amazing. But although that offering was fairly bad, their next stab at Toy Story was much better. 2001's Toy Story Racer is a kart racer that allowed players to enjoy some speedy fun with the likes of Woody, Buzz, Rex, and the rest of the gang. There are multiple modes to pick from, at least there are on the PlayStation version, and throughout the game there are 200 green army men to collect, which unlock additional characters. Obviously, Toy Story Racer was compared to the likes of Mario Kart and Crash Team Racing, but whilst it definitely wasn't as good as either of those games, it still had its merits. The tracks were highly detailed, the controls were nice and simple, and there was a decent amount of depth to the gameplay. Veterans of the genre wouldn't have found anything new here, but those who liked Toy Story and wanted to see who'd win in a race between Ham and Mr. Potato Head would have at least been entertained for a few hours. Number 53, Goof Troop, 1993, SNES. Here's a fun fact for you. Goof Troop, released by Capcom in 1993 for the SNES, is one of the first games designed by Shinji Mikami, the legendary game designer responsible for the Resident Evil series. Now that little nugget of knowledge is sure to impress at the next party you go to. Unfortunately for fans of survival horror, Goof Troop does not tell the story of how Goofy overcame the T-virus. Instead, it sees Goofy and his son Max attempting to rescue Pete and PJ from pirates who've mistaken Pete for their captain, who was swallowed by a whale. Players make their way through several different areas and must solve puzzles in each in order to reach the level's final boss. Goofy and Max have their own strengths and weaknesses, so whilst Max is much quicker than his dad, Goofy can deal a great deal more damage. Though lacking challenge, Goof Troop got a decent critical response, with some reviewers comparing it favourably to The Legend of Zelda and commending its multiplayer. The game was definitely one for the kiddos, but any parent jumping in as player 2 would still have had some fun throwing bombs and barrels at pirates. Number 52, The Proud Family, 2005, Game Boy Advance. The Proud Family was never that big of a thing in the UK, so regrettably, we can't say we're particularly familiar with it. The show, which ran from 2001 to 2005, focused on African-American teen Penny Proud as she tried her darndest to navigate adolescence, and according to our research, it went down very well with audiences. The show got a tie-in game in 2005, also titled The Proud Family, and like its source material, it got a thumbs up from critics. critics. The wedding anniversary of Penny's parents is fast approaching, and she wants to get them a nice gift. Being a teenager though, she's a bit short on cash, so she must raise some by taking on odd jobs around town. In the Proud family, players control Penny, have her navigate the town, and complete an assortment of tasks, such as making snacks and waiting tables to make money. Only 2 critics reviewed the title, but both quite liked it. They admitted that younger children would have gotten more out of it than older ones, but they themselves did find the gameplay enjoyable. They also liked the plot, which they felt would be very relatable for the target audience, as well as the level of replayability offered by the minigames. Sounds like an okay time. I bet the devs were quite proud of this one. Number 51, The Cheetah Girls Passport to Stardom, 2008, DS. We'll be frank, we were slightly saddened to find out that the Cheetah Girls weren't what you'd get if you crossed Thundercats with Hannah Montana. Oh well, that'll probably happen one day, right? The girls' third and final video game outing was 2008's The Cheetah Girls Passport to Stardom, a rhythm game in which the eponymous group attempt to get signed by a big record label. The gameplay here is very similar to that of High School Musical Making the Cut, so the player is expected to pop colourful bubbles in time to the band's iconic hits. What do you mean, don't be so sarcastic? Again, like High School Musical Making the Cut, the Cheetah Girls Passport to Stardom was also compared to Elite Beat Agents, and also didn't quite measure up. It wasn't a complete write-off though, and critics praised the gameplay for just being genuinely fun, and the branching story that meant you'd need to go back for a second helping if you wanted to unlock all of the characters. Perhaps not a passport to stardom then, but still a passport to somewhere quite nice, like Cornwall, maybe? It's on the Gulf Stream, it can be quite warm, I suppose. Number 50, Phineas and Ferb Ride Again, 2010, DS. The penultimate appearance of cartoon duo Phineas and Ferb on today's list comes in the form of Phineas and Ferb Ride Again, a platformer for the DS and the sequel to their first interactive outing, which we'll get to in a short while. Ride Again follows the plot of the show, with the pair building various inventions whilst their pet platypus, Perry, attempts to foil the evil machinations of Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Sorry, are we not going to talk about how irresponsible it is to let young children have a pet platypus? You know those things produce venom which causes searing pain that can't even be alleviated with morphine? Why would you let one near a couple of 10-year-olds? Anyway, Phineas, Ferb and Perry are all playable characters here, with the 2 boys able to build an assortment of inventions, whilst the duck-billed offensive weapon utilizes a jetpack and grappling hook. Phineas's older sister Candace is also playable, and the goal of her segments is to help her bust her brothers. As licensed games go, Phineas and Ferb Ride Again is one of the better ones, featuring nice graphics, fun Metroidvania-y gameplay, and plenty of variety. The music was a bit of a miss, however, and several of the pieces of the inventions were rather tricky to find, which may well have been frustrating for some players. On the whole though, this was a reasonably smooth ride. Number 49, Disney Stitch Jam, 2009, DS. No, this isn't what you get if you put a beloved blue alien in a saucepan and simmer him with sugar. It's a rhythm video game. Thank Christ, I've got to imagine that Stitch Jam would taste awful. Based on the Stitch anime series, Disney Stitch Jam has players take control of Experiment 626 and several of his cousins in order to save Angel, who's been kidnapped. Across 10 worlds, you will complete missions by pressing buttons in time to the music in order to rack up combos, as well as defeat enemies and thwart bosses. We couldn't find all that many professional reviews for this one, but the ones we did were generally positive. The game's visuals and soundtrack were highly praised, and the gameplay was described as polished. Disney Stitch Jam was clearly aimed at youngsters though, which was reflected in its lack of challenge and short length. For those younger players though, the game was certain to be a hit, as the easy-to-understand gameplay mechanics, bright, colourful graphics, and cheery soundtrack would have been right up every 4-year-old's alley. Plus, it never hurts to teach them rhythm young. I wish someone had done that for us. Our last attempt at karaoke at the TripleJump Christmas party was horrendous. Number 48, Mickey no Tokyo Disneyland Daibuken, 1994, Famicom. Now, if you're wondering why we've listed the platform for this one as the Famicom rather than simply the NES, it's because Mickey no Tokyo Disneyland Daibuken, again we're sorry to the entire nation of Japan, never made it out of its country of origin. And as you no doubt know, the Famicom and the NES, whilst closely related, are not quite the same beast. Anyway, there's trouble afoot in Tokyo Disneyland. Mickey is busy preparing rehearsals for a new dance number to entertain the park's guests, but that sneaky old Pete has gone and told all of Michael's mates that they've got the day off, so they've all gone to enjoy themselves around the park. Oh, that scamp. Armed with a backpack filled with water and helium, as well as a bunch of balloons, Mickey makes his way around the park to find his friends, dealing with enemies as he goes. We only found one review for this one, but it was fairly complimentary. Our plucky critic here compared Mickey no Tokyo Disneyland Daibuken somewhat favourably to the Magical Quest series, praising the excellent platforming and the fact that very little dialogue being present made it suitable for all, even if they couldn't understand Japanese. The controls did suffer from the odd delay every so often, but not so much that it ruined the experience, so, editor, can you put the words on screen so this joke lands properly? There's no need to worry that Mickey will die because the controls are so broken. All the best gags have to be spelled out in visual form, I find. Number 47, Disney Crossy Road 2017, arcade and mobile. If it hadn't been for the fact that Disney Crossy Road received an arcade release, we would definitely have excluded it from today's list, as the only other way to play is by whipping out the old smartphone or tablet and downloading it from your application store of choice. Disney Crossy Road, which is the follow-up to 2014's Crossy Road, is a Frogger clone without shame. Instead of guiding a small amphibian across busy streets, however, you must instead ensure your favourite Disney characters don't get pancaked. The game features settings and characters from a huge number of Disney properties, including The Nightmare Before Christmas, Wreck-It Ralph, and DuckTales. Though it didn't innovate too much on the formula established in Crossy Road, which you could definitely argue was already less than groundbreaking, Disney Crossy Road was considered bright, colourful, and addictive by those who played it. Naturally though, the mobile versions came under fire for the same thing most do, i.e. myriad microtransactions. So whether you were playing it on mobile or in an arcade, there was no getting away from the game demanding your cash at every turn. Still, you'll soon forget all of that once you witness Beast getting flattened by flatware. Number 46, Disney Friends, 2007, DS. Oh, friend! Oh, Disney friend! Don't forget the thumbs up! Friend! Sorry about that, but I am a British millennial, so it's practically required by law. Disney Friends, Friend! Sorry, I couldn't help myself, is a simulation title for the Nintendo DS, in which players can meet, interact with, and befriend, I won't do it anymore, their favourite Disney characters, all whilst teaching them about responsibility and the importance of helping others. Oh, new pals and education, what a treat. In order to keep their chums happy, players need to take care of them as they would a pet, and so are expected to feed their buddies and play with them. In-game currency can be earned, which can be used to buy food, toys, and clothes, and the title also comes with a multiplayer mode, so players can connect with their real mates as well as their digital ones. At the time of Disney Friends' release, there were several other pet simulators on the market, and regrettably, Disney Friends wasn't the best of them, as the gameplay was a little too simplistic. It did, however, have the advantage of being packed with familiar faces that kids loved, the mini-games were engaging, and it taught children about the importance of building and nurturing relationships, which was a nice touch. Plus, it wouldn't destroy your car if it suddenly fell out with you. Number 45, the Disney Afternoon Collection, 2017, PC, PS4, and Xbox One. Now here, dear viewers, we have something of a rarity for one of these lists, a collection of video games all bundled into one package. Oftentimes, such a collection is too similar to its ancestors, but in this instance, it is in fact rather dissimilar to those that came before. Disney Afternoon Collection consists of 6 different games: DuckTales, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, Darkwing Duck, DuckTales 2, and Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2. Each of the games retains its original gameplay, but the Afternoon Collection adds in a number of bonuses, including the ability to rewind time, additional modes, and concept art and music. The Disney Afternoon Collection went down with critics like a scone with a nice cup of tea. The games themselves got a varied response, but the overall compilation was applauded for helping to preserve gaming history and for offering a new generation a chance to experience games of old. The rewind feature did occasionally cause some slowdowns, but other than that, the additions were well received, and critics were particularly fond of the extras, which they said helped to make the Afternoon Collection a nostalgic treat for gamers of yesteryear. Number 44, Legend of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse, 1995, Master System and Game Gear. Throughout the 1990s, 4 platformers were released for Sega systems that had the word illusion somewhere in the title, and of these, it was 1995's Legend of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse that was the worst of the bunch. Even though it wasn't as good as its brethren though, it was still fairly alright. Legend of Illusion's plot sees a dark shadow overtaking Pete's kingdom, and the monarch is advised that only a king can find the legendary Water of Life that will heal the land. Being a cowardly sort of bloke though, Pete decides that rather than risk his own backside, he'd be better off making Mickey an honorary king and sending him on the quest instead. Delegation, I like it. The Master System version of Legend of Illusion got a better reception than its handheld counterpart, which was lightly criticised for its controls, lack of challenge, and the quality of its sound, but on the whole, critics rather liked the game, and found that on both platforms, the graphics were nice and crisp, the game was highly enjoyable to play, and on the Master System, the controls were solid. Not quite legendary then, but certainly on the road to greatness at least. Number 43, Spectrobes Beyond the Portals, 2008, DS. Although the original Spectrobes was roughly as much fun as hemorrhoids, which incidentally is the medical condition we've been picturing when we've been making that joke about going to see the doctor, the game's 2008 follow-up wasn't half bad. After they successfully defend the Nanero system from the threat of the Crawl, protagonists Ralon and Gina get to enjoy a few months of peace and quiet. Unfortunately for them though, it doesn't last, and they're soon back in action when their friend Aldous is kidnapped and a number of mysterious portals start opening all over Nanero. Like its predecessor, Beyond the Portals is an ARPG in which players go from planet to planet and collect Spectrobes, creatures which are legally distinct from Pokemon. A wonky camera worked against Beyond the Portals, but on the whole, it was a solid portable ARPG offering for anyone who fancied something slightly different to Pokemon. The graphics were impressive, and the act of excavating was a rather good time. Sadly, it was released just a year after another game to do with portals, which was far, far superior. Number 42, Mickey Speedway USA, 2000, N64 and Game Boy Color. The next game on today's list comes to us courtesy of Rare, the British developer that has, over the years, gifted us gems like GoldenEye 007, Perfect Dark, and Banjo-Kazooie. And although Mickey's Speedway USA might not be one of their most iconic games, it's certainly not their worst. Mickey's Speedway USA is a kart racer in which Mickey and chums try to liberate Pluto from the Weasels, who've kidnapped the pup for his diamond collar. They're not the only ones after the doggo though, as that dastardly Pete is also on the trail. I doubt it will come as a shock to learn that Mickey Speedway USA was compared to the likes of Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing, and Crash Team Racing not hugely favourably. There weren't as many courses and karts as in other kart races, there were fewer power-ups, and the AI was a little wonky. In spite spite of all this, however, critics rather liked Mickey's Speedway USA on the whole, praising its difficulty level and gameplay, and conceding that even though it perhaps wasn't as deep as its kart racing peers, it still had plenty to offer. A rare treat, if ever we've seen one. Number 41, Disney's Kim Possible 3, Team Possible, 2005, Game Boy Advance. Our penultimate visit to the world of Mrs. Kimberly Possible introduces us to Disney's Kim Possible 3 Team Possible, the third and final KP title for the Game Boy Advance. In this side-scrolling platformer, Kim and her buddy Ron Stoppable face off against a smorgasbord of familiar villains, including Monkey Fist, Senior Senior, Senior and Junior, and the infamous Dr. Draken, as they work tirelessly to solve the most heinous crime imaginable. Someone has stolen Kim's Nan's photo album. Yeah, I know, makes the Zodiac Killer look like a saint. Players make use of both Kim and Ron whilst traversing levels, as the former is better in combat whilst the latter has access to more gadgets. So although Kim can kick plenty of butt by herself, several areas are inaccessible to her without Ron's technological wizardry. Nice crisp graphics, interesting level design, and the plethora of gadgets meant that reviewers were quite comfortable recommending Kim's third outing to players. It was a bit on the short side and the fighting wasn't the best, but generally speaking, the game was fairly passable. You might even say, yes, you saw it coming a mile off, Kim passable. Yeah, I'll get my coat. Number 40, Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure, 2003, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, PS2, and Xbox. We know what you're thinking. Oh no, not another attempt by Disney to cash in on the skateboard fever of the early 2000s. We know you're thinking that, because that's exactly what we thought too. But before you skip, this one is actually not so bad. Pro Skater 2 it ain't, but it's a solid effort nonetheless. Released in 2003, Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure was developed by Toys for Bob and Vicarious Visions, and published by Activision. And as I'm sure you know, 2 out of 3 of those companies already had prior experience with skating titles by 2003. Built on the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 engine, Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure's gameplay bears a lot of similarities to its THPS brethren. Players choose a skater and then wheel around the course performing tricks. The major difference, though, is that the controls are simplified somewhat in order to appeal to a younger audience, although Pro controls can be activated in the menu if players would prefer a more familiar experience. By and large, Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure was well received, garnering praise for its presentation and design, but a more mixed response for the simplified control scheme. As a game that was trying to be Tony Hawk's Pro Skater for the little uns, though, it did do a radical job. That's a skateboarding term, right? Number 39, Darkwing Duck, 1992, NES and Game Boy. Remember earlier when we were having a rant about games released around the same time with the same name but which were entirely separate entities, and how annoying that is when we're researching lists like this? Well, ladies, gentlemen, and others, I give you Capcom's Darkwing Duck. However, although this game may share a moniker and a release year with Darkwing Duck for the TurboGrafx 16, the difference in quality is like night and day. Or should I say light and dark winged duck or something, I don't really know. I forget I said anything. Crime is on the rise in St. Canard, and it looks like Fowl and Steelbeak are behind it, which means one thing: only Darkwing Duck can defeat the waves of criminals and put a stop to Steelbeak once and for all. The gameplay on offer here is platforming, and Darkwing is obliged to take down goons with his gas gun, which can be upgraded with different types of gas throughout the game. Though the experience was a little on the challenging side, critics were quite fond of Darkwing Duck, for the NES and Game Boy that is. It perfectly captured the spirit of the animated show, the graphics and animations were pleasing to the eye, and there were plenty of laughs on offer. You see, Radiant Software, Interactive Designs and Turbo Technologies Inc., you see what you could have produced? Failures. Number 38, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, 1990, NES. We're almost 150 entries into this list now, and despite the fact that we've done nothing but look at information about Disney, we still have no idea which chipmunk is Chip and which one's Dale. If you have any idea, then please educate us in the comments. We will read it, and then immediately forget it next time we see a picture of Chip or Dale. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers sees our fluffy twosome embarking on a quest to find a kitten. It turns out, though, that that was just one of Fat Cat's ruses intended to make kidnapping Gadget much easier. Gameplay-wise, it's a side-scrolling platformer in which players control Chip and/or Dale over numerous levels. Those with a pal to hand, though, can enjoy the two-player mode with, get this, one player controlling Chip and the other player, wait for it, controlling Dale. Critics found Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers to be a highly appealing proposition that offered players crisp, colourful graphics, enjoyable and exciting gameplay, and a two-player mode that meant they could get their friends in on the action. Once again, though, we've got a game here that was let down by its sheer lack of challenge for anyone above the age of about 5. If it only had some difficulty options, it might have appealed to a wider audience and made it slightly further up today's list. Number 37, DuckTales Remastered, 2013, Wii U, PC, PS3, and Xbox 360. The original DuckTales, which we will finally reach in a bit, was released for the NES and Game Boy in 1989, so it's fair to say that by 2013 it was showing some signs of age. Thankfully though, way forward technologies were on hand to shiny up the graphics and sound and expand the story a little. They were also able to bring back the original voice cast, those who were still alive at least, to provide extra authenticity to the project. The fact we haven't yet seen the original DuckTales on today's list probably tells you that the remaster didn't go down quite as well with critics as the 1989 version, but although DuckTales Remastered didn't soar to the same heights as its predecessor, it was still worth quacking open a copy. Critics commended the glow-up, offering praise to the updated visuals and controls, as well as the fun, addictive gameplay. The expanded story, however, didn't go over quite so well, not because of its content, but due to the fact that it often interrupted the game's flow, leaving players wishing the devs had left the narrative elements of the game as they were in the original. You might say it ruffled some feathers. Number 36, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue, 2017, Switch, PC, PS4, and Xbox One. As said earlier, we wouldn't usually include collections on these sorts of lists, as generally they're just several games that have appeared elsewhere in the video stacked up in a trench coat. But we are happy to make an exception for Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue, and for Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix and 2.5 Remix when we get to it, as they bring so much more to the party than just a selection of old games. Included in this particular bundle is a high-def remaster of Dream Drop Distance, plus original title Kingdom Hearts 0.2: Birth by Sleep - A Fragmentary Passage, and Kingdom Hearts Key Back Cover, a film based on Kingdom Hearts Key. Probably pronouncing that wrong, but I blame Square Enix for giving their games stupid titles. Critics complimented Dream Drop Distance's graphical recreation, but were upset by the fact that no other changes had been made to the title, calling its worlds empty. They liked the gameplay in A Fragmentary Passage though, and saw it as a sign of good things to come from the franchise. If you've got a Fragmentary Passage though, that is not a sign of good things to come. Consult a physician immediately. Generally though, it was felt that 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue was a must-play only for the most die-hard of Kingdom Hearts fans. The main reason being that everyone else probably wouldn't have a clue what was going on. Number 35, Goofy's Funhouse, 2001, PlayStation. Now, before you get excited, this entry does not have anything to do with the 90s kids show starring Pat Sharp that we, and everyone I know for that matter, always wish they could go on because oh boy did that house look like a whole lot of fun. Prizes to be won. In Goofy's Funhouse, our canine friend has misplaced 60 film canisters around his giant 15-room house. Don't worry, he'll be the first one we eat when the revolution comes, and it's up to players to help him find them. In addition, there are also several mini-games to participate in if you're able to locate the requisite number of canisters. Despite a serious lack of Pat Sharp and mullet, Goofy's Funhouse still managed to earn a reasonable reception from professional reviewers. The variety of activities on offer was very much appreciated, and although it was definitely aimed at children, critics agreed that the young'uns would have a brilliant time with the title, even if their older siblings weren't likely to be interested. With that said though, there was nothing to draw those young players back once they'd completed everything, meaning Goofy's Funhouse was seriously lacking in the replayability department, which isn't the end of the world, but we here at Team TripleJump like getting our money's worth. There are several northerners amongst us, after all. I'm still crossed there's no glorious mullet in this game though. That's definitely minus points from us. Number 34, Kingdom Hearts 3D Dream Drop Distance, 2012, 3DS. Remember when 3D was all the rage? In the early 2010s, you couldn't bleeding move for various objects and bits of actors flying out of screens at you, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad the trend is basically dead. Anyway, here's Kingdom Hearts 3D Dream Drop Distance. Like every other Kingdom Hearts title in existence after the first one, the plot of Dream Drop Distance is relatively complex, but it basically boils down to Sora and Riku taking an exam to protect parallel worlds in preparation for the return of Xehanort. Obviously there's much more to it than that, but I don't have all day. Critics got on very well with the gameplay, with many commending the battle system especially. The graphics also got a round of applause from most outlets, who felt that the stunning art more than made up for the title's overly confusing plot, which relied heavily on gamers having played every other Kingdom Hearts game. But maybe there's not a problem here. As someone pointed out in the comments of one of our videos, Kingdom Hearts' plot isn't confusing as long as you've played and paid attention to every single game in the series spread across a multitude of platforms and read all of the supplementary materials. Simple, really. Number 33, Mickey Mouse, 1988, PC. Here to prove to Kingdom Hearts that you don't need to name your video game by taking ketamine and throwing darts at a thesaurus is the simply titled Mickey Mouse. In Mickey Mouse, or Mickey Mouse the computer game if you want to get serious about this, Mitchell is required to find and destroy 4 witches who have stolen Merlin's wand. He does this by entering an enchanted castle and making his way to the top of each of its towers, after which he must defeat the Ogre King and free Disneyland from a curse. That curse presumably being how much they charge for a bloody pint. $13 for an IPA? Are you joking? Although they might not look much by today's standards, it was Mickey Mouse the computer game's graphics that critics were particularly impressed with. And although they weren't up to the standard of Disney cartoons, they still captured the magic quite well. The gameplay itself, though, was considered fairly mid, so whilst it was perfectly functional and enjoyable, it didn't set the world ablaze, offering nothing more than other games at the time. Then again though, seeing Mickey Mouse with a gun will never not be delightful. Number 32, Deep Duck Trouble starring Donald Duck, 1993, Master System and Game Gear. We've got another visit now from everyone's favourite angry avian, and this time he and his family have gotten into some real deep ducking trouble, let me tell you. Platformer Deep Duck Trouble starring Donald Duck sees Scrooge, Huey, Dewey and Louie returning from an adventure in which Scrooge acquired a cursed pendant. Said cursed pendant causes him to float into the air like a balloon, and it's left to Donald to retrace Scrooge's steps and try and find a way to return him to his his normal, non-floaty self. By kicking bricks and jumping on heads, Donald is charged with defeating enemies in 4 different locations on an island, each of which culminates with a final boss, and only after defeating all 4 will his uncle go back to how he was. Deep Duck Trouble starring Donald Duck was clearly aimed at kids, and as such, experienced gamers didn't exactly get much of a challenge. However, even though it wasn't a particularly challenging experience, it still had its merits. The controls worked well, the graphics were rather pleasing, and Donald Duck's antics were a delight for anyone in the market for a bit of ducky fun. And no, that's not a spoonerism. Number 31, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, 2013, PS3. Someone better call the Antiques Roadshow, because we've got another collection on our hands. By 2013, Kingdom Hearts was over 10 years old, and despite being a great game, more on that later, it was starting to show some signs of age. Thankfully, Square recognized this, and thus Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix was born. Congratulations to the lucky parents and JRPG-loving gamers all over the world. The 1.5 Remix collection consists of 2 HD remasters, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix being the first and Rechain of Memories being the second, and a cinematic remake of Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, which came with cutscenes from the original, all of which were given shiny HD upgrades, as well as a load of extra scenes, also shiny and HD. Critics broadly liked 1.5 Remix and lauded the updates made to the visuals, the tweaks made to the gameplay, and all of the expanded content and bonus features. They did point out, however, that Kingdom Hearts Final Mix very much felt like a game that was over a decade old still, and they were less than pleased with the fact that 358 Days Over 2 was essentially reduced to a movie. That being said, it is pretty on brand for Disney to take literally anything and turn it into a film, so ticks that box, I guess, right? Number 30.5, Disney Epic Mickey Rebrushed, 2024. Switch, PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series. Hang on a minute, you're probably screaming at your screen. 30.5? You can't do half entries. Well, in this case, we've had to, because as we were part way through recording and editing this video, some chump decided to release yet another Disney game. So to save ourselves the headache of having to re-record every single number before this entry, we've just decided to slot this one in between entries 31 and 30. Any issues? No? Good. Disney Epic Mickey Rebrushed, released in September 2024, is a remake of 2010's Epic Mickey, and by all accounts, it's not half bad. In fact, if the professionals are to be believed, it's actually better than the original. The remake retains the story of the first outing, in which Mickey accidentally damages a world created by the wizard Yen Sid, yes, that is Disney backwards, and sees him attempting to put right his mistake. According to critics, Disney Epic Mickey Rebrushed did what all good remakes should do. It respected the original and retained what made it great, whilst polishing the areas that needed it. The new, updated visuals were considered a joy to behold. The addition of a 2/3 of a triple jump mechanic was applauded, and the overall atmosphere was creepy whilst still jolly enough for the tots. The combat was a bit basic, and there was an overall lack of challenge, but on the whole, if you're looking to experience all Epic Mickey has to offer these days, Rebrushed is the way to do it. Okay, back to normal numbering now. Ben?
Number 30. Disney's Kim Possible 2 Draken's Demise, 2004. Game Boy Advance. We come now, at last, to the final of Miss Kimberly Possible's titles on today's list. Disney's Kim Possible 2, Draken's Demise, and the difference in quality could not be more stark if it started out talking about how winter is coming and then got its head chopped off. Rip Ned, you were too honourable for this world. Cheerleader and secret agent Kim Possible makes a return in the sequel, and this time she's taking on all comers, including Falsetto Jones, Duff Killigan, and of course, Dr. Draken, as she attempts to stop them from taking over the world. Naturally, she's got a ton of gadgets at her disposal, and if things start looking a bit hairy, Ron Stoppable's pet mole rat is on hand to make things less so. Since mole rats have no fur, that statement works on multiple levels. You're welcome. If Revenge of Monkey Fist was a sad petrol station sandwich, Draken's Demise was afternoon tea at the Ritz. Developer Artificial Mind and Movement gave players a polished platformer with tight controls, stylish art, and tons of cool gadgets, and though it wasn't perfect, frustrating difficulty and a lack of save spots didn't go unnoticed by critics, it was a great time for Kim Possible fans. Number 29. Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory. 2020. Switch, PC, PS4, and Xbox One. Unlike the vast majority of its brethren, which fall under the RPG umbrella, 2020's Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory is a rhythm action game, but if you think that means the story will be any less convoluted, you're damn wrong. The gameplay sees players trying to press buttons in time to music, with successful inputs getting them an excellent rating, whilst fumbles will cause them to miss, affecting their health. Over the course of the game, players level up the characters in order to improve their health and attack power. Yes, even though this one's a title of the musical Persuasion, there's still fighting involved. This is Kingdom Hearts after all, what did you expect? When it came to Melody of Memory's critical response, the headline was that the game very much relied on nostalgia, which could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how much Kingdom Hearts you've played in the past. Other comments were directed towards the game's massive music collection, boss battles, and array of attack methods, all of which garnered praise, unlike the story, which was called superfluous at best, and lackluster, unintelligible, and ridiculous at worst. Ugh, they really don't pull their punches, these critics, do they? Number 28. DuckTales 2, 1993, NES and Game Boy. Heard you like DuckTales? So here's another. Scrooge McDuck is up to his old tricks in DuckTales 2 and trying to follow a treasure map originally drawn by his father, Fergus McDuck. He's not alone on his treasure hunt, however, as his arch-nemesis, Flintheart Goldglom, is also desperate to get his feathery hands... Wait, did ducks have hands? Anyway, he's desperate to get his feathery hands on the plunder too. DuckTales 2 got a light reprimanding from critics for being a bit on the short side and too much like its predecessor, but that doesn't mean they didn't like it. In fact, reviewers very much enjoyed the gameplay, graphics, and controls, so for those who really liked the show and either hadn't played the first game or just fancied another title like it, DuckTales 2 was a must-play. Fun fact for you, DuckTales 2 got a far smaller production run than most games of the time, and that, coupled with the fact that the NES was coming to the end of its life cycle, meant that it didn't sell very well, and as such, the game is something of a rarity these days. So, if you've got a copy in your loft just collecting dust, maybe stick it on eBay. You might just end up like Scrooge McDuck. Number 27. Disney Infinity 2.0, 2014. Wii U, PC, PS3, PS4, PlayStation Vita, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and mobile. When we came across this title whilst conducting the extensive research for this list, we ended up in something of a quandary. After all, we've included the first Disney Infinity, but we've excluded all Marvel games. What to do? Then, after much deliberation, we decided that we could have had the entry written in the time we spent deliberating, so in it went. Like its predecessor, Disney Infinity 2.0 comes with two game modes, Playset and Toy Box, the former taking the form of campaigns, which one must buy little plastic figures to access, and the latter being a creative tool. The main difference between 2.0 and the original Disney Infinity is the fact that 2.0 is Marvel-themed, and so the figures take the shape of the likes of Spider-Man and Loki. Once again, the Toy Box mode was lauded as players were afforded ample opportunity to get as creative as they liked, and the additions to said mode were widely praised by both critics and fans. The playset modes really let the side down though, with most reviewers agreeing that all three were fairly bland. It's good news for the environments though. Players knew there was a great time to be had in the Toy Box mode, so they didn't have to murder the turtles by purchasing all of those little plastic figures. Go nature! Number 26. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, 2004, Game Boy Advance. When the Kingdom Hearts series debuted in 2002, it got off to a great start. Don't worry, we'll tell you all about it soon enough. But whilst its follow-up, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, was decent as video games go, it probably wasn't the sophomore offering fans were after. Set between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, Chain of Memories centers on Sora, the first game's protagonist, and sees he and his friends exploring Castle Oblivion, all whilst facing off against Organization 13. But then again, you already knew that. We told you a few entries ago when we talked about the remake. The Game Boy Advance version did fare a bit better with reviewers than its PS2 remake, as evidenced by its placement on today's list. Reactions to the card-based battle system were somewhat mixed, with one reviewer calling it unwieldy whilst another thought it was engaging. Many also disliked the room synthesis on account of the fact that it felt too linear. Aside from these gripes, however, critics were quite positive towards Chain of Memories, and multiple publications commended its graphics, animations, and story. It is, of course, possible that none of them had any idea what was happening in the story, but, still. Number 25. Dance Dance Revolution Disney Dancing Museum. 2000. Nintendo 64. Look, I know you're tired, but there's just this one more dancing game and then we can all have a nice sit down, alright? Yes, you can have a cup of tea. Unlike other Disney Dance Dance Revolution titles, Disney Dancing Museum decided not to bother with the hardcore dance remixes and instead gave players what they were looking for: the opportunity to stomp their feet in time to gentler dance renditions of recognizable Disney tunes like It's a Small World and the Mickey Mouse March. We could only find one professional review for this one, but it was relatively complimentary. The critic did point out that by the year 2000, the dance mat market was somewhat oversaturated, but that DDR Disney Dancing Museum was buckets of fun nonetheless. They lauded the character art, picking out Elvis, Donald, and DJ Mickey as particular highlights, and further praised the title for getting Disney fans up off the couch and doing exercise, but in a way they would wholeheartedly enjoy. As rave of a review as this one got, though, we're reticent to put it any higher up our list. After all, it is just a dance mat game, and there really is only so far that particular envelope can be pushed. Number 24. Phineas and Ferb. 2009. DS. According to 1990s pop dance group D-Ream, things can only get better. It turns out, though, that they were wrong, as after the release of the first Phineas and Ferb video game in 2009, things only got worse for the franchise, as evidenced by the rest of this list. Indeed, the pinnacle of the Phineas and Ferb video game series is 2009's Phineas and Ferb, a title for the Nintendo DS in which one takes control of the eponymous stepbrothers as they undertake numerous schemes, all whilst trying to avoid their sister Candice, who's out to snitch on them at every turn. Clearly no one's informed Candice what snitches get. Riches. These brothers are wanted men, after all. Phineas and Ferb performed remarkably well with critics who commented on how well the TV show had been adapted into the video game format and praised the devs for their implementation of stylus controls, the colourful art style that was in keeping with the show, and the solid level design. Any negativity was aimed squarely at the simplicity of the story and the lack of challenge, and whilst critics conceded that the game was aimed at children and so an easy to understand and play title was expected, these things still went against it when it came to the review scores. Number 23. Gargoyles, 1995. Mega Drive. You'll remember that many entries ago, we covered the remastered version of Gargoyles, and to say that it was a bit rubbish is kind of like saying Peter Molyneux is a bit of a fibber. Thankfully, the original Gargoyles, released exclusively for the Sega Mega Drive in 1995, was a much better offering, so much so in fact that most who reviewed the remaster recommend going back to the OG rather than risking your sanity with the new version. Players control Gargoyle Goliath as he embarks on a quest to destroy the Eye of Odin, a powerful artifact that can transform anyone who possesses it, his current owner being Goliath's ex, Demona. Critics really rather enjoyed Gargoyles, with one even going as far as to call it one of the best games for the Mega Drive. The graphics and animations were incredibly pleasing, the gameplay was, according to one reviewer, a treat, and the title's overall quality came as a surprise to the vast majority of those who played it. The only real thing that let Gargoyles down were its controls, which were janky to the point of frustration in several places. Still, it was one of the best reasons to own a Mega Drive, or at least it was if you weren't a fan of a certain little blue hedgehog. Number 22. Disney Infinity 3.0, 2015. Wii U, PC, PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and mobile. Oh joy, more tiny plastic figurines to clutter up your house. Whoopee. Disney Infinity 3.0 started out life as a Star Wars offering, but after 3 playsets were released, Twilight of the Republic, Rise Against the Empire, and The Force Awakens, a few non-Star Wars playsets were also added. The gameplay in 3.0 is very similar to the first 2 games, however the combat system was overhauled, with the devs taking inspiration from the likes of Star Wars The Force Unleashed and Kingdom Hearts to create a much deeper fighting experience for players. It would seem that third time was the charm for the Disney Infinity series, as the franchise's final outing did the best with critics. The devs clearly took the criticism aimed at the playset modes in Infinity and 2.0 to heart, and the result was a Star Wars title that one critic described as one of the best Star Wars games in quite some time. They also appreciated the changes made to the combat system, as well as the fact that 3.0 was much less buggy than Infinity and Infinity 2.0. The steep price of entry was once again criticised, but as long as you didn't mind a hefty credit card bill, Disney Infinity 3.0 was an all-round solid offering for fans of a galaxy far, far ago. Number 21. Guilty Party 2010. We don those deerstalkers now, gang, because we're about to get our sleuth on. Guilty Party, released exclusively for the Nintendo Wii in 2010, is a party game, but before your eyes roll all the way into the back of your head, we'd like to let you know that it's not a Mario Party clone. Instead, Guilty Party is more akin to the likes of Cluedo, and so it's up to players to make their way around the board-like setting, gathering clues, and ultimately trying to unmask the titular Guilty Party. Critics were shocked to find that Guilty Party was actually rather darned entertaining and bestowed plenty of praise upon its comedic writing, which was enjoyable for both kids and adults. The minigames were also good fun for the most part, and the graphics, sound, and voice work were bang on as well. However, the actual detective portion of the game was thought to be a little on the easy side. Some of the minigames were less successful than others, and the story mode was a bit short. Still, like we oft say, when your main complaint about a game is that there isn't enough of it, is that really a bad thing? Number 20. Disney Illusion Island 2023. Switch. If you've been to Disney's Hollywood studios in the last couple of years, you'll know that Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway is an absolute delight of a ride. Sadly, a trip to Disney World costs a lot of cash money, but thankfully you can get a similarly delightful experience by playing Disney Illusion Island. Whilst having a picnic one day, Mickey, Minnie, Donald and Goofy meet a chap named Toku who asks for their help to recover lost tomes of knowledge that protect the island. Wanting to seem like super cool heroes, the gang accepts the quest and adventure ensues. The 2D side-scrolling platformer's gorgeous graphics were pointed out by the vast majority of critics as the highlight of the game, and there were also multiple compliments paid by reviewers to the orchestral soundtrack, excellent writing and top-notch voice acting. Critics also generally liked the Metroidvania-style gameplay, though most admitted that Disney Illusion Island wouldn't have been much fun for veterans of the genre. The game was, however, lacking in innovation and could get a little repetitive, but this didn't stop plenty of critics from recommending Disney Illusion Island to any family looking for a bit of co-op fun. Number 19. Donald in Maui Mallard 1995. SNES, Game Boy, PC, and Mega Drive. If I told you there was a game out there which stars Donald Duck as both a Magnum PI-like detective and a ninja, you'd probably think I'd had one too many sherries at the office Christmas party, and you'd be right, I'm a party animal. However, this is in fact the premise of Donald in Maui Mallard, or Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow if you want to get alternate title about this. The 1995 platformer in which players step into the webbed feet/shoes of Donald Duck as he investigates the disappearance of the Shaboom Shaboom idol, an artifact which grants protection to the tropical island from which it has gone missing. Fail to recover it in time and the entire island will explode, so absolutely no pressure. The run-and-gun gameplay, large non-linear levels, detailed graphics and Donald's ability to switch between detective and ninja personas went down a treat with critics, and on the whole, Donald in Maui Mallard was thought to be a good time. At least it was, as long as you could look past the somewhat wonky controls and, if you were playing the PC version, choppy graphics. Controls and visuals aren't major parts of a game though, so I can't imagine they were too much of an issue. Number 18. Mickey Mania, The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse, 1994. NES, PlayStation, Mega Drive, and Sega CD. Are you obsessed with Mickey Mouse? Lie awake at night thinking about his infectious laugh and adorable ears? Then you might just have Mickey Mania. Don't worry, I'm fairly sure there's a cream for it. The Mickey Mania, which is the focus of this entry, however, is not a debilitating mental health condition, but is actually a platformer in which the mouse apparent visits locations from his cartoons of old, solving puzzles, collecting stars and Mickey hats, and bashing enemies as he goes. The game's visual style, which made players feel like they had been sucked into an old-timey cartoon, earned Mickey Mania heaps of praise from critics who also had nice things to say about the controls, gameplay, and the copious amounts of on-screen action. Mickey Mania suffered from the same problem as dozens of other Disney games though, that problem being that it was a little on the easier side, making it a harder game to sell to older gamers. Not that older gamers were the target audience anyway, but you know what I mean. Fun fact, Mickey Mania was the first game designed by David Jaffe, who would later go on to create the God of War series. How you go from cartoon mice to murderous deities in just 10 years, I'm not sure, but that's exactly what happened. What a glow up, or down. What is it? Ashton would know. Number 17. Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, 2014. PS3. Clearly the good folks at Square were going through some sort of Pete Tong phase in the early to mid 2010s, since every Kingdom Hearts collection and its dog came with the subtitle Remix. Pete Tong's still relevant, right? Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix comes with not one, but two high-definition remasters, one being Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix and the other being Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix, both of which we'll be covering in just a while. Also included is a cinematic remake of Kingdom Hearts Recoded, which is basically all of the cutscenes from that game thrown together with a few extras and given a fresh coat of paint. Critics highly approved of Kingdom Hearts 2.5 Remix, commending the upgrades made to Kingdom Hearts 2 as well as Birth by Sleep's successful leap from the PSP to the PS3. However, the overall quality of the narrative was questioned, and most felt that the recoded movie was a bit of a waste of time for all but the most die-hard of Kingdom Hearts fans. Don't get me wrong, 2.5 Remix is a good collection, but it's quite evident that it might not have been as great as the sum of its parts. Number 16. Mickey's Space Adventure, 1984, PC. We come now to one of the oldest games on today's list, 1984's Mickey's Space Adventure, which, interesting tidbit for you, was designed by Roberta Williams of King's Quest and Phantasmagoria fame. Don't say we never teach you nothing. As you can probably guess, this one is an adventure in space starring Mickey Mouse, who winds up traversing the solar system after finding a spaceship and discovering that it has been sent by aliens who are searching for parts of a crystal which contains all of their recorded history. Being an all-round stand-up chap, Mickey decides to come to the aliens' aid, and so players are asked to help him search multiple planets and moons for the crystal bits. Computer Gaming World was the only publication to review Mickey's Space Adventure, at least as far as we could tell, but they seemed quite satisfied with it. They gave praise to the graphics, which were rather lovely for the time, applauded the ability to save, a technological marvel in 1984, and liked the fact that the game wasn't just fun, but it was educational too. It was certainly a far cry from the video game offerings of today, but at the time, Mickey's Space Adventure was a neat little interstellar jaunt.
Number 15. The Lucky Dime Caper starring Donald Duck, 1991, Master System and Game Gear. If you've ever wished for a game where you get to play as Donald Duck and hit things with a hammer, then prick up your ears for this next entry. Taking place across 7 stages, The Lucky Dime Caper starring Donald Duck has players controlling our pantsless hero as he embarks on a quest to save his nephews and recover Scrooge McDuck's #1 dime from evil sorceress Magica Dispel. Clearly, someone here went to the J.K. Rowling school of character naming. The gameplay bears several similarities to Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, i.e. lots of side-scrolling platforming fun. But instead of bouncing on enemies to defeat them, Donald hits them with a big hammer. What a mad lad. Unlike many other kid-friendly platformers of the time, the Lucky Dime Caper starring Donald Duck actually had a decent level of challenge to it, which was something that critics were quick to point out. They were also appreciative of the variety of the gameplay and the nice graphics, but did bemoan the slightly slow pace which might have put off players with a short attention span. I don't really know what they're talking about though. We gamers famously never... Sorry, someone just sent me a really funny picture. We gamers famously never lose focus, it says here. Number 14. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, 2010, PSP. You know, I'm convinced that Square decide on Kingdom Hearts titles by getting an intern to stick their hand into a bag full of magnetic words and throw a fistful of them at the fridge. What's next, Square? Kingdom Hearts Death by Spaghetti? Actually, that sounds quite good. Don't steal that. The ludicrously titled Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep is a prequel to the original Kingdom Hearts, set some 10 years before the events of the series' first game. Our protagonists here are Terra, Aqua, and Ventus, a trio whose names eagle-eyed Kingdom Hearts 2 players will recognize, and who are on the hunt for the missing Master Xehanort, all whilst trying to protect the worlds from the unversed, creatures that feed on negativity. Sounds like our writer. From a graphical and musical standpoint, Birth by Sleep was superb, and the unique battle system and level of customization on offer also got a mighty thumbs up from critics. Furthermore, the story was praised for being more accessible than previous Kingdom Hearts titles, thanks to the fact that the game was a prequel. Long load times did leave a bad taste in some critics' mouths, but the jury's out on whether that's the fault of the game or the PSP itself, and frankly, it's probably the latter. Number 13. DuckTales, 1989, NES and Game Boy. Usually, we here at TripleJump don't celebrate the limitless excesses of multi-millionaires, but in the case of DuckTales, a game in which an already rich duck travels the world seeking out treasure in order to become richer, we are more than happy to make an exception. NES and Game Boy platformer DuckTales is a title based on the TV show of the same name. You know, the one with the really catchy theme tune that's been in your head since I said the name of this entry. The game sees Scrooge McDuck traversing the land in search of 5 treasures that he intends to seize in order to bolster his already massive fortune. However, he's not alone in his pursuit of additional riches, as his nemesis, Flintheart Glomgold, is also after the booty. Admittedly, DuckTales was a scooch on the short side, but it packed a lot into its runtime. Engaging gameplay, alluring graphics, and a banging soundtrack all made DuckTales very easy for critics to recommend. Oddly though, they couldn't seem to decide on whether the game was too easy or too hard, so I guess on average, it must have been just right. Not only was DuckTales a critical success, but it was also a commercial one too, shifting over 3 million copies worldwide, which in 1989 really was quite the achievement. Plus, it's often regarded as one of the very best titles ever released for the NES. I do love a tale with a happy ending. Number 12. World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, 1992, Mega Drive. The second of the 4 Illusion titles to grace today's list is 1992's World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, a game that takes the illusion bit of its title quite literally by casting Mickey and Donald as magicians. Whilst rehearsing for their magic act, our dynamic duo come across an enchanted box. Sadly, it turns out it belongs to that dastardly Pete and transports them to another dimension. World of Illusion shares many of its gameplay trappings with the other Sega Illusion games, with Mickey and Donald running and jumping through levels and using their capes to attack enemies by turning them into doves or cards. And you all know what I think about card-based combat. The game had a lot of things going for it. Its graphics were stunning, especially for the time it was released, the sound was delightful, and some of the game's design features, such as the spider which weaved a web for the characters to walk across, earned nods of approval from critics. The game did have its flaws though, namely a password system that was a bit difficult to get to grips with, and a somewhat dull single-player mode. Still, as long as you'd got a friend, or at the very least someone you could blackmail into playing with you, it wasn't a half-bad time. Number 11. Piglet's Big Game, 2003. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, PC, and PS2. We'll hold our hands up now and admit that we made a teeny tiny error on our last Disney ranked list, as we forgot to include Piglet's Big Game, a title which was released as a tie-in for Piglet's Big Movie. I know, we are terrible people. Feel free to suggest a suitable punishment in the comments below. We're attempting to make amends though by including it here. I know thousands of you will have been devastated we forgot it the first time. Piglet's Big Game stars, you guessed it, Piglet, Pooh Bear's anxiety-riddled porcine pal, though what he actually gets up to in the game depends on which version you're playing. In the PS2, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance versions, he enters his friends' dreams to help solve their problems, whereas in the PC edition, he just makes soup. Not as heroic, but far more wholesome. Piglet's Big Game was thought by critics to be, quote, much superior to most children's games and movie tie-ins, which is a backhanded compliment if ever I've heard one. The voice acting, sound design, graphics, simple but competent gameplay, and the battle system were all well received though, with the game's low difficulty being the only real thing that brought the average review score down. God, who'd have thought the best ever Winnie the Pooh game wouldn't even star the big round fluff ball? Number 10. Toontown Online, 2003, PC. MMORPGs are a lot of fun. Whether you're grinding for levels, farming for better gear, or simply meeting up with your friends to hunt some orc, there's a great time to be had. However, MMORPGs by and large aren't exactly what you'd call child-friendly. Thankfully though, in 2003, Disney changed all of that when they introduced Toontown Online, an MMO specifically aimed at the younglings. Players could create an avatar, explore a cartoony world, and even do a bit of fighting, though using light-hearted weapons like custard pies. I say they could do all of this, as unfortunately the game's servers were closed down in 2013, but not before the title had left a massive impression on the gaming community. Toontown Online was polished, colourful, and technologically well put together. Where the game really shone, however, was in its safeguarding of children. The implementation of a number of safety mechanics was highly praised by multiple publications who lauded the fact that they could leave their children to play it without fear of the internet getting to them. Admittedly, Toontown Online wasn't exactly EverQuest in that it was a fairly shallow experience, but for younger players looking for their first MMO, it was a delightful little cartoony jaunt into cyberspace. Number 9. The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, 1992, SNES and Game Boy Advance. We've already looked at both sequels to this one, so it would seem that by a country mile, the first Magical Quest game was also the very best. In fact, the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse was so good that it even made our 10 best games of 1992 video, securing a place alongside greats like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Alone in the Dark, and The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Not bad going. This excellent platformer opens with Mickey and friends playing fetch in a park, but when Goofy throws the ball too far, a large number of shenanigans occur, and they all end up transported to a magical world ruled by Pete. In addition to your standard platforming mechanics, the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse comes with an outfit system, and each different look grants Mickey different abilities. According to critics, the graphics and animations in the Magical Quest were some of the best the SNES had seen up to that point, and the bosses and environments were particularly praised. Some did find the game a little too easy, but they were pleased to find difficulty settings that could be cranked up to ensure the game would be enjoyed by all. Additionally, the fact that the multiplayer mode on the Game Boy Advance only needed one cartridge was a revelation and got applause all round. The sound was a bit of a letdown, but hey, no one's perfect, and I suppose that's what the mute button was invented for. Number 8. Quackshot starring Donald Duck, 1991, Mega Drive and Saturn. You'd probably think with a title like Quackshot starring Donald Duck that this game is something akin to Duck Hunt, only perhaps with a bit less birdicide. It turns out though that you'd be wrong, because Quackshot starring Donald Duck is actually a side-scrolling platformer inspired by the Indiana Jones franchise. Didn't see that coming. Armed with a special gun that shoots plungers, Donald ventures through a range of levels, fighting enemies and solving puzzles as he goes, with the aim of the game being to seize treasures from various countries. Oh, I didn't know Donald Duck was British. Yeah, I went there. Give back the Elgin marbles, you bastards! Donald's weaponry can also be upgraded in various ways, and once he's completed a dungeon, he can summon his nephews in their biplane to pick him up and whisk him off to other locales. Often mentioned on lists of the greatest ever Mega Drive and/or Saturn titles, Quackshot got a nice warm reception from critics upon its release in 1991. They admitted it was perhaps a little too easy, and as such it might only appeal to younger children, but its graphics, animations, music, and gameplay mechanics were all a delight, and more than made up for the low level of difficulty. You might say that critics went utterly quackers for this one. Number 7. Kingdom Hearts 3, 2019, Switch, PC, PS4, and Xbox One. It would seem the most recent mainline Kingdom Hearts title is also the worst of the three, though in fairness that's kind of like saying that strawberry is the worst flavour in a Neapolitan ice cream, because, they're all pretty good. Kingdom Hearts 3, the 12th installment in the Kingdom Hearts franchise, is set after the events of Dream Drop Distance, and players once again join Sora, Donald, Goofy, King Mickey, and Riku, who this time are looking for the Guardians of Light in order to thwart Xehanort's plans to bring about another Keyblade War. Like in its predecessors, the group find themselves traveling to all manner of worlds based on Disney and Pixar properties. Kingdom Hearts 3's gameplay and combat were highly praised by critics, who lauded the technical improvements that were made over the previous games. The characterization of Sora was also considered impressive, with several commenting on what a likable hero he was. The game did have its faults though. The side quests were generally panned, and many found the story incomprehensible. Although when it comes to working out how this game stacks up against any of the others in the series, the story being difficult to follow kind of just cancels out entirely right across the board. Number 6. Land of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, 1992, Master System and Game Gear. According to our proprietary patent-pending ranking machine trademark copyright Team TripleJump Please Don't Steal It, Land of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse is only the second best of the 4 Sega Illusion titles, but let me tell you, it's still a banger of a game. One day, our hero Mickey Mouse falls asleep with a book of fairy tales in his lap. Upon awakening, he finds himself in a strange village and is greeted by a girl who tells him the village's magic crystal has been stolen, and without it, the villagers are doomed to a life of misery. Mickey immediately gets to work to find the crystal, and what follows is 14 levels of brick-throwing, cake-eating fun. The second to last of the Illusion titles on today's list got a hearty round of applause from critics. They commented on its cute graphics, a level of challenge that would appeal to just about anyone, and the game's overall polish. On the downside though, Land of Illusion did lack a password system, meaning that A, if Mickey lost all of his lives, it was simply game over, and B, players were forced to smash the whole thing out in just one lengthy session. I suppose there are worse fates out there, but it would still be nice to have the option to take a break here. Number 5. Mickey's Racing Adventure, 1999, Game Boy Color. Our final racing pit stop on today's list comes in the form of Mickey's Racing Adventure, released in 1999 for the Game Boy Color. This rare-developed title combines elements of both the racing and adventure genres, so players can expect to be whizzing around the tracks trying to beat their opponents with their driving prowess one moment, and then solving puzzles the next. Tying everything together is a caper that has Big Bad Pete doing his darndest to ruin the carnival in Mickey's hometown. After Pete and his cronies steal all of the floats and decorations, he leaves a letter challenging Mickey and chums to races, and only if they win will they get their things back. Mickey's Racing Adventure got a nice positive response from the professionals, who were incredibly pleased with the number of courses and their design, the wide variety of characters to choose from, and the fact that Rare had been able to combine the styles of some of their previous games, such as Diddy Kong Racing and RC Pro-Am, into one slick package. It did drop some points for not having a multiplayer mode, but you can't have everything, can you? Oh wait, sorry, bear with me. Right, I'm being told that you can have everything. Oh, never mind then. Number 4. Nightmare Ned, 1997. PC. If you're not familiar with Nightmare Ned, then we can't say that we blame you, as the TV show only ran for a few months in 1997 and has never re-aired. In its short time on screens though, the show spawned a video game adaptation, and despite its relative anonymity, Nightmare Ned is really quite good. Nightmare Ned centers on the titular boy who, after spending an evening home alone eating junk food and playing video games, goes to bed and finds himself forced to face a whole load of nightmares. The game's main hub is a quilt, and players can journey back and forth between the nightmare worlds as they please. In each world is a shadow creature, and players must explore until they unveil what harmless thing that shadow creature is. The fact that Nightmare Ned wasn't like other Disney Disney releases of the time earned it heaps of praise from critics. It was likened to the works of Tim Burton and described as sophisticated, despite being a game for kids. There were some who felt the subject matter wasn't appropriate for children and that the navigation was a bit of a nightmare to get to grips with, but for the most part, Nightmare Ned was the stuff of dreams. Number 3. Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, 1990. Master System, Mega Drive, Saturn, and Game Gear. We told you it'd be a while before we saw the original Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, and its placement at number 3 on today's ranked list further proves what an absolute stitch-up the remake was. Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, as the title might suggest, centers on the world's most famous rodent, and follows him on his quest to rescue Minnie Mouse from the evil witch Mizrabel, who has her trapped inside the eponymous castle. Across multiple levels, Mickey must face various enemies, defeating them by bouncing on their heads or throwing projectiles that he's collected. At the end of each level, there's a boss fight against one of Mizrabel's henchmen, each of whom drops a gem, and when enough gems are obtained, a path to the witch's tower opens up, allowing Mickey to finally take on Mizrabel and save his lady love. Castle of Illusion was well received by critics on all platforms, and earned commendation for its colourful graphics, top-notch sound, and exciting gameplay. Some did accuse it of being a bit of a Mario clone, and yes, it wasn't quite as accomplished as the likes of Super Mario Bros., but regardless, it was still a ton of fun for kids and adults alike. Number 2. Kingdom Hearts, 2002, PS2. Kingdom Hearts is one of those games that shouldn't work. A hack-and-slash RPG where Final Fantasy characters can come face-to-face with folks from the world of Disney. It sounds ridiculous, and yet it does work. The first Kingdom Hearts game was released for PS2 in 2002, and charts the adventures of Sora, a young man who, alongside his newfound pals, Goofy and Donald Duck, fights the Heartless. The gameplay of Kingdom Hearts is heavily influenced by the Final Fantasy series, but alongside the ARPG elements lifted from its inspiration, it also utilizes an action-based hack-and-slash combat system. The party is comprised of Sora, Donald, and Goofy for the most part, but along the way, other familiar faces can get in on the action too, either by subbing in as a companion or as a Final Fantasy-style summon. Kingdom Hearts was successful both critically and commercially, and by 2006, more than 2.6 million copies of the game had been sold. Critics very much liked the visuals, the inclusion of a plethora of well-known characters, and the voice work of the game's all-star cast. The camera did cause some frustration, as did the gummy ship levels, but the combat was praised and the boss fights were a great deal of fun. The game was nominated for several awards and launched a series that spans video games, manga, novels, and more. Who'd have thought that mashing two properties together would work so well? Frankly, I've still got my fingers crossed for the announcement of Disney X Resident Evil. Come on, Capcom, make it happen.
Number 1. Kingdom Hearts 2, 2005, PlayStation 2. We toyed with the idea of putting the first Kingdom Hearts in first place, as although it got a slightly lower review score than 2, it did kick off an entire franchise that still has millions upon millions of fans to this day. In the end, though, we just couldn't overlook the fact that not only was Kingdom Hearts 2 a critical darling, it's also the vast majority of fans' favourite Kingdom Hearts title to boot.
Confusingly, a word you'll hear a lot when people talk about Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually the third game in the series, and takes place roughly a year after the events of Chain of Memories. Like its predecessors, KH2 focuses its attention on protagonist Sora, who goes in search of his lost friends, all whilst battling Organization 13, the antagonist group introduced in Chain of Memories. Action RPG mechanics and hack-and-slash gameplay make a triumphant return, but with several tweaks made. The camera, which was somewhat buggy in Kingdom Hearts, is vastly improved, and players can also access a map, which they couldn't do in the original.
Kingdom Hearts 2 was a massive critical success, and more or less everything about the game, from its visuals, soundtrack, and the improved camera to the voice acting and introduction of QuickTime events, were all lauded by critics. Yes, it wasn't perfect, the combat was not for everyone, and the story would have been confusing to those who hadn't played Kingdom Hearts and Chain of Memories, but in the grand scheme of things, these were very minor quibbles, and fans fell in love with Kingdom Hearts 2 nonetheless.
And that, ladies, gents, and others, is it. Gosh, that took a while. I think we all need to go into the woods and hibernate for a while to cleanse ourselves of all of that Disney. Oh, what's that? You want to know what your prize is that I promised for guessing Mickey Mouse 2 was a reskin of a Bugs Bunny game? Honestly, we thought you might have forgotten by now. You can have bragging rights and permission to not watch any more of this video. Enjoy, and if I see you've put either of those on eBay, there'll be hell to pay.